Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Community Spotlight. This is a show every Monday here on the GDQ Hotfix. For people who are tuning in from SGDQ this week, GDQ Hotfix is a running series of showcases, speedruns, speedrunning adjacent content, and other exhibitions, tournaments, that sort of thing. They run here on the Games Done Quick channel between our main events. So welcome. This show happens every Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern. And of course, if you're watching on YouTube, you'd like to check out our live content, you can check us out over at twitch.tv/GDQ. And of course, for this entire month of July, all of your subs, bits, and all of that revenue that you provide to us will be going to Doctors Without Borders still, minus the taxes that we have to take out so that it doesn't murder our accounting. But if you have that Twitch Prime Gaming still sitting around, you can use that on our channel. Still support Doctors Without Borders for this entire month. If you have it coming up later in this month, it wasn't available during SGDQ, don't worry about that. You can still subscribe and support the cause. But of course, Frame Fatales is coming up later in August 15th to the 21st. It's an all-women speedrunning event. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/Frame Fatales for more information on that. And of course, if you tune in tomorrow, we have Random Number Generation, which is a show about randomizers and randomizer community stuff like bingo, other things that are not quite randomizers, run by Skybills. That'll be at 7 p.m. Eastern if you've never seen that before. But today, we've got backup games from the SGDQ 2021 schedule. That's why we're calling it the bonus stream. So these are games that the committee liked, and they have it on reserve in case we have to replace a run. And all of the runners that we have here were not put into the schedule for SGDQ 2021, but they had these games ready to play just in case. So we're giving them a chance to show them off. So we've got, starting off with Final Flame, it's going to be playing Sonic CD Remake from 2011, and joined by Amber Cyprian on commentary. How you both doing today?
Doing well, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good as well.
So why don't you explain to the crowd, because we had the original Sonic CD on the SGDQ schedule, how is this one different? Because it is quite a bit different from what I know.
Yes, so to start, the things are the same. We're going to be playing through the game as Sonic. The stages are the same, the general idea of the game is the same, but that's where it ends. The big thing with this game is the physics are completely different. In this version, the run you're going to see is actually 99% glitchless. There's one, I'd say, unintended thing, if you can call it a glitch if you want, that we'll be doing. Whereas if you watch Joey Baby's run during SGDQ, which if you haven't, I highly recommend going to watch that during some downtime, that run takes advantage of many glitches, including zips, the moving peel out, and it's just completely different.
Oh yeah, like I watched it right before doing this, right before we went live, and I was just like, yeah, the runs are completely different. So Sonic CD 93 is its own game, whereas Sonic CD 2011, which you'll see tonight, is primarily a glitchless run, so it actually, in my opinion, is a little more accessible in that sense. So if you like glitchless runs, this is the version of CD for you.
One other thing I'd like to point out is in this version, you are able to play as Tails, which we will not be doing tonight. And also, we're playing this in 16:9 resolution. That was a feature that was added, and one that I didn't take advantage of until recently. Usually I play in 4:3, and that's got to change things up a little bit here and there in my run.
Asking which soundtrack you're going to use.
Well, yeah, here's the issue. Both of them are honestly really good. The Japanese soundtrack does save around 45 seconds in RTA, but since we don't normally time this RTA, I don't really care, so I'm going with the US soundtrack this time.
Yeah, Joey played the Japanese version of the 1993 game, so we're going to show off the US soundtrack because why not?
Yeah, they're always hotly contested, and as I said, they both do have good parts and bad parts. I'm just a little more partial to the US soundtrack.
I mean, I'm a Japanese soundtrack fan, but like the US does have some pretty good tracks too. Although this has the Nightmare Fuel boss fight music, so yeah.
Yes.
Apparently I had my sync wrong. Should be better now. Thanks for pointing that out to me. Somebody messaged me, so hopefully we won't be stepping over each other anymore. But do you have anything else you want to cover as to what's different here, or before we start the run in general, before we get started?
Nothing I can think of that won't be talked about during the run. Time traveling's a little bit different, but we won't be doing too much of that. I think we'll talk about that when we get to it.
Yeah, so I think we're good to go because we covered all the like big differences in terms of like, you know, setting your expectations for the run.
All right, then why don't you give us a countdown? Why don't we have Amber do it? And we'll get started.
All
Sure.
right. I'm good whenever.
All right, so I'm gonna count down from 5, 4, 3D blast, 2, 1, go.
And so it begins already. So I'm just gonna skip that cutscene right there and get straight into it, starting with Palm Tree Panic 1. And in about 5 seconds, we're going to have one of the best music pieces in this game, the Speed Shoes.
This is a really good Speed Shoes track.
It's one of the main reasons I like this soundtrack, probably a bit more. Come on. Missed the second bounce, no big deal. Let's not get into... Okay. Didn't get hit by the spring. That's a good stage of the main.
I don't know what I was expecting, Ember, but I should have been.
So,
I mean,
another small difference between both of the versions. In this version, you have to wait for the end of stage jingle to finish completely before your time bonus or ring bonus start counting, whereas they count down at the same time as the music in CD93. Something a lot of people probably wouldn't notice just watching casually.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest reasons why Sonic CD is timed by in-game time, in both games, but plus we have centiseconds to work with, but thankfully we are on the PC version. Generally speaking, in this act you want to stick to the top path as best you can, because there's, you know, just fewer obstacles in the way, and it is much more streamlined to get to the end here.
You might have noticed me doing some weird inputs at the end. All I cared about was not getting hit by that rock, and I avoided it.
Yeah, we did not get rock blocked.
That thing is horrible.
Exactly.
Dang it, Amber.
So, Amber, can you talk about the time traveling? Specifically, why am I in the stage that looks all dark and spooky suddenly?
Yeah, sure. So the main gimmick of this game is time travel, and most events in the past have done what we call the good ending of the game, where you time travel through various signposts to the past of every act to destroy these robot generators that exist in the levels. Nice. This is a fun little visual glitch here.
If you ever wondered what happens when Sonic goes off screen at the end of the level, here you go.
He's just schmovin'. But yeah, like the whenever you go to a Act 3, which is the boss act of every zone, you end up either in the good future if you destroyed the robot generators or collected a time stone in that act, or you go to the bad
say hello
future.
to the first appearance of Amy.
And Metal Sonic.
Yeah. Alright, carry on.
Yeah, so this is Collision Chaos. We are not going to be time traveling in this act, or in this zone at all. That won't be until Tidal Tempest, where we see our first act of that. But this zone has a lot of pinball, has pinball flippers, bumpers. It tries to be sort of like Spring Yard in that sense, but with flippers, or Casino Night, if you will. And that'll be very prevalent in Act 3. But as we move into Collision Chaos 2 after this results screen, that's going to be one stage where the ceiling isn't completely solid like you'd think it would be, and we're going to be allowed to go over the top of the level, so keep an eye out for that. However, first, we're going to hopefully not get trolled by bumpers after we get out of this tunnel here. Oh, we're
so you could
trolled.
do a frame perfect jump there and jump through all this. It did not work that time. I believe I was early. No big deal. Do not want to time travel here.
I'm gonna grab this spring. We're gonna go from the... We're gonna stick to the top route here, grab these speed shoes, use this spring, and then we're gonna use this spring to get on... Oh no, this flipper, and then go on to the top of the level. And that's just gonna give us a clear shot right to the end of the act. act. There we go.
Fun fact, this act is the only one in which there's actually 2 signposts. There's one right below us as well. And on this version of the game, I'm running this on the PC version on Steam, there are achievements, and there is one for getting this signpost. Alright, so let's go play some Sonic Spinball. Real Spinball here.
All right, so Sonic Spinball is the literal worst part of this game, in my opinion. Or maybe I'm wrong about that. We'll talk about that a little later. There's a certain zone I don't like. But this boss control you. Eggman drops mines. There's bumpers all over the place. We want to try to get up top here. There we go.
Okay. Not great, but, you know, I've seen that go so much worse. Because once you get hit, your rhythm's thrown completely off. Which is why you saw me sit on the flipper for a little bit, just trying to wait for him to throw another, I guess, ball, bomb, whatever you want to call it, so he can get hit in the way again. So next up, we got Tidal Tempest 1, and this is going to be that one little glitch, I suppose you could call it, right here. I'll let you go ahead and talk about that.
Sure, so this is Labyrinth Zone from Sonic 1, but with better music and better aesthetic. We're gonna do this really well-timed slope jump off of that slope, bounce on the enemy, end up on the ceiling here, and the ceilings aren't entirely solid, so we're just gonna drop down into the floor and jump up and hit that spring. We're gonna time travel for the first time here. That's gonna let us get past the blocks that you saw blocking Sonic's path here. So we're gonna go hit this pass monitor, grab this invincibility, and we're gonna build up the speed. Hopefully not time travel, but if we time travel, it's no big deal.
No, we do actually
no,
want time
I'm thinking
travel
of
there.
another. I'm thinking of the next act. My bad. We do time travel in this one. And then we're just
because
gonna zip
otherwise
right
you have
to
to
the
wait
goal.
you have to sit in the water and wait for that to go away, and it's super slow. Unfortunately, I did get kind of stopped. I didn't time travel at the exact moment I wanted to, but close enough that I'll take it.
Yeah.
So I do have a question real quick. I see you're using both the spin dash and the peel out in different instances. What makes you decide which one you're going to use over the other?
I did want to get to that at some point. So the peel out is quicker, and honestly, it's very visually appealing to me. It's one of the reasons why, even though I'm primarily a Tails runner, I think the Sonic categories are just better to watch, specifically because of that. I didn't get the signpost. Okay. Backups that I haven't done in a while.
All right.
Normally, I'm supposed to time travel here, but we're not going to be doing that, so I'm going to get blocked by every obstacle known to man coming up right about here. The spin dash, it's quicker to do. If I just want to get going, I don't need max speed.
Yeah, you can release it much sooner than the peel out.
And also just for rolling through things. Just depending on, again, you know, what's coming up ahead.
So if you have to travel a larger distance, you want to use the peel out. But if it's a short distance, like spin dash is good.
Yes. So you can see all this stuff that just blocked my path. Normally, you get to avoid that if you time travel.
I'm seeing a lot of questions.
Trying to go back up.
I'm seeing a lot of questions in chat. First and foremost, if you did not watch the Sonic CD93 run, go watch it. Joey Baby shows exactly what's different about this run. This run is primarily glitchless. You're not going through walls or doing level wraps or anything like that. CD93 does all that. Not here in 2011 though, because the physics are extremely different and there's no moving peel out glitch. And also, asking a question about time bonus, we don't do real-time strats at all. The game is primarily timed by in-game time.
Yes.
But this boss here, Final Flame's gonna focus for a second. We're gonna stand on this specific spot on the floor, and we're gonna try to get rid of 2 specific bubbles in this rotation that Eggman's gonna have, and jump through that gap.
Just like that.
Yeah, because the boss only has 1 HP, so you just need to get through a gap in the bubbles. Otherwise, casually, it's a bit of a nightmare trying to get rid of all the bubbles so you can actually hit Eggman.
That can be a long fight. As Tails, you can actually cheese it, which is really nice. You grab the invincibility and just swim up to a hitbox. But as Sonic, fortunately, there's many different setups, so you just want to make sure to get in that gap.
Exactly. So this is an example of a level.
Storm here.
Yep, this is an example of a level where we're going to be spending most of our time in the middle path of the level, hitting speed shoes, eventually falling to the bottom route. This is much more of a straightforward level than Tidal Tempest is, or even Collision Chaos, or even any of the levels ahead of us.
Oh, that's unfortunate. But I got that jump, which is nice.
Yeah, thankfully The bottom here is just a straight shot to the end post.
Yeah, both Quartz stages are pretty quick. It's kind of nice. And I said Calm Before the Storm because the stages after Quartz Quadrant... Ugh.
Can we not
That's
talk
about all
about
we
it?
can
I'm
say.
dreading it.
I want to get you in that mindset early.
So here in Quartz Quadrant 2, we absolutely do not want to time travel at all. We're going to hit this, but we're going to slow down just enough to not time travel, because time traveling is triggered by building up enough speed and energy to, break the barrier and go through time. But if you stop while you're doing that, you lose the ability to time travel, which is good, because
Another
the bottom...
thing about...
Oh yeah, go
ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say we're going to stick to the
time...
bottom of mid.
Yeah. Another thing about time travel is if you time travel, unfortunate, with the speed shoes effect, you will lose it. And in a lot of the past instances, I'm grabbing speed shoes in the present, they're not going to be there in the past, except for one stage where if I accidentally time travel, it's actually perfectly fine. So we want to maximize speed shoes usage, which that's what this is really routed around.
Yeah. So a regular gimmick in this entire zone that you may not have noticed in the speedrun because we're going really fast are these conveyor belts that Final Flame is just on. Usually that's meant to, make you slower or make platforming harder. In this boss, we're going to have Sonic work off that round belly from all those chili dogs that he likes to eat while making Eggman dance for our entertainment. So I'd like everyone at home to either get up and jog in place with Sonic, or dance along with Eggman. It's up to you. But if you don't want to, that's okay. This is a great time to at least stretch a little and hydrate so that you're also taking care of yourselves. It's very important.
So in this fight, I am trying to keep up maximum speed, because the faster you go, even though I'm not going anywhere, the conveyor's moving faster, and grinding down that capsule he's in even quicker.
And so there's Eggman giving us the hot foot dance. We got the velocity spins in chat. Perfect GDQ
Nice.
spins.
And that is Quartz Quadrant.
Oh yeah. So I'm looking at my notes I took for commentary, because for those of you who don't know, I don't run this game. This is still my most commentated game despite that. But my only notes I was willing to take for Wacky Workbench 1 is this zone sucks. And honestly, Flame, I can't believe I was asked to commentate for this level. I'm out of here. This is
Amber?
Oh no.
Oh no, Flame.
I don't know what
What
I'm
did
gonna
you
do
do?
now. So this stage is honestly the hardest in here, and so far it's actually going exactly how I want it to. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Alright, all that practice that just went terrible, throw it out the window. I am thrilled with that finish. That stage is the worst. Everything always goes wrong, and somehow it just all went right.
Did they just walk
Amber,
away?
you can come back. I need you. I miss you.
All right. In all seriousness, this zone is full of awkward bouncing floors, platform cycles, and very, very vertically inclined level design. It's really easy to just start losing control of Sonic and bouncing around or ending up with platforms where they shouldn't be. It's rough. I hate this zone, and everyone else should too. Music's pretty good though.
Oh, this is... Okay, well, I don't know where we're going now, so let's go have some fun.
Fun, we'll
All
call
goes
it.
well, there we go. All right, backup route. Don't time travel, thank you. So I don't want to be on the bottom route, but it is a good backup. If you ever end up here, be careful right here. You don't want to go too early or you will get crushed. It happens to everyone.
Oh, like an old surprise
So,
crushing death?
One thing I want to bring up, in Wacky 1, I didn't mention it, but you really want to stay on the bottom of the stage, and with the bouncy floor trying to send you up high, that's kind of difficult to do. In this stage, it's not a big deal. Normally, the route does take me at the top. Unfortunately, the cycles just didn't line up. Alright, and Wacky 3. I'm glad I'm not playing Tails right now.
Yes, because in the Tails route there is a very specific quick kill that involves fast flight, and I'm not going to explain what
cool.
fast flight is. Fast flight is.
I want to know what Flash Flight is.
I don't know what fast flight is. I know what fast flight is.
So I got a nice little room entry there, by the way. Not the one I wanted, but I'll take it. Oh, and a little fun here. You just peel out across that gap, and I meant to hit the boss and didn't. That's what I get for showing off.
No, you're just teasing Eggman. It's fine. It's like, you can't do anything. Your mech is kind of useless. Which is a recurring theme with these bosses, if you haven't noticed. But we're not going to do that here because he drops spikes that were on top of him. And I'd like everyone to just pay a good amount of attention to Eggman in his cockpit as this blows up. He's dancing.
And I'm dancing. I'm just running in place. At that point, you can't fall off those rocks. The game just keeps you on.
Yeah, and then peel out right to the end here.
And coming up to, honestly, my favorite zones, Stardust 1 and 2. I like them visually in both Mania and in this game because of just how quick they go. They were designed for speed. And this is the one stage where if I accidentally time travel, it is fine.
Yeah, so this zone is definitely made better in Sonic Mania, full stop, but it is also pretty fun here in this game. It's very fast. Time traveling is okay. Generally speaking, we like to avoid it, but we're going to hit those path switchers, which I learned like maybe 30 minutes ago were path switchers, to make sure that we stay on the path that we want to, because we want to stay up here on the top route, timing our jumps and keeping to ourselves way up there until we hit the end.
Yeah, a lot of newer runners I see struggle with this stage. They always end up on a middle route or bottom route. I think it's overall pretty simple. Take a little bit of time and learn. And as you can see, it's very visually appealing when you do it correctly. Just a matter of timing jumps. The reason why, I don't know if you mentioned this, time traveling isn't too bad in this stage is the speed shoes I got are also in that exact same spot in the past. So you'll still be able to go very fast. And speaking of going very fast, let's see if I get this nice little jump coming up.
Yeah, so we're gonna pick up a lot. We're gonna pick up a lot of speed. In this stage. This stage is pretty straightforward, but there are a couple of things that can go wrong. If they go wrong, yes, it's slow, but it's still a pretty straightforward path through. Thankfully.
I tried to push my jump. I really wanted to get that, and unfortunately, if you jump late, usually you'll just run into that spring and get bounced back. At least I avoided that. And now the probably most iconic stage from this game. Oh boy.
Oh yeah. So we're gonna finally face off against Metal Sonic in a race. In this game, he's a pretty simple boss. He doesn't rubber band as much as he does in Sonic CD93. It's a glorified auto-scroller in both games, though. But the real race in this level is against Eggman, because he's gonna have this instant kill beam. If you touch it, you're dead. The boss doesn't end until Eggman comes to meet us at the end of this track. And you're gonna see what happens to poor old Metal Sonic as well. So if you like Metal Sonic, I'm sorry, but his time has come.
Hopefully it's his time and not my time. The big thing on this stage is just repetition, doing what you're used to. So like getting stopped right there, I'm used to that happening, so I'm going to do it. I'm gonna get, nope, didn't get hit, okay. Oh, but I am stuck on the slope, that's, oh boy. Okay.
It's okay.
We're not actually in a terrible situation. I do need to be a bit careful.
Yeah, Metal Sonic moves at a pretty constant, set speed at different places. Yeah,
see,
there we go.
Easy. And still got it in a minute and 1 second, so.
Celebratory corner jumps here. So Eggman's gonna run into this wall here and then fly off for his final stand in Metallic Madness. And, I guess Amy's here too.
Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate. Alright, I didn't die on Stardust 3. It's a good run. So yeah, Metallic Madness. Hopefully this stage will go very well. I do want to get the start right. I am dealing with some cycles in this stage that are not as bad as I was in Wacky.
Yeah, so this zone is also made much more fun in Sonic Mania. This act also has some strict platforming for its preferred route, including those bonks on... Well, that wasn't an intentional bonk, but the one on the previous spikes were. We do not want to time travel here, as far as I know. This zone is full of crushers, obnoxious enemies, and things on cycles, as Final Flame has already said.
Literally, you do not want to time travel here at all costs. I think you're honestly better off taking a death near the end because of where the checkpoint is than time traveling.
Yeah. So as we head into Metallic Madness 2, once this results screen is done, it's going to be the last act where we're going to take it, or, Metallic Madness in general is the last zone where we're going to take advantage of the fact that ceilings can be walked on in a number of places. So we're going to not get crushed, I hope, and not face plant into some spikes. There we go.
So going to do a slope jump.
Yep. Run across this ceiling over here. And once we run out of ceiling to run on, we're going to get right back on it. We're going to end up right on here. Shoutouts to Seller for making... Oh!
I messed it up!
It's okay. Very easy to recover from.
Yeah, so that little trick there, basically what's happening is you're getting launched at the apex of the piston's height. And usually, I never could get a good visual cue for it. I just winged it, and it actually worked out decently well. But very recently, another runner by the name of Stellar posted a small tutorial on a good visual cue on that. And boy, has that helped me.
Yeah, shoutouts to Stellar for that. So, the real final boss in this stage, Flame's gonna do some things specifically for cycles that he's comfortable with to get into the boss room.
Yep, including that bonk there.
Exactly.
Oh no! I'm good.
Oh. Yep.
Oh, okay, not quite as good. We're still fine. It's just gonna take a bit because I have to wait on that again.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh my gosh! What is going on?
Everything's under control.
Right.
There's the piston, and now we're in the real final boss loom.
Here.
Boss loom. Yep, boss loom, where the boss weaves, a nice blanket for us. But no, there's these fireflies, and normally we take the invincibility in here, makes it a little easier to just ignore their lasers. But we have to hope that they give us good cycles. They're not manipulatable like they are in CD93. Thankfully,
which is very unfortunate. I wish they were.
So this final boss, we do have a double hit that we can get here. It's gonna involve damage boosting after we do this double hit. So 1, and then 2, which is really good. That's a little harder with Tails because of his sprite height, but we're gonna take some damage momentarily once Eggman's done doing this. There we go. Take damage and be able to hit him there when he lowers. And time's gonna be on the final hit of the boss. There's no fade out, so stand the mill here. Charge a peel out to go to the right when Eggman finally makes his way over there permanently because he's gonna go right, then left, then right again. And time.
There we go. I actually jumped like a frame early. I don't know if you saw that. He went into me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was a run. I didn't die to the pit, though.
Yes.
In Metallic 3, yeah, you can die to that pit. But fortunately, I'm familiar enough with it, totally not from dying in it, that I knew where that spring was. And as long as you hit that spring and avoid the bumper, you can stay alive.
Flame, you had your splits. What was your IGT?
That was a 1357, so sub 14.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Especially given, some of the things that happened. Like, most things went right, a few things went wrong. It happened.
I didn't have deaths. And shout-outs to this ending. We get Sonic Boom.
And, what was the RTA on that, Railcoon?
2153.
Not bad at all.
Well below estimate.
That was about the same time, around the same minute marker as CD93. The runs are about the same length in real time, despite the fact that we don't go through a bunch of walls. So, if you like a game that, or like a run that's a little more glitchless, check out Sonic CD 2011. If you prefer to go through walls and stuff, check out Sonic CD 93. Either way, go watch Joey's run. Watch this if you missed it and it's on YouTube. So, any shoutouts, Flame?
Just to the community in general. I could say specific names, so I guarantee I'd forget 20 awesome people. But it's been great to see the CD11 community grow since I started about, 5 years ago? Yeah, it actually has been that long. With just 15 runs on the board between all categories to now it's probably much closer to 100. I love seeing new runners. I love seeing all these PBs come in. I just had five more submissions come into the SRC leaderboards just before this run. So looking forward to seeing those and any others that come my way.
if you want to check out more Final Flame stuff with this game, or maybe you're curious what the Tails route looks like, AGDQ 2020 has a video of a 3-way Tails race with Flame, Sonic Star, and Final Fox, Flying Fox. I'm a mess. I am always a mess on microphone. So definitely take a look at that. I commentated that as well with Joey Baby, who ran Sonic CD in this past SGDQ. So it was a really good time. And follow Final Flame on Twitch.
Yeah, and Amber Cyprin here is one of the showrunners for the GDQ Hotfix. It'll be continuing the whole bonus stream thing this week, so tune in on Wednesday, 10 p.m. Eastern, I think is your start time this week. Is that right? That's
roughly where. I will be following Mercy Kill. Mercy Kill, I think, is doing Ironmon, or is that tomorrow? I don't remember.
Tomorrow, I can check real quick. But yeah, Amber is going to be doing more backup games that didn't make it in the schedule, but specifically with never before seen's theme of games that haven't been shown in a GDQ before.
Yes. So if you want to see more runs and you want to see things that specifically haven't been on the main stage before, check me out this Wednesday night at 10 p.m. I am every other Wednesday night where I do runs of games that have never before been shown on the main GDQ stage. So that's AGDQ, SGDQ, and GDQX. We're going to be doing, Pumpkin Jack, Cosmo Tank, and Xenoblade Chronicles 2, the Torna DLC. Yeah. So that's going to be a good show.
And yeah, tomorrow is Ironmon on Random Number Generation. And Wednesday for Mercy Kill is going to be Super Mario All-Stars with Sky. So Sky is going to be on her own show playing Super Mario All-Stars. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Richard and I, especially Richard, low-key convinced her to do that when I appeared on her show running Pokemon Snap.
All right, do you have any final words, Final Flame, now that we're done shilling out Hotfix?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for having me. I greatly appreciate it, especially with all the practice I've been doing on this. It's nice to get to still show it off.
Yeah, thanks for being on.
Thank you for doing the run, and thanks for having me on commentary.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
We're going to take a quick break here while we get set up for the next run. We're going to have Matt on playing Uncharted 2. Besides that, tonight we've got Office Race, Halo Reach, and BioShock No Plasmids. All games from the backup list for SGDQ. Didn't make it on the schedule, so we're giving the runners a chance to show them off since they had it all ready and prepared, practiced all for it. Didn't get put into the schedule. So hope you all are enjoying bonus stream tonight. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Uncharted 2 Among Thieves. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Community Spotlight here on the GDQ Hotfix. We're doing bonus stream today. We're covering games that were on the backup list for SGDQ 2021 but didn't make it onto the schedule. These runners prepared these games, had them ready just in case of emergency, and I like to give them an opportunity to show them off here right after SGDQ, continuing the old tradition of bonus streams. So we've got Matt here. I did not update the run information because OBS crashed, so give me a second and I'll get that updated. But we've got Matt here who's going to be running Uncharted 2, joined by Wildfire. How are you both doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah, doing great as well.
Why don't you explain this run to people who haven't seen it before? What can we expect to see here?
A lot of flying.
Flying?
Pretty much.
Flying.
Yeah. There's an abundance of crazy glitches in this game, which I'll be trying to show off. And there's one specific glitch which is very hard to do, but if I can pull it off, it looks really, really cool.
Yeah, that one is like around halfway through the run, and it's a pretty flashy one. There's a lot of insane like tech in this game, and it's very broken, so it's quite a fun watch, and there isn't really a dull moment, so you'll be seeing a lot of cool stuff like pretty much every second.
Yeah, even in the one section where you get to wait for like 3 minutes, 4 minutes because of the auto scroller, there's a lot going on in it that's pretty wild.
All right, got the info on the screen updated. Sorry about that. We had a tech issue in the break and it distracted me from actually putting the correct information on screen. So if you have anything else you'd like to explain before the run, go for it. Otherwise, I'm ready when you are.
Well, I guess I could just point this out right now. As you can probably see, this is not in English. I'm playing the Japanese version. This is just aesthetic. It doesn't do anything. I've just put the Japanese text on just to make it look cooler. The Japanese version is faster, but not because of the text or the dialogue or anything like that. It's just an enemy dies later on way faster. Like saves like 6 seconds. That's it. So that's all I have to say about that. So I guess I'm ready to go.
All right. Why don't you give us a countdown whenever you're ready?
Okay. So I'm playing on Explorer, which is fast because it makes the game easy. Timer will start when I skip this cutscene. So I'll give you a countdown. So 3, 2, 1, go. So at the start, this one's kind of slow. We're just going to climb this train for a minute. But there's a couple of ways to speed it up. If you want to explain the skip at the top wall before I get there, then go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So chapter 1 is very movement heavy, as is like a lot of the run overall. In this chapter, we're going to be trying to jump as much as possible throughout this whole train carriage, because that's the fastest movement animation. When we get to the top, Matt's going to do a specific glitch. He's going to hang off the ledge at the top, and he'll be climbing up at a specific angle. That will allow him to get a bit of height that he'll use to climb onto the top of the train carriage. And from there, he'll just be jumping forward off the train carriage into the next area. What that does is it skips a whole animation of like the carriage falling off the cliff, and also another cutscene that triggers if you do that animation. Another side effect of that skip is that it results in a faster movement animation throughout the first half of this chapter. Otherwise, you're just like ambling around, just trying to roll as much as possible if you're doing NMG. But we'll skip all of that, and we'll just be jumping through and running. And you'll see another side effect of that skip. Like it'll become quite evident to do with the camera angle. So I'll then focus on that skip.
This camera angle's locked here, but once I do this, the camera is still locked, so I kind of have to keep going in and out of inspect mode to see where I'm going. I've done it enough times now that I kind of know where I'm going, but it's still nice to pop in and out just to make sure I can end up in the right spot. So we have to take cover here. And I'm just going to navigate where I can't see and just hit a little trigger here to get through this.
Yeah, Matt's done this enough times that like he just knows where to go. And if you practice it enough, then you'll also like become like quite fluent with a lot of the skips. It's mostly just muscle memory, getting into the rhythm of a lot of the skips, and the run itself is very difficult. I'd say definitely one of the most difficult games that I know how to run. And it's just practice and experience, like with most speed games, getting used to all the difficult tech and knowing what not to do is just as important as knowing what to do, like what to avoid.
Yeah, most of the main moving you'll be seeing me doing is blind firing, but there's also some spots where I'll be jumping. But blind firing is just the most efficient way to move because it's actually the same speed as jumping, but with blind firing you get more, precise movement, which you don't get from jumping. So most of the time you'll be seeing me blind firing.
Yeah, it's especially useful around corners where if you were jumping, you'd have less control of where Nate's going compared to blind fire.
Yeah. So coming up soon, there's meant to be a cutscene. To like where the train carriage kind of falls down, but we're gonna skip that by climbing through the top of the train carriage, which is actually it is kind of finicky. You have to be standing in a really specific spot to climb it. If you stand in the right spot, it's not too bad to do. So right here we have the slow movement again, so I have to jump, and then there I climb through this little gap. It skips a cutscene. So at the start of this next chapter, I'm going to try and do a trick where I want to get ahead of Flynn. It's actually kind of hard to do sometimes. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, the movement is very precise, and companions in this game have no mercy. They will just try and go as fast as they can, and they don't care if you're in the way, and they'll just knock you off ledges, and it's really annoying when it happens.
Especially this, because this, if you don't get ahead of him there, you lose 10 seconds, which is actually quite a lot, especially at the start. So, and it's pretty easy to not get. So I'm going to try and walk into him here to push him where he needs to be. You can't actually move him unless you do that trick to get ahead of him, or he'll. If you don't do that, you can't actually move him anywhere. There is a skip you can do here to get onto the ladder without him, but it's probably one of the hardest tricks in the game. It's just, apart from 17 skip, it's actually really hard to do. I've only ever done it like maybe 3 times ever.
Almost there.
So yeah, this chapter is pretty crazy. There's a lot of stuff we're going to do, but it doesn't even cover the main tricks we're going to be using throughout the run. Like the main thing in this game is going to be the journal, but we don't have that here. So we're going to use a bunch of other stuff to do some cool tricks. So I'm going to restart checkpoint. It brings Flynn a bit closer. Saves a second or 2. So do you want to explain the cutscene, Skip?
Yeah, so coming up is going to be a bit of climbing, and then after we've like moved a wheel to reduce the flow of hot water across a pipe, we're going to be jumping from a ledge, and it's quite a specific jump. We need to like make sure that we're going far enough to the right, where that we don't like fall off the ledge, and that we actually climb onto the next ledge that we want to get to. And then from there, we're going to roll specifically onto like a window pane to get into cover, and then from there we're going to just shimmy across like that, and then enter photo mode, and that skips like a 10-second cutscene of them taking cover against the wall and just talking about the plan. Coming up here
now
is
I'm going
another
to clip
trick
through
as
this
well.
door. Yeah, you can explain.
Yeah, so you can actually use companions to clip through certain pieces of collision. In this chapter, we're going to use it here to just clip through this wall. So Matt's going to move to the left a bit, and then to the right. And there we go. So he takes cover on the other side, and the door basically just isn't there. And there's another
and then
like,
right there, I
minor...
skipped a cover tutorial. There's a lot going on. So basically, in this game, if you like vault over cover and use the inspect button or aim, you can actually get like put on an invisible platform for a second, and if you jump off that, you can actually jump in the air. And right there, we jumped over the trigger that would usually make you do the cover tutorial.
Also, if you have any questions, then feel free to post them in chat. I'll be keeping an eye out.
So this next part, not this part here, this part's okay, but this next part is awful. You have to run through this next part, and there's a bunch of guards. Can you see me, please? I need him to see me. It's really slow to kill him from behind. But yeah, so this next part, in this next area, a bunch of guards, and we need to try and sneak past them, but we don't do that. We just kind of jump through it, but it's completely random if you get spotted or not. We don't understand why. So if I do get spotted, I'm going to lose like 40 seconds. I have to do it again, but hopefully I won't.
Fingers crossed.
I haven't been having good success rate with that, so
yeah, if you have to restart checkpoint, you're kind of like in a different position as well, so I'm not sure if it's as consistent from the checkpoint. In the All Treasures route, we do a tactical restart checkpoint there anyway, and it usually works out okay from there, so hopefully we
you
don't
probably
get
could
any,
just restart checkpoint, but I don't think it makes a difference whether you get spotted or not.
Probably
You've
not.
got more. You've got the same chance of getting spotted either way.
Okay. Got it. Hurry up.
Just gotta watch this cutscene.
Easy.
Also, I am playing on the latest patch. It doesn't really make that much of a difference, although there is a bug on the original patch 1.0 that makes like the world sometimes just get despawned and you just die. No one knows why, but that doesn't happen on this. So. So I'm just kind of going through this as fast as I can. Hopefully I won't get spotted when I try and get through this window. If I do, then I'll just have to do it again. Not really much to do to stop it. Yeah, I got spotted.
Oh no, that looked good as
Literally right
well.
at the last second.
I thought you were home
There's meant to
free.
be a cutscene there when I fell down, but it didn't trigger because I got spotted, so I gotta do it again. It's fine. I'm used to this not working because I'm very unlucky.
Yeah, I can say Matt didn't really do anything wrong there. It was pretty much the game just being the game.
There we go. That's what's meant to happen. So
All right, let's take these guys out.
now we're gonna do another little trick. Wait, no, I thought he didn't get killed then. I was very confused. So I'm gonna stand on the edge of this, and if I can stand right on the edge of it and do like an angled jump, I can actually climb up here without pushing the car.
We gotta get up to that wall.
Saves a few seconds. Oh, I've got the Flint fast jog there.
Good thing one of us thought ahead, eh?
Yeah, I haven't seen that much before. That's kind of rare, isn't it?
All yours.
Yeah, I don't know why it happens. I always thought it was to do with how like late you kill the enemies, but I think it's just random. But it is actually faster because he moves quicker to the rope. Only by like a second. Should we explain this window clip?
Yeah, sure. So what we're going to do is Matt's going to take cover against a wall, and then he's going to aim at a specific spot and jump from that angle, and essentially the wall is just not going to be there, like we just saw.
Yeah.
So that's
when you
yeah.
aim through like there, the cover's weird because you can cover into the wall. So then when you aim, you aim through the wall. Then you just kind of get out of cover and you can clip through the wall. And then if you like move and jump at the right time, you can actually jump to that platform. It saves. It just keeps going around in a small cutscene. But it's easy enough to do that you should do it.
Yeah, again, that's just muscle memory, like getting that into muscle memory.
Yeah.
Another few restart checkpoints here to speed up Flynn. There's like a few different uses for restart checkpoints, either to move you ahead or to move companions ahead. In this case, it's to do with companions, and also like in some cases it will be to activate certain triggers or to avoid soft locks. But yeah, lots of uses for restart checkpoints.
There's a guy above you. There's a guy above you.
Not long left of this chapter. Just a couple more little things to do.
Yep, and then we get some
You
fun
can do
stuff.
a little trick here. If you're on the right spot of this ledge, you can actually climb straight up here really quick. But it depends where you are when you jump to that ladder. If you're too far to the left, or too far to the right, you'll get like an animation where you can't climb straight up to the. Oh, I got the glitch. Nice. There's a bug there that can happen where the camera just still gets attached to the monkey bar things that it thinks you're on, and it's just better to just restart checkpoint to get rid of it.
Shit. We can't get any closer with the tower.
Yeah, I have a clip on my channel of me saying that like I don't get that bug often, and like I was talking to another runner and saying that he gets quite often. As I was doing that, I got the bug, so that's
Yeah, it's
common
really.
for
I don't
me.
understand why it happens, but it does. So we just gotta wait for him to open this. We can just have a nice little exercise by running into this wall.
getting some cardio in. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. We're clear.
Got to get prepared for the fun stuff ahead. So the next chapter is where the run's gonna get pretty juicy.
Ladies first. Cute.
Yeah, it gets
first
quite
we gotta
interesting
run away.
from then.
Go.
So yeah, in terms of like the story,
Damn it.
basically Flynn just betrayed us, and now we're on our own, just trying to get out of this museum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, this game does have a story. It's quite good. You should play it if you haven't already. It's a good game. Would recommend.
Oh, I forgot to. I forgot to post the stream on my Discord.
Oh,
I
don't
had
do
the
that,
thing
no.
wrote out and everything, but I just completely forgot to post it.
This way.
So, do you want to explain?
Use your head, Nate. Use your head.
Like, I want to try and get like explaining like airwalking and zipping and stuff like kind of out the way, because obviously I'm going to try and do the zipped airwalk here. So, I'd like to try and
Yep. Okay.
explain it
so-
early.
So essentially,
Okay, I've planted charges
what
all
we
around
have
the perimeter.
in chapter 3 onwards is use of the journal. So the journal is like a book that Nate has. It's got like notes and drawings and puzzle solutions in it. And like it's nice and casual play because you can just like scroll through it like casually, and it's quite interesting. But for speedrunning, it's really useful because it breaks the game completely in like a lot of different ways. So the most simple piece of glitch tech that Matt's going to use that involves the journal is called a journal extend. What that is essentially you need to have a weapon equipped, um, and you need to have a ledge, and you need to walk towards the ledge with the weapon equipped. And just before you go over, if you hit the journal button, um, then he puts away the gun, and while he's doing that, the game doesn't register that there's no floor below you, so you can just walk right off the edge and levitate over it. Um, Alongside that, there's another glitch which is kind of similar called a book launch. So if you're on a ledge and you get a stagger animation, which Matt's about to do, then if you move towards the ledge and hit journal at the right time, then you'll essentially get launched into the air. Another piece of glitch tech, sorry, I'm going quite quickly, so if you have any questions, then feel free to ask later, is called airwalks. So airwalks, and Matt's about to do one now, is when you have a pistol and long gun, if you switch between them, and if you're
I
moving...
messed it up.
Oh no.
I'm not going to do that one. I'll try it one more time because it's pretty cool, but this zip airwalk across this pit is actually quite difficult.
That one's one of the harder ones in the early game.
Yeah.
But yeah, essentially the
Where
way
were you
airwalks
off,
work...
sir?
That was a very weird jump. The way airwalks work is, yeah, if you've got a long gun and a pistol and you switch between them, then you softlock Nate, and his movement animation will be stuck in the animation it was when you hit the journal button. So if he's moving forwards, then the game will just keep you moving forwards. And we can use that to hit certain triggers up ahead. So he's going to be walking through the air in like this whole area, and hopefully you got the checkpoint, which he did. Nice. What I didn't explain before, because that's not a regular airwalk. That's a zip airwalk. So that combines airwalking with zips, which is yet another piece of journal tech. There's quite a lot, as I said. So a zip is when you're like basically on the edge of a corner, and if you move into the corner and hit journal at the right time, then you get a lot of horizontal distance around the corner. And if you combine that with airwalking, then you get what we saw then, which is a zip airwalk. And you can combine basically any piece of journal tech with another, as long as you have the right conditions. So that, if you have a corner, then you can do a zip. If you've got a ledge, then you can do a book launch, and you can combine those with airwalks as well.
Yeah. So I'm going to do the first normal airwalk in a minute. But did you explain it with grenades?
Yeah. So as I said, in an airwalk you're soft locked, but luckily you can actually break out of the soft lock if you have a grenade. So if you have a grenade and you throw it at the right spot, and you're in its radius of where it does damage, but then by taking damage from the grenade, that will break you out of the soft lock. So you can move again after that. And then once you've already broken out of an airwalk, as long as you don't equip a gun, then after that you can initiate another airwalk again just by hitting the journal button. And yeah, so that airwalk, Matt was a bit too far to the right. So you want to lose height from that tree. So you want to be a bit further to the left and let it push you down. Essentially, what that airwalk will do is it will skip like a whole underground area where you're supposed to like investigate a bit. And it's really slow, and in any percent, we don't really have time for that, so we just skip that with this airwalk.
Airwalks are actually quite difficult because they require really precise angles on the left stick, and apparently I can't push the stick in a straight line at the minute. So
yeah, this game is very sensitive when it comes to like the direction you're holding, and sometimes it will just troll you and make you move in a direction that was nowhere near what you were actually holding. But the game is just like
you
that.
Also need to make sure you push it hard enough that you don't end up moving the stick when you try and press journal, because if you move it, then it's gonna like skew you off to the side, which is the main problem, which is what was happening to me there. I was adjusting the stick as it was as I was about to actually start the airwalk. So one side effect of blowing yourself up like that is you can actually trigger an airwalk again straight away as long as you don't pull out a weapon, which is useful there.
Yeah, and now we're straight into chapter 5, which is where one of the tricks is, which is one of the hardest in the game. But we'll get to that in a bit.
Yeah, after I've just messed the easiest airwalk up, I'm not really looking forward to this one.
You'll be fine. Yeah, essentially what makes this coming airwalk really difficult is that it's got a very, like, you're going to be airwalking for quite a while, so you need to be going at a very precise angle, and if you're off by even like a small amount, like, then essentially the airwalk just won't work because you'll end up in the wrong spot.
Okay,
Yeah,
the old market.
it's very, very precise to do, but first we have to do like a big journal launch to get on top of a building, because we need as much height as we can get for this airwalk. We won't be high enough to get into the building we want to get to, but we're going to be airwalking for around, what is it, like 2 minutes? 1.5,
Yeah,
2
around
minutes?
that. Yeah.
You can tell how precise the angle needs to be if you're doing it for that far, but thankfully there's a bunch of buildings in the way that will like push you in the direction you need to go, so it's not as precise as it would be if those buildings weren't there.
Yeah, there is
Can
like
we
a
get 2
bit of
grenades
leeway.
here? It's very important that we get those 2 grenades.
Okay, now we just gotta find.
So we get on this building. I'm just gonna kind of settle myself up and just hopefully get a good angle for it. That's fine, I think.
Yeah, nice. That looks
Yeah, that's
that looks
perfect.
okay.
I can do that one, but I can't do the other one. Is it
Yeah, this
fine?
game's weird, and like sometimes
Yeah,
you'll
that's
have
fine.
trouble with like the easy stuff, but the hard stuff you'll get like first try, which is what Matt just did right now, because he's a god gamer.
I am not.
He's just being harmful.
There's a little thing that you can do here where depending which direction you're going in, whether you're to the left or to the right, you have to pause when the screen goes black here. I'm off to the left, so I won't have to pause. If you're too far to the right and you don't pause, you'll actually go past one of the buildings and get stuck in it. But thankfully, I'm far enough left that I won't have to pause. Actually, you know what? I'm going to pause anyway, because knowing me, it won't. I'll get stuck.
Yeah, I think it'll be safer to pause for sure.
Yeah. So when the screen goes black, I'm going to count to 3 and then pause. I'm going to pause now for like 2 seconds and then unpause. Yeah, that's fine. So you know if you're stuck, because if you like, you can see the grenade reticle. It's like touching something. If you look to the left and it's not, then you're not stuck.
Yeah. Matt, someone was asking how you found these glitches. So would you like to like elaborate on the process behind that?
It was mostly just messing around. One day I just switched gun and pressed journal and noticed I just kept walking and never stopped. And everything else just came from that. The zipping, the grenade, airwalking, all of it just stemmed from that one thing. And then trying to figure out exactly how I did it, because at the time I didn't know it was to do with when I switched weapon. So yeah, we're in pretty much the end of chapter 6 now. But I still have to finish off the last part of the trick, which when I was practicing earlier I did not and died. What?
Uh-oh.
Was that supposed to bring you down?
Yeah, but it didn't. I'm gonna just reload the next chapter because it's gonna take too long to do that again.
Yeah, it does happen sometimes. It's unfortunate, but
It doesn't.
It's
It's not really like that much. It's literally just like you drop down there, then you just go down a zip line and trigger the next level. It's not much.
How tight
Yeah,
are
it's
the
like barely
inputs on
any
all
gameplay.
these glitches? Like, are any of them like really precise, or you just do the inputs and it works?
You just do the triggering the glitch is easy. It's just hoping you get the right angle is the hard part. Like because if this was on PC, it'd be super easy because you can just hold W to go in a straight line, but it's not. So we kind of have to just make do with using the controller. So all I did there was I skipped. All I would have done was I would have fallen down, jumped down to a checkpoint with Chloe, took the zip line down, and then triggered this chapter. I would have had to. That would have took like 3-4 minutes to do again. That is if I could even get the airwalk. I'm not gonna waste time doing that. I'm gonna do a zip to get across this water here. Hit a checkpoint. Now I'm just gonna kill some enemies.
Yeah, as you said before, like this game is very difficult when it comes to like going in the right direction with airwalks. So that does happen sometimes, and yeah, it's just unfortunate, but it's
Like
yeah,
that.
it's okay.
That was probably my fault. I probably was more right than I thought I was, but I always throw the grenade in the same spot, and it's never done that before. So I don't know why that didn't make me gain control again. But oh well.
Yeah, there wasn't really much.
So.
Chat really wants to know if that's ever happened before because the whole GDQ tradition.
It has, but not in a marathon now.
Okay.
Well, that's more like
So I'm gonna do a
so-
bunch of tricks here.
Yeah, Matt grabbed a bunch of grenades there because we're going to be doing quite a few airwalks in this chapter and the chapter to come as well.
Wow, that's like the worst RNG as well.
Oh,
Getting
no.
knocked down. That airwalk it makes you get up there straight away, but sometimes it can just knock you completely to the ground. Don't know why. So I just wasted time even trying it.
Hang on.
It's fine.
Usually I get knocked like off to the right, and like because usually the ideal option is to get knocked onto the top platform that you can trigger the puzzle from. But yeah,
Yeah.
usually I don't get that.
It's that's the rarest outcome, so it just sums up how this run's going. But yeah, usually you get knocked to the lower platform and then climb up. If you're lucky enough, you'll get knocked right onto the top platform. You can just turn the thing. But yeah, we just did a little puzzle. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, this game has like puzzles scattered throughout, and usually we try skipping as much of it as possible.
Yeah.
what is it?
In this room, if we didn't do the airwalks, then we'd have to like do a lot of monkeying around on like ledges and climbing up stuff, which is very slow,
Find out what
as you can imagine. So yeah,
Yeah.
airwalks for the win.
Pretty creepy, but say
I think with how this run's gone so far and how much time I've lost, because my estimate for this is pretty tight, I'm gonna just try 17 skip once and then just do it the normal way, because it depended. Like it's a trick that says 5 minutes, but it's completely random, and I don't think anyone's done it in a marathon run. So
Not successfully, no. Yeah.
no.
So you're saying everybody
it's
should
very
cross their
random,
fingers for you?
he's first.
if you say so.
Yeah. We'll definitely need like a lot of fingers crossed for that skip.
God, I'm not claustrophobic.
Yeah, but it's really cool if I can even do the launch that was that you require to be able to actually get the skip in the first place.
It's actually kind of romantic down here.
You know, you said at the start that there was going to be a lot of flying, and I didn't quite understood what you mean.
You never were a chocolate and flower kind of
Well, mostly when we're like airwalking and like zipping
Yeah.
across stuff, then that's the flying.
That's what I mean. Like, I
17
understand
is
now.
literally
Like,
flying.
Alright, I'm coming.
I wasn't expecting
Yeah.
quite this much when you said that. This is really impressive.
Little drop.
Yeah,
This
there's a lot
one's very
going on.
cool.
underestimated.
Yeah.
Looks like some kind of
This is probably one of the most rewarding speedruns I've done when it goes well.
You got me. It's opening up.
But it's very hard to pull off most of the stuff in this game. Like this is probably one of the hardest speedruns I've ever done, especially to get a good time in it. So we're gonna do an upwards airwalk here. Did we even explain that? You can combine like book launches with airwalks as well to go up as well. So we get up
Yeah,
here.
there's
and
like
drop down
there's
here
so
to
much
trigger
like
this.
glitch variety.
Yeah, there's so many different ways you can use the journal. You can use it to go up. You can use it to go down.
Sideways, basically any direction
Yeah.
really.
Do we restart checkpoint there? Because if we don't, we'd be soft lock. Do you want to explain the the little, like how the airwalk coming up works, like where you like move up slowly, like how that works?
Yeah, so the way I understand it is, so Matt has a specific setup for it where he's going to be aiming at a certain spot, so that he's going in the right direction. But you want to be moving not at full speed. If you're going like a bit below, like maximum speed, then Nate will get height when he's going off of a ledge. Um,
That did it.
or actually, you can get like you can get drops as also, but in this case, you'll get height, and that will let him airwalk onto the dagger. So you meant to climb the dagger normally, but
Got it.
with this airwalk, hopefully he should be able to skip all that.
Yeah, so I'm slowly going up. That looks fine. So I need to get the perfect amount of height to actually touch the dagger at the right spot to hit the cutscene on top of it. That's perfect. Of course, I do that first try because that's actually really hard.
That's a very difficult one. I usually
Yeah.
don't go for that one.
I never used to go for it either. I only been started doing it recently because that only saves 8 seconds. So if you don't get it first try, it's not even faster. But I want to try and do as much of the stuff as I can try at least.
Yeah.
Oh, to try and show them off.
Good.
Apart from the skipping chapter 20, I'm not doing that.
Oh, that one, yeah. That's not worth it. Actually, there's a few in chapter 20 that are like kind of manga-esque, but
I don't do any of them. I
we'll
don't
get to
even
that.
do the one to skip the little cutscene of shimmying across the gap when the tank knocks through the wall. Because it's just too easy to die.
Yeah.
Or do you want to explain the cover clipping as well?
Yeah, so another piece of glitch check. This time we're not using the journal. Matt's gonna get into low cover here, and if you move sideways in low cover, then Nate like kind of moves
Oh, I got
backwards.
the rarest thing ever where you hang on it. Nice.
Yeah. So,
Man.
so if you move sideways when you're in low cover, then Nate moves backwards into the cover, and you can use that to clip into it. And we're gonna go out of bounds here, and then hopefully hold forward on the left stick, and that pushes us forward onto the platform here. And then from there we can trigger the cutscene to get into the next chapter.
This is going about well as I expected because getting that hang there is very rare. I don't think I've had it in years, so it sums up this run. Yeah, sometimes you can when you clip there, you'll just hang on the ledge. I don't know why, but
We've got to get back.
Yeah.
then we've got to this level normally. It's a bunch of killing people while we're running.
Yeah,
There is
so
a side effect with the journal. You can't use it during combat, apart from one specific place where we actually skip that. Yeah, we can't really do much in combat because we can't use the journal. But there is some things we can do, just not airwalks.
so a bit of movement tech here. You'll see Matt rolling up those stairs. Rolling is the fastest animation. And well, I guess you could do roll jumping or just rolling normally. But it's yeah, it's faster to roll upstairs. When you're going downstairs, ideally you want to be jumping. And that's unique to every Uncharted. Like every Uncharted has different ways of having like fast movement on stairs, and even like in normal combat. So here you see he's got combat speed, which is like a faster running animation when we're trying to face enemies. So when we've got combat speed, we don't need to be blind firing or jumping forwards. We'll just use that instead.
There is one thing we didn't mention, and that's if you jump from a height, usually you get a roll animation when you hit the ground. But if you just aim the gun, you cancel that. It saves a little bit of time. It actually saves quite a lot throughout the run if you end up doing it.
Yeah, all the small time saves add up, like over the course of a 1.5 hour run.
Just got to kill a couple of these guys. Where's he going?
Yeah, that was weird.
So Jeff's been shot, or Jeff.
No, Jeff. He'll be fine, I'm sure.
Yeah. So this, you would think that there's no tech in this part, but there actually is. Basically, Jeff has like this stagger animation, which slows you down. But if you just tab aim every couple of seconds, then it just resets the animation, so he'll never do it. So if you see the camera like zoom forward like that, then that's just me tapping aim to cancel that.
Come on.
Nate,
there's not really else much to say here. I'm just kind of walking.
I think we're clear.
There's gonna be
Yeah.
like a checkpoint restart coming up here.
Just a small note about the previous chapter. When we're in combat, ideally we want to be using the Uzi as much as possible. That was the like pistol, like automatic gun that Matt was using for the majority of the last chapter. But at the end, you saw he switched to the regular pistol because that's got better range, and we were gonna shoot some guys like from range at the end.
Uzi is
and that-
perfect for close range, just running past people. For like long range, you want either the pistol or the M4, but we don't actually get the M4 till near the end of the game.
Yeah. And being on Explorer, the combat is very easy. Like it's very quick to get through enemies.
Yeah, like most of the time you see me fighting people, I'll probably be using the pistol up until the end. So I'm trying to stay ahead of Chloe because if she gets ahead of me, she can block me on the stairs. Hopefully she won't. Yeah, she just stayed in there. She's gonna block me again, nice.
Yeah, like we said, NPCs like to get in your way as much as possible. Not really a lot you can do about that. So in this area, there's like a few spots where there's a bit of movement tech where it comes to like cancelling rolls, and there's one point where there would be slow-mo coming up right now, but we're going to avoid that by rolling instead of jumping in that spot, and he lands like quite quickly.
If you jump there, you get like this slow-mo animation, but also if you don't do anything, the game will automatically jump for you, so as long as you roll, you don't get that. It saves a couple seconds.
In the next area, we're going to be starting off with no weapons at all, so we're going to have to stealth kill an enemy to grab his shotgun, and also he'll drop a grenade because we stealth killed him. That grenade will be useful for an airwalk that we're going to do after we've killed everyone. And we'll also need a pistol as well.
Very important.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do
So
a diagonal upwards airwalk here to get up onto this roof.
That was perfect. Nice.
There is another way to do that, to go straight into this cutscene, but I don't like it.
Yeah, that one's pretty specific.
Sometimes you can move sometimes here at the start of this, but sometimes you can't. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. Also, on like a related note of like the last thing we were saying about the other airwalk, in some areas there'll be like multiple ways of getting through the area, and like each runner has like their own like specific way that you usually go about it, and there's like quite a lot of opportunity for like making the run your own essentially. That's because of how much variety there is with the glitch check.
Yeah, there's so many different ways to do pretty much every trick in the game that it's very good, and that's why we still don't have an extensive tutorial, just because of how much stuff there is you can do. And me and Wild want to make one where we can show off every single different way you can do something. So something's hard for you, you can do it a different way, or that way's too hard, you can do it another way as well. And there's just a lot that to show. So this area is really weird. Do you want to explain like how it works?
Yeah, so essentially Matt figured out that in this area you need to kill specific enemies to get the next wave to spawn. So you want to kill the enemies with Uzis. They have orange hats, so they're quite easy to spot. And also the guys with shotguns, so Matt just got a shotgun guy there, and he's going to kill another Uzi guy there. And then once you kill the specific enemies, snipers will spawn along with other enemies, and you want to get rid of the next wave, including the sniper. And now he's killed everyone, so that was over pretty quick.
Yeah, we used to lose a lot of time to this because we didn't understand exactly what made it progress, and then I spent like a couple of hours just trying to mess around, and I figured out that it was the guys with the orange hats that progress the area, and the guys with the shotguns. You don't need to kill any of the others, just those. I'm going to roll here to avoid dying, because sometimes you can just die. Now we've got one of the most interesting skips in the game, if you want to and it, well, I'll try and fail it probably.
You'll be fine. But yeah, what we're doing here is train skip. So Matt's taken cover on this low cover here, and he's going to move left and right repeatedly in a specific pattern. By doing this, he'll be moving incrementally like towards the left, and you can see like his foot is going more and more like Like
Oh,
he's
where'd he go?
levitating essentially, and yeah, he's gone. So what he's done is he's clipped off the carriage. Now this train that we were on, it's on like a massive loop, so it will come back round to where we were when he clipped off, and that will be in around like 4.5 minutes or so. So until then, we're just going to be chilling midair, and the train's just going to be doing its own thing, and the camera is stuck on the train. You can see it's moving up and down right now. Matt's not doing anything. He's not like causing that to happen. That's just what happens by itself. But if you have motion sickness, this is gonna get a little interesting. I don't know if Matt wants to aim to avoid.
The thing is, the setup that I use to consistently get fast cutscene is just to not touch anything once I start the glitch. So I'm not gonna aim at all. But yeah, if you have motion sickness, don't watch this part because the camera's just gonna go wild.
Haywire,
like it is
basically,
right now.
yeah. So yeah, in about like 4 minutes or so, like I guess like a 3 at this point, the front of the train is going to hit where Nate is, and when that happens, we're going to activate a trigger to essentially skip this chapter and the next chapter. So we'll activate the cutscene that goes straight into chapter 15.
It takes about just over 4 minutes from the start of this chapter to when you do the skip. But the skip still saves about 2 minutes on top of that 4 minutes of waiting, so it is definitely worth doing. But yeah, this would probably be the best time to ask any questions you have, because there's literally just waiting. There's nothing to do, just waiting here.
Yeah, if you'd like to like grab a drink or a snack or just like have a walk, like now's a good time as well. It's actually really convenient. This is like in the middle of the run, because it just gives you like a chance to like take a break. Like even the runner can just like put the controller down and just like do whatever they want for a bit.
Yeah, like earlier, I did a run to practice, and I just went downstairs and did something for like a couple minutes and then came back. So it's just a good time to take a minute, and especially if you're on a good pace and you're coming up to 17 skip, it's a good way to just kind of wind down, especially if you're like nervous about it. But you can't really be nervous about 17 skip because it's just
random.
what it is.
Yeah.
And the thing is, usually I would use the in-game timer in the top right to know how long's left, but since I had to reload the chapter from the menu, and I don't have it anymore.
Matt, someone... Yeah, go on, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say that I'll just try and pay attention to when the triangle pops up in the bottom right, and then once that goes away, I just start spamming triangle to get ready to skip the cutscene.
Yep. Someone was just asking what the hardest game for you to speedrun is.
Hardest game to do well, this, definitely. This game, there's a lot that can go wrong, and the thing is with this game, some of the tricks, if you fail them, you lose a lot of time. Like my PB was really good, really good up until the end, and I kind of choked one of the tricks and lost 1.5 minutes. So that just sums up how much time you lose just by messing one thing up. Like there's a section later on where we're going to do a bunch of airwalks back to back, and there's no checkpoint in between it. And if you fail any of them, you have to do all over again. So
yeah, that's quite a brutal area. Like a lot of runs have died there, so it's quite deep into the game as well. So one of the most technical parts, and like very far into the run, it just makes for like a very punching
so there the
run.
triangle prompt popped up, so I'm just going to spam triangle, and there we go. Then the trigger you just hit the cutscene and you skip it, and that skips all the trains. So now we're in chapter 15, but we're in chapter 1 again. And they make you do it twice. I don't know why. It's not fun. This is boring. And the amount of times I've got confused and thought I was in chapter 1 again and just did the skip at the top, that's very bad. You do not do the skip again, because you will waste a lot of time.
Yeah, every runner has done that at some point, and if they said they haven't, then they're lying.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those easy mistakes to make.
Oh, it definitely is.
You just go back into muscle memory. Like the thing is, every run you do with this game, you end up doing this section twice. So you just kind of get into the rhythm, especially because this game's very reset heavy towards the start, so you're probably gonna end up doing chapter 1 a lot and doing that skip a lot. So when you get here, you're just gonna, if muscle memory kicks in and you're not paying attention, you'll just end up doing it, and it's not fun because you actually have to do this part the normal way to trigger the next fight we're gonna do. And then we've got 17 skip very soon, which I'll try a little bit, but I'm not going to spend too much time on it because I don't really want to go over estimate because my estimate is pretty low for this game. So, and I have lost quite a lot of time already, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it.
Yeah. So some of the observant among you may have noticed that like some of the climbing inside the carriage is skipped there. That's because like this area is slightly different to in chapter 1, so they don't make you do all of the climbing, and there's also a bit of different dialogue. So you might have like noticed Nate saying a few things that he didn't say in chapter 1. So yeah, and now we're going to see
right at the start of that climb. Basically, in chapter 1, you get like really slow climbing, but in this chapter you can climb fast, and it's actually, I guess you could say, kind of a burden because at the start of that climb you do some fast climbs which are pretty consistent in chapter 1. They're really hard to do in chapter 15 just because of how fast you climb. Like you don't get a chance to set it up, and it actually does lose like a couple seconds if you don't get them, and we just kind of jump through the train, and that's kind of what you would have done if we didn't skip it, but we have to do that because it triggers this cutscene which pulled us in this fight.
And this fight is very scripted. Matt knows exactly where all the enemies are and what to use for every single one. So yeah,
I just can't aim apparently. There was one guy right at the start that I literally just shot once with a pistol. So the guys in grey will actually die with one pistol bullet. So I literally just quick shot him because this game has like a slight like lock on aim assist. So they're all dead. So I'm gonna wait a second here until they start climbing. I'm gonna throw a nade. It's gonna blow up this tanker early and hopefully kill a bunch of the enemies. It killed a couple. I just gotta kill these last three brutes.
Yeah, the brutes are like quite difficult to, well, no, I wouldn't say difficult, but like they're kind of annoying to kill on like easy and higher. But on Explorer, they like the armor gets shredded quite easily, so that's convenient.
We've got the shortest chapter in the game. We're just gonna walk.
I mean, do you want to do beast mode, maybe? Question mark?
No.
Okay.
There is one thing we can do to speed this up. You're meant to be able to walk here, and if I spam roll right here, I can't roll. But if you go into inspect and then press roll, for some reason it lets you roll. It doesn't save much time, but it speeds us up a little bit throughout this. It saves a couple of seconds throughout this entire section. Also on these stairs you can jump, so I'll be doing that as well.
Yeah, this area is kind of weird when it comes to movement, but we take what we can get in terms of.
Do you want to explain 17 skip, just so I can try it, and then if it doesn't work, then.
Yeah, so essentially Matt's going to be jumping against a mountainside, and he's going to be trying to move in like a specific direction, and hopefully he'll get launched off of it into an area that's like 5 minutes off if we were playing normally, like, and taking the casual route.
Yeah, it's very hard. To get the launch is hard enough, and then to actually hope you're in the right direction is also completely random. So I try it a couple times, and I want to at least try and get the launch itself, but
yeah, it's just completely random essentially, which is very annoying.
That is the wrong way. I'll try it one more time, and I'm just going to do it the normal way because this.
Yeah.
You need to launch that way, and this is like completely random. I don't want to spend too much time trying to do it.
Yeah, let's give it one go.
Whatever. I'm just gonna do the chapter the normal way. I wish I could show it off. Like, I still want to get someone to do it in a marathon run, but it's just like
it's just
you can
difficult,
sit there for like 15 minutes and not get it, and then you could get it within like 10 seconds. It's just completely random.
And then once you do get it in the PB, it's very very punishing, like the run to try to PB again, because you have to run
Only
against.
three people have done it, like in their run. So there's me, Erims, and Wild, and I think me and Wild both got it pretty much first try.
Yeah.
And it's just hard to run against that.
Yeah, so essentially, my previous PB didn't have 17 skip, and it was like that PB was very clinical, so I was really proud of that one. That was like a 121. And then I was
Well, you
prepping
got
for
a
another
121
marathon.
with that 17 skip.
Yeah.
That's
Um,
pretty good.
yeah, I was really proud of that run actually. And then I was
I didn't
prepping
even
for
have a
another.
122 without a 17 skip, so
I mean, you would have got a sub 120 like at this point, with that 17 skip anyway, because they're that good. But
oh,
essentially, I was prepping
thanks.
for. No, it's true though. But yeah, so I was running for marathon. I was doing some like no reset runs. I was like a minute behind entering 17, or chapter 17, and then I thought I might as well just like go for 17 skim for a bit because I'll probably like try it in the marathon. And then I got it first try and then completely freaked out and lost a bunch of time later, but I still ended up with a 2-minute PB, which just shows you how much time that saves.
Yeah, it saves. I think if you get it first try, it saves about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty much 5 minutes on the dot.
It skips all of what I'm doing now, and the thing is, this chapter's pretty boring. So, but you know, most marathon runs have to do this, so you still have to know how to run this chapter if you want to run this game, and even if you do want to do 17 skip, because if you're doing marathons, you're not really gonna
Yeah, you can't
do
rely on it,
17
essentially.
skip.
Yeah.
Like I could sit there for 10-15 minutes trying to get it, and it just won't work.
Yeah, which is
There
why.
is there's a couple tricks we can do here though, and do you want to explain this little boost up skip?
Yeah, so essentially we're gonna try and boost Tenzin up here, but he's gonna be like, no, I want to boost you up, and so we can actually skip that entirely by holding triangle to enter the animation of trying to boost him up, and then Matt's gonna release triangle, and then press it down again briefly, and hold the analog stick in a specific direction, and that will give him a bit of height that he'll be able to use to climb up onto the ledge without needing Tenzin to boost him up. Oh, that was close. Oh no. Oh wait. Okay, everything was good. Okay. Yeah, you're fine.
It's actually this isn't that hard, but if you don't do it right, like sometimes there he just won't climb up to the ladder. I'm getting the height, but he's just
Yeah,
not
it's kind of
bothering to go
finicky.
up. I don't know why I can't do it. There we go. I should have got that a lot faster, but it's fine. That didn't even save time anymore at that point.
So at least you got it. That's decent.
So coming up soon in the next big area is probably one of the most, like, I don't know, easiest skips that I've ever seen in a game that skips so much.
Like if we didn't point it out as a skip, you probably wouldn't even have like noticed that it's actually a skip.
Come on, I'll catch you.
So if you've played this game, you'll remember the part with the big guardian like Yeti thing that you have to like shoot at for a little bit while Tenzin's getting beat up in the next area, but you can actually skip it completely just by rolling up a rock. I don't know how it got past QA because it also works on PS3 too. So, but it apparently did, and it saves like what, 2 minutes?
Yeah, around 2 minutes. Yeah.
And it also you also still have to do that even if you do 17 skip, because 17 skip would put you at the start of this next area where I'm going to get to, like on the floor, and then right after that you do this skip I'm talking about. But it's actually, it's, you know, like I said, it's super easy to do. So
yeah, you just need to roll from a specific spot, and that will get you enough height to be able to grab the ledge. Yeah.
So I'm going to do an inspect roll here to actually get to this cutscene a little bit quicker. You usually have to wait, like slow walk there, and you can't jump either. But if you press inspect and roll, you can move.
Yeah, come on. Tenzin, we gotta get moving.
So we're just gonna climb up here and then watch this little mini cutscene, and then that's pretty much where 7 Scheme would put us. What we just done, that skip at the start would have skipped all of that. Basically right after this cutscene. We would land in this big room on the floor, or hopefully hit the checkpoint that you would get when you drop down here. There's 2 different ways to do it, but like it's completely random enough that you land in like completely different areas. But you can see how big this area is, so that's the only reason it works. If this area was so small, it would be so much harder. So yeah, this is the skip. You just roll up this rock and climb it. That skips 2 minutes of doing stuff.
Easy peasy.
Yeah.
You just rolled at it. That didn't even look like anything fancy.
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. It just works. I don't know how it got past you. I really don't, but it did. So, ain't complaining. It's actually really good because on PS3, basically I started running this game when it came out on PS4, and there was a couple of runners who ran it on PS3 before that, and they used to do, because on the PS3 version you have this airwalk where you spam inspect, and it's very hard to do, and it's easy to drop off the airwalk, and you have to basically do the inspect airwalk right from where you gain control there and all the way to that ledge, and it's very hard. But then I don't know who found that, roll up the rock. I think someone loaded it on YouTube, and then we just kind of used that on PS3 as well. Oh, do you want to explain this as well?
Yeah, so now that we have a pistol, we can now do general attack again. So you saw Matt just did a zip, and now we're like completely out of bounds. This whole area that we're in right now, we're not meant to be here. This is meant to be tent inside of the whole like arena, as it were. But if we like land on that pressure pad, that just checkpoints us, and we skip like I don't
we
know,
skipped all of chapter 18. Literally, we just
basically all of
the
it.
entire puzzle section.
Yeah, there's
And
like
there
a
used
lot.
to be another way to do this, but it was horrible. It was like
Oh yeah,
the second hardest thing, along with 17 skip. But I found that way to do it, and now it's easy. And it makes me
there've been,
very
like,
happy. And it
well
also
done.
saved like what, a minute?
yeah, over that one even. Yeah.
Yeah.
At
So
this
it was
point,
definitely worth it.
At this point, there were like 5 different ways of doing
I get
17.
up there?
Not 17, 18. I mean, I think you should be fine. Yeah, there we go.
You have to. You can't climb that. You have to do a little journal like launch to get on that. Now I'm going to do another one here to gain some height, and then hit a checkpoint, hopefully. Yeah, you just drop down there, and you, for some reason, you can hit that checkpoint from that height. Most of the checkpoints like have like a check to say, okay, if you're too high, you're falling from a height, you're just gonna die, but that one doesn't, so we can just hit it.
Yeah, there are only like a handful of those throughout the run, but there'll be one
What?
coming up in like chapter 23 that abuses that mechanic as well. And now that we
I've hold
have,
it left, and it just. There we go.
There's a switch.
yeah, now that we have a long gun, we can do airwalks. So if we airwalk onto hitting that little elevator, then that skips like having to pull that lever that we can see right now, and then waiting for the elevator to drop, and then jumping onto that. So this just skips all that.
Yeah,
It's about a
conveniently
minute,
the triggers there the entire time. And also on PS3, if you airwalk into this area, this platform is already on the floor, so you can just jump on it. You don't have to do that upwards airwalk. But yeah, the PS3 speedrun and the PS4 version are completely different. So I would say that. I don't know. I'd probably say they're both equally as hard. I'd say that PS3 is a lot harder to get more optimized than PS4. Yeah, I haven't done PS3 in a long time because it's just infuriating, and it's also 30 FPS. He wants to do that. So we're gonna kill this big brute here because he's tied to a checkpoint. If you restart it, it just despawns all the enemies. You need to kill them all here, or Tenzin will die. But conveniently, that one enemy will just despawn the rest. So
Yeah,
there's
there's
a little thing coming up we're gonna do if you want to explain that one too.
Yeah, so coming up, Matt's going to take cover against a wall, and when he does that, he's going to aim and then release aim, and then he's going to clip out of bounds at that spot. from there, he's going to do a bit of maneuvering out of bounds, and we'll explain it when we get to it. But there are like specific camera angles that he's going to need to go into to load in the floor, and that will skip like a whole like the rest of the chapter essentially, which is like basically half of the chapter, like a massive fight coming up. So yeah, this is the wall taking cover out of bounds. And yeah, that's the camera turn. That's very specific. So a lot of runners contributed towards this strat. It was pretty much like a community effort of making this strat work. There's like a lot of parts to it, and there's like the end of it basically. That's a backwards cover clip into this area. Otherwise, there's no other way to get in here. And then once you do the backwards cover clip, you're actually stuck in the floor, but you can take cover against the doorway to get back inbounds. Because in this game, if you're like stuck in collision, there isn't really a way to get out of that apart from taking cover. So it's convenient that there's a spot there that we can exploit that. Also, aside of that whole skip, is that Tenzin is right there at that door. Otherwise, if you do that area normally, you have to wait for Tenzin to walk towards the door. So it saves additional time on top of just doing the skip by itself.
Yeah, and Tenzin's really slow though, usually, if you don't do that skip. So this next level is just me running and doing it normally, although we are going to do some interesting stuff with the tank at the end, but it's not like... I wouldn't really call it a glitch, more just an oversight from the developers that you can just run to the end of it and...
Yeah, it's kind of
what I wanted you to.
Yeah. There are some skips that you can do here, like you can skip this animation completely, but they're very, very difficult to do, and I think only really Aram's goes for them. I don't think anyone else really does.
And it just sums it up that in Aram's world record, he failed it, and Lockbit didn't even save him any time because that's how hard these are to do. So basically, you used to skip like to this ledge on the other side of this here. You grab that, and it only saves like what, 15 seconds? Maybe not even that. I don't know. It's just not worth it for me. I don't bother. I have practiced it. I do know how to do it. I just don't go for it because bad. Also, there you have to. I learned this the hard way a lot of the times, but right there, if you try and jump to that ledge too quickly, and then you jump to where Tenzin is, you'll just stop. And there's a clip of me years ago failing that on a good run. The first time it ever happened, where I died, and I just screamed so loud. I was so angry.
That was so funny. that's an iconic clip.
Yeah. Yeah. That. It's. You just have to wait till he climbs up. Like, I take it safe, just so I don't die.
You can skip the shimmying as well. But yeah, that's also quite difficult to get consistent.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I was holding right and I pressed jump, but he just climbed up anyway.
Yep, sums up this game in a nutshell.
Yeah, so we're gonna basically the game wants you to go follow Tenzin up there and do some stuff and get some rockets one at a time and then shoot them at the tank. You need to shoot it 4 times to blow it up. But the thing is, we need to be quicker. The tank does a lot of damage to you, but if we're fast enough, we can actually get to the end part, and there's like infinitely spawning rockets there. Why am I taking so much damage?
Yeah, this is kind of.
I haven't regen health at all during this. It should be fine, but
yeah, it should be okay.
Oh, that's not good. Okay.
No, it's
that's
okay,
also not good. Stop hitting me.
Man. Oh no.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to do it again.
So the thing about melee damage in this game is that it's really like the animations are really slow, and it also does like more damage than gunfire. So if you get punched like even a little bit, that will like take off like 25% of your health. Even on
like you need to be quicker now, since if you fail doing that, the tank's closer, and it does a lot more damage to you. So you have to be fast here to get back up. I don't know why it climbed the ledge in that direction. Like I wasn't even standing there, but for some reason the game just put me to the right. I mean, that's never happened before. So
Yeah,
I
this
might
is also another one of those
Why?
areas that can be very very trolly and can kill a lot of runs. It has killed a lot of runs in the past, which is
especially on
unfortunate.
easy. Like if you're running all treasures, you can do this, but it's
Yeah, I don't go for this. This is way too sketchy for me. All treasure.
yeah. I'm gonna do this. Why have I got 2 rockets?
That is a good question. I have no idea. You meant to only have one from that guy.
Yeah, so this is the way you normally meant to do it. If I hadn't have failed and been terrible, I'd be just over there, and I would have just kept shooting it, and it would have died. I'm gonna wait a second here so I don't get killed.
Yeah, that rocket launcher guy is very annoying as well, especially on easy. So yeah, I don't think we mentioned this before, but on Explorer you have 50% extra health compared to the other difficulties, and that's what enables you to tank grenades, even if they're like right on your feet. And also you can tank rockets as well.
So now we just got an auto scroller. There's like one thing we can do during it where we just restart checkpoint to save like a second, but that's it. This is just gonna be waiting for like a minute and a half. I don't know how long this is. 2 minutes.
Yeah, around. Yeah.
We can just shoot some people.
Yeah.
I don't think on Explorer you don't actually need to really kill anyone other than the trucks when we get onto the turret, but probably more safe to just kill them.
Mm. Everyone has died here at some point though. Like
Yeah.
the jumping is kind of awkward at points, even though it is like mostly consistent. Sometimes like you'll just like jump at the wrong time and yeah, so usually you have to wait for the truck that you're on to get shot once by the rockets so that it's on flames like it is now. But yeah, if you jump early,
Can't
then
kill this guy
you
either. He's
die.
just chilling. And if you die anywhere here, you lose a lot of time.
Yeah, the checkpoint isn't very forgiving.
Didn't you die here in your PB?
Shh. Yeah, so essentially this is the calm before the storm that is chapter 22. Because that is quite a storm. It's very, very difficult and very technical. There's like a lot of airwalks, like in a row without any checkpoints.
Some trucks doing some pretty good stuff here. Like they just don't care about each other and just hit each other and they go flying in the air. It's pretty.
Yeah.
The background just did a full spin.
Yes, physics kind of
sometimes they
stopped
can launch
being a
to
thing.
space.
Yeah, like that.
Nice shot there.
Look at that trick shot. Shot it in the air.
That's pretty smooth, yeah.
So now we just wait for this guy to blow up our truck and I'm just going to jump off. There is actually, it is feasible to skip that level. For some reason at the start of that level, the cutscene to end the level is literally on a different truck right in front of you. But it's too far, you can't get to it. Even on PS3 you can't get to it, so it's a shame that we can't skip it. But it is possible to skip if you could find a way to get to that cutscene. But knowing this game, if we did end up finding a way to do that, it'd probably be harder than 17 skip, so...
Yeah, it doesn't sound fun to do the closets of that.
So we're going to skip this shimmy here. If we just walk and jump at the right time, we can actually jump right across that ledge. And the side effect of this is now these enemies aren't alerted to us yet because we're not meant to be here this fast. So I can just punch that guy in the face and the other guy just doesn't care. I'm going to try and shoot that guy because sometimes he can punch you when you go around that corner. And the worst thing about this game is getting locked into animations. And that's why I died at the tank, because when you get punched, the only way to get out of it is to punch them again and then try and move, and sometimes it won't even let you get out. So
yeah, it's really annoying.
You have to kill like a certain amount of enemies here, or like there is a way to do this like really quick, but it's like no one's really found a consistent way to skip a bunch of the enemies here, so I'm just going to kill a certain amount, like I usually would. But you don't have to kill them all, but you just have to kill enough to despawn this death barrier, because usually there's a death barrier here, but if you kill some, it just gets rid of it.
Matt's also going to be picking up a few grenades throughout this fight, because we're going to need them coming up for the airwalks in the chapter.
Yeah, so we're nearly at the part I was talking about where we have to do 3 airwalks back to back. So I'm going to get on this turret. I'm going to kill a bunch of enemies. You can use it as an eagle here, but it is faster, but I prefer to just use the turret because I don't know, I suck.
It's more convenient, isn't it?
That
I
guy
usually
at the
use
back,
it.
yeah, that guy at the back is really annoying. Sometimes he can actually hide from you. I'm going to kill the enemies now. We're going to do an airwalk here to hit a checkpoint. So conveniently, there's a checkpoint for up there, but it extends really low down along this this wall on the left here. So we just have to kind of push along this, and once you pretty much get close enough to this wall, we can just restart. And I'm going to do an upwards zipped airwalk. We're doing all the good stuff now.
Yeah,
so I'm
the
going to
one
align
gets
myself up in a specific spot and do an upwards zipped airwalk to get right up here. I'm going to throw a grenade there to knock myself out the airwalk. We land down here. There is actually a faster way to do that where you can get right to the top, but it's really inconsistent for me. But that way it's pretty easy to do.
Yeah, coming up, Matt's going to do a zip airwalk, and this one's quite cool as well.
Yeah, so you have to pause there to basically avoid getting stuck in the floor. Also, this rate of walk is the one that I failed in my PB. I messed it up like twice because it's actually really easy to do, but I wasn't thinking clearly, and I tried to do it too quick. And you know, like when you're on good pace, you know, sometimes you just kind of get into the rhythm of just going super fast. You don't think, and I just did it too quick and messed it up. Now we've done the second airwalk, so now we've got to do the last one, which is going to hit a checkpoint. This is probably the biggest skip in the game, right? All of what we're doing right now.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it skips all of chapter 22 and some of chapter 23.
Yeah, chapter 22 is definitely the longest chapter. It's got so many combat encounters and areas where you just got to mow through enemies if you're doing NMG. But we just skip all of that in this category.
I'm just going to airwalk into a checkpoint. Hopefully get the right angle for it. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
so I'm going to face my camera this way. As soon as the screen goes orange, I'm going to pause. So everything's going to deload, then it's going to go orange there, and I'm going to pause. The level's going to load in, and as soon as I unpause, I'll hit the checkpoint. So I'm just going to pause again and then restart. Now we're going to do another upwards airwalk to get onto this roof.
And now we're like halfway into chapter 23 as well. So we've skipped basically the vast majority of 22 and half of 23. So yeah, you're skipping the game.
This upwards airwalk's actually kind of tricky.
This one's very annoying. Yeah, you need to be going really fast upwards, and there we go.
Not too fast, so you'll just fly into the sky.
Exactly. So it needs to be specific as well. So.
And we have to jump right there. If we jumped too early, we'll actually hit a cutscene, which we don't want because that's slow. Where were you off?
Also, Nate will grab ledges like it's nobody's business. Like we just saw, he just loves to just grab ledges.
We have to kill one enemy here. If we didn't, then this next area wouldn't load in. We have to kill him. Don't know why, but yeah. And then we have to look the camera that way to avoid the level. Oh, I tried to jump in too quickly. If you don't grab that ledge, you die. So I've got to do it again. It's fine. It's only right here anyway. I still have to kill this one enemy though, I think.
I don't think so, but yeah, because it's safer too. I think once you've got the checkpoint, it's like killing the enemies to get the checkpoint, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. So you meant to get right to the edge of that to jump to grab that, and I got a bit excited. Then we're just gonna drop down here and Elena will spawn. There she is, and then that's a checkpoint.
Get down.
So now we're pretty much at the end of chapter 23. We're just gonna kill a couple of enemies.
And you need to make sure that all the enemies are dead as well, otherwise Elena dies. Wait, I guess there's a death barrier or something. And you can't like finish climbing the rope.
Yeah, we restart checkpoint there to bring her up here too, because this next part relies on where she is, and she takes forever to climb that rope. So I'll just walk backwards here, just so I don't know. It's just I'm just used to it. You don't have to actually look at her, but it's just to see if she gets stuck. You need to do specific movement here so she doesn't get slowed down. Also, I'm going to try and do a funny thing here. But if you just trigger the animation of the airwalk on the stairs, you just keep the animation of walking down the stairs. It looks pretty funny. It doesn't save time, just something to do. Just don't do it on a PB run like I have before and actually just miss the door completely, because you need to be in front of the door to press the triangle point.
The secret entrance to Shambhala.
So on chapter 24, probably pretty boring chapter. We're just gonna, we don't have any guns, so we just kind of have to wait around for Flynn to do stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty much just all movement, and then there's a puzzle at the end of the chapter, and then just a bunch of waiting around after that.
I love this part though, because the game's like, okay, you're gonna boost up Flynn, right? And he's gonna knock down this big rock that you can use to climb up. And I can't climb up here. Won't let me. But as soon as the rock hits the floor, I can. Didn't even need the rock. It just makes no sense.
Wait for me. Sorry about that. Great.
You can actually skip this cutscene, but not worth it.
Get ahead of me. Go on.
Yeah, the skip for skipping the cutscene is very, very specific. There's a specific timing for a jump that you have to do, and it's just really precise. So
you have to basically grab right on the corner of the ledge you would usually jump to, and it just doesn't trigger the cutscene. And then you have to climb up in a specific way so you don't also hit the trigger. It's just not worth it. I've got to wait for him to help us push this. So there's a shimmy here that you meant to shimmy across, but I'm not going to do that because it's slow. So I'm just going to jump across this gap instead. Although it doesn't really save any time because you have to wait for Flynn anyway, but I don't actually know if it does save time, but it's not hard.
yeah, I don't think anyone's timed it, have they?
I didn't mean to do that. I wasted time because Flynn tried to get to this side. We get on this side so he doesn't, because usually Flynn would take cover on the right of that, but if we're on that side he'll go on the left, which is obviously closer to him. Like this area is pretty much mostly relies on how fast he is, but there is some spots where if you're too slow then he won't move, so you have to still be quick as well. Yeah, coming up is probably the only memorization puzzle we actually have to do. But it's super easy.
And all the puzzles in this game are set, so there's no RNG to them.
Yeah. It's funny, we pretty much skip all the puzzles in the game, barring the arm puzzle in chapter 8, but
even that you skip the climbing around, so
yeah.
You skip most of that room anyway.
And then the dagger puzzle as well, in the big room with the lights, you also skip a lot of stuff there too. But here we just have to do this normal way, so you just have to know where to turn the cylinders, but it's really easy. On the left side it's just middle right once, and then right twice, and on this side it's just middle right once again. It's pretty easy to remember.
Yeah. Once you know it, you don't forget it. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
Come on, make yourself useful.
So now we've got a bunch of more waiting, but there is a funny thing that you can do if it'll work. where we're gonna try and get one of the Guardians to like hump our face, but it just depends on what he does. So he might not do it.
You'll see what I mean.
But yeah, you have to wait here, for like a minute or so. There is 2 ways to avoid taking damage from the Guardians, but I do this way, so you can take cover here and actually clip into the floor and they can't hit you. And hopefully he's going to run into me. Yeah, there we go. Now I can get my face into his crotch and just kind of wait for a minute. He's
Yeah, I
like,
don't really know at this point.
Work out.
Just
He's just exercising. So just literally just wait for the cutscene to trigger and then skip it. And then we're getting close to the end of the game. There's 2 more chapters left, but I kind of count them as 1 because they kind of just seamlessly integrate into each other. You don't really notice because you kind of do a skip into one and then
You okay?
yeah, like chapter 25 is usually long, but what I'm gonna do is skip it all. So that's why I kind of counted as like 1.
yeah, it's really like just continuous, really.
Yeah. I remember at the start when I said that the Japanese version saves 6 seconds later on in the run. Well, that place where it saves time's coming up in a minute. So there's gonna be 3 Guardians that spawn. There's gonna be 2 that have the crossbows and 1 that has the grenade. The grenade ones on any other version are super tanky and they take forever to kill. But for whatever reason, on the Japanese version, it dies instantly. I don't know if it's them helping you shoot him or what, but you can literally shoot 1 bullet at it and then just go to get ready to do the climb and they'll just die. So it saves about 6 seconds of just sitting there shooting him.
Also, ignore what Chloe was saying just then. You
Yeah,
guys
she
saw
was just
nothing.
spazzing out.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, I think I'm the only person that runs this on the Japanese version, right? I don't think anyone else does.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I know Rob has it, but he doesn't run this game, so
Alright, let's go.
yeah.
Yeah, Rob runs only Uncharted 1, as far as I know.
Yeah. So there's going to be 2 Guardians here. These ones die pretty quick on any version. They're dead. Now this guy's going to spawn. This is the tanky guy, but I'm literally just going to look at him, pop like a 1 bullet into him, and then just go. He's already dead. Like he dropped before I even got to shoot at him. You just saw him like ragdoll. That does not happen on any other version.
What are we supposed to do? Any ideas?
You can do a little airwalk here, but I just prefer to do this.
Yeah,
Skip
some more
doing
glitch
the
tech. Yeah.
climbing. Yeah. So coming up is the last skip of the run. Do you want to explain it? Even though there's not really much to explain because it's just using what we've already done. But might as
Yeah,
well
so
have it
it's
sent off.
essentially it's just another airwalk. What we're going to do is Matt's going to stand in a specific spot to set it up, and then
Oh,
from
you can also
there.
skip that as well. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm so used to doing that. You just clip through that and skip a bit of climbing. You can also skip it with a grenade as well, but I want my grenade.
Yeah, we need the grenade for this airwalk. So, yeah, he's just gonna airwalk in a specific direction. It's not overly specific, but I usually mess it up because I'm bad at the game. But yeah, that's fine. That's like the perfect angle.
Yeah.
And he'll end up in the area where the trigger for the last chapter, chapter 26, is. So,
It's
yeah,
actually
essentially
meant
we
to
just
be a cutscene, but for some reason it doesn't trigger the cutscene, just puts you at the start of the chapter. But thankfully, the start of the chapter is right next to that cutscene anyway. So I'm going to knock myself out of the airwalk here, hopefully get a roll. I didn't. Let me just jump into this trigger and they just
No roll,
walk up
shit.
here and-
did reset, to be honest.
Yeah. Now we've got the final boss fight, which is actually pretty easy as well. I'm going to do it my consistent way. There's a faster way to do this, but I was failing it earlier, so I'm not going to bother. So we throw,
Yeah.
basically this area works, you have to do enough damage to him and then shoot the sap to trigger the next phase. So right at the start I threw a nade at the wall and then shot him because the nades also do the same damage as the sap. So you have to do this 4 times, so I'm going to do the 3rd one now. and then
Yeah,
one more,
I
and
think a
then
single
two,
headshot is enough damage. But yeah, if you're going for body shots, then just like a few shots at the chest, and then hitting the sap once is enough to trigger the next stage.
There we go. Now he's dead.
Holy shit.
Now we've just got the last little bit of the run where we just run across this bridge, and then time's coming up very soon. So get ready on time.
Yeah, this is the home stretch, basically. In classic Uncharted tradition, Nick caused the lost city to collapse entirely, and now he's just trying to get away. Pretty much a theme with all Uncharted games at this point.
Classic load
Does it
bearing
happen in
boss.
Golden Abyss? Actually, yeah, it does. That's a good point. It does happen in Golden Abyss pretty much. But should we just restart checkpoint, and then time is now. Time. That
GG.
was Uncharted. What was the time? I can't see it. What did I get?
124,
It was
39
almost-
RTA.
Oh, that's actually pretty good considering how bad I thought it was.
No, you did well.
Yeah, that was Uncharted 2. It's pretty hard speed, and there's a lot of kind of tricky tricks. But you know, if you practice it enough and get them down, it's actually really rewarding to speed on, especially like getting sub 120. I think that getting sub 120 in this game was probably one of the only speedruns where, you know, it like,
Damn it, we gotta move faster.
how do I describe it? Like, it really
Let's go.
affected me in a way that, you know, I'd been speedrunning this for years, and I always wanted to get that time, and, you know, finally practicing enough to push it down to that sub 120 is pretty great. And then now my PB is 115, so, you know, it's hard to get a low time in this game, but, you know, getting like
Stay with us.
sub 130 is, if you practice enough, it's pretty easy to do. And don't do 17 skip if you run this game. Do not do that. Not worth it.
Don't do it.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
As soon as you get a PB with 17 skip, you're in the gulag. You just gotta, you can't run it without it then, so that's the problem. That's Wild's
Yeah.
problem. He did that.
well, that's why I retired officially after I got my PB with 17 skip. But yeah,
I wanted
just
to push the time as low as I could try and do. This game is
Yeah.
literally just a roulette. You play for 40 minutes to get to 17 skip and just hope you get it. If you don't, reset, do it again. That's pretty much it. And it's really hard to do. Like, you could spend days, constant resets trying to get it and just not get it once. So just one of those things.
So yeah, moral of the story: don't do 17 skip. Essentially, for any new runners, definitely get echoing what Matt said. Getting a sub 130 is definitely doable. I'd say if you put the time into practicing the skips, getting them into your muscle memory, just getting more consistent at them, running the game. So it's definitely one of the most rewarding games I've ever run. Like just echoing what Matt said again. And we've got like a great community as well. So if you'd like to learn more about the run or any of the other Uncharted games, then do check out the speedrun.com page for Uncharted 2 and also like any Uncharted that you're interested in. And we also have a link on there to the Discord. So do feel free to join. And like I said, we've got an amazing community. And if you have any questions, then I'm sure like anyone would be happy to answer. But yeah, well done, Matt. That was a good run. Like, I know he's gonna say otherwise, but for a marathon run, it's yeah, pretty solid performance.
It was apart from the start, it was okay. It wasn't terrible. There is a tutorial that I did make for this game a few years ago, but it's pretty outdated now. It covers most of the tricks you can do and like explaining how to do airwalks and zips and all that exactly. But there's a lot of stuff that's not in it. But there's also a lot of tricks I did in this run that I also wouldn't recommend doing. But I've played the game enough and practiced enough for like, because I've been running this for what, 6 years. So
Yeah, around that.
I'm very familiar with what to do. But there's a lot of stuff that, you know, I still don't do, and there's some stuff that I do that I wouldn't recommend people do, like the zip in Chapter 3 across the pit. Don't do that. But
Yeah,
I wanted to push my time low enough that I literally had the debug version of the game just so I could reload that checkpoint and fly to that spot to keep practicing it. And I practiced it for like 6 hours straight, just trying to get a consistent way to do it, and it's still not that consistent. There's, there is means and ways to practice this game. But yeah, it's very rewarding if you do it, and yeah, that was Uncharted 2. I hope you enjoyed the run. Thank you for commentating a while.
No, thank you for inviting, and thanks GDQ as well for having us.
There's like a few seconds left of it, so and yeah.
And also, like, final shout outs to community members. Hey French found a lot of the skips as well, so definitely shout out to him.
He does not deserve recognition. He found 17 skip. He does not deserve it.
Now French is a great guy.
Also, Touch T found the launch off the mountain, and then French found the skip with it. So I blame them both. I'll never forgive them for it, because it, in a sense, it ruined the speedrun for this game, because it's just, when you get to a point, you need to do it, and it's not fun. But,
all right. Well, do you have any final shout-outs before we wrap things up? Move on to the next round.
Let's shout out Wild for commentating with me. I guess French deserves some shout out for finding some good stuff. And yeah, just the entire Uncharted community, great bunch of people, very friendly. So if you ever want to learn the games, I'd recommend starting with Uncharted 1 because it's the easiest, and then Uncharted 3 is the second easiest, then this one. Uncharted 4 doesn't exist, and yeah, that's it. Hope you've enjoyed. Thanks for watching the run, and that's all I have to say.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Matt. Just for people who missed the start of the show or last time we explained it, this is SGDQ 2021 bonus stream. It's a thing we like to do after our main events where we invite backup runners, people who had runs that were put onto backup just in case we had to emergency replace a run during the week of SGDQ, and give them a chance to show off their games that they had prepared for us. A lot of these are great speed runs. And coming up next, we're going to have Office Race, which is an absolutely wildly silly racing game that I cannot describe properly. So you'll just have to stay tuned to see that. And of course, if you tune in tomorrow, a Random Number Generation is going to have Ironmon Challenge. And on Wednesday, there's going to be more bonus stream content on Never Before Seen with Amber Separin starting at 10 p.m. Eastern. So if you're enjoying this stream, there'll be more of it at 10 p.m. on Wednesday. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Office Race, so stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We just finished up our Uncharted 2 race, and Uncharted 2 speedrun. We're moving on to Office Race now, which a lot of people are confused in chat. What is Office Race? We'll get to that. But real quick, this is the SGDQ 2021 bonus stream where we're showing off games that were on the backup list, didn't make it into the main marathon. This game is fantastic. We got Bystander Tim's gonna be doing the run. Konosuma joining us on commentary. How you both doing today?
I'm still kind of in disbelief that this is getting any sort of showcase at all.
And I am glad to be along for the ride. This is going to be quite the journey.
Yeah, I've only seen small segments of this game, enough to know that we absolutely needed to show it off. And that's pretty much it. And I still have to give a shout out to your submission text. You said we'll be completing all 14 races in the boss fight before an angry email makes its way to corporate, which your submission text was fantastic and what made me like, okay, yes, we need this.
All right, yeah. So this is Office Race. Time is gonna start when we hit the play button on the first race. Are we ready?
Yeah, I feel like this is best to go into with little explanation, and we'll figure it out as we go. So,
all right, Kono, why don't you go ahead and count it down?
All right, we go in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, yeah. So
Yeah.
this is a video game that is real.
It's an interactive experience, digital experience.
So this is Office Race. This is a multiplayer racing game where you play as a bunch of employees whose boss is away, and you decide to set up an obstacle course in your office building. So we're gonna open up right there with a fire extinguisher power up there. And you might already be wondering what's happening. So in order to spice up this racing gameplay, they were like, what if we added QTEs in there? And since this is an indie game, nobody was there to go like, QTEs, really? So there are QTEs in this racing game. So this run's moving really fast.
What was that you just did there?
Yeah, what
So-
just happened?
I like skip.
So probably the one major speed tech in this game that isn't optimized racing is that after you complete the first lap, there is no check. There's no check to like let you go back over the finish line. So you can quite literally just finish the first lap, spin around in a circle, and the game will be like, yeah, you did every lap, right? And you just lie and go on with it. So,
What do you think a racer's gonna do? Tell your boss? Like, come on.
yeah.
Yeah, boss is gone.
Yeah, boss is on a vacation.
Do not race. I love the do not race sign.
It's very good.
This is a recurring problem, which I love.
So we have access to 3 power-ups for the first couple power-ups. That's gonna change as the races go on. There are I want to call them like 3 tiers of racing, and right now we have 4 laps and we have 3 power-ups. Those are both gonna kind of go down as things happen. So we're gonna start seeing longer races with less laps. We're gonna start having access to more power-ups. So we're always gonna want to save at least 1 power-up for the final lap glitch. After that, the fire extinguishers are important to. Oh yeah, so there's just a live light fixture there with the wire hanging out. That's like sparking and everything there.
Don't tell
So-
OSHA.
Yeah, don't tell OSHA.
Also, I like how you clip through the ladder right there as you're going under it.
So every QT, no matter how like important it might be, so gives you the same amount of input time. That normally means you're gonna end up clipping into. Oh, I screwed that up. I didn't open the door, and I died.
What the heck? It's like an FPS game where the screen goes red.
Yeah, some dying animations are better than others. So this is, I believe, our first 4 power-up or our first 4 power-up race. No, I'm incorrect.
Spectators.
Yeah. So
You got corporate watching the race.
no, this isn't corporate. These are all the people.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So there are 3 types of there are 3 types of QTEs. There used to be 4, I think. But it was kind of funny. It was kind of funny. The first couple times we were playing this game back in 2018 when I started writing, there used to be a sequence QTE. So if you notice, there have been hold, sequence, and repeat. Sequence used to have a variant that was like this one plus another one. Oh yeah, I
Oh.
it was KI instead of KL. So there was another QT that used to be
Oh my god, you fell back.
oh yeah, so like your place in the race doesn't matter. We're just gonna lap glitch and cheat.
Oh, you straight up admitted it's cheating, Tim.
I mean, we're cheating the race. It's like, hey, did you complete all the laps? You know, sure we did.
Same. So is the fire extinguisher the only power up?
There are 5 power-ups in this game. The only ones I can remember off the top of my head are the fire extinguisher. There are a bunch of boxing gloves that give you another forward boost of momentum. I think they're easier for knocking out other players. And then there's a bullhead that does like pretty much the exact same thing. And then there's like a time stop power up, and I don't remember the last one. I'm pretty required to play this game with like just enough information to put on a good show, but not enough to know everything about it.
Yeah, you said you're finding out new stuff every day about Office Race.
Yeah, Yeah, so I guess I need to tell the story. Oh yeah, so there's a bunch of office employees throwing pencil.
Oh my god.
So how did you find this game, Tim? I need to know.
Yeah, so SGDQ 2018, I was there. I was there for a couple days, and I think it was Monday. I walk into the practice room, and then I just see a bunch of people giggling around a computer. And one thing I like to do at GDQs is occasionally I'll be like, "This game looks interesting," and I'll sit down and be like, "Hey." I essentially do a pop, I pop a squat and start being your couch, and I'm like, "Yeah, so tell me what's cool about this speedrun." That was a repeat, not a sequence.
Ooh.
And so I find this computer with a bunch of people giggling around it, and for those people who are up in their GDQ lore, it's the people who did the Wild Animal Sports Day run back at HGDQ 2020, so that's Sneaky, that's Scrub Lord, and that's Skate Man. And they're all just like, "Yeah, we're playing this game," and I'm like, yeah, that's a video game."
It doesn't surprise me that the runners of Wild Animal Sports Day would like this game. It doesn't surprise me one bit.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Both of which are great games, obviously.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious to the viewers, most likely, what block this was a backup game for. It's not hard to figure out.
Yeah, it would have followed up Uncharted 2. It's the game right between Uncharted 3 and 4 when Nathan Drake gets a desk job. So, yeah. So go on, Kona.
You were saying that there's like some tech you're doing. You go left and right really quick to build speed. That's how it worked, right?
Yeah, so some people in chat who have played this game after I made them were like, the controls are difficult. However, the one useful speed tech you have is that if you mash the left and right button, I do not know if this works in controller. So if you mash the left and right button, you will gain a bunch of forward speed there, and that allows you to like somewhat drift. I don't know if I would call any sort of speedful movement in this game drifting. Here we have some really bad level design here. I'm talking tight corner after tight corner here. And then if you take that far right path, it traps you into that little cubby.
It looks like you're going through a maze.
Yeah, no, you say maze, there's a different maze race later.
Oh my god.
And it's actually a maze.
That sounds awful.
Oh my god.
How glad are you that you can skip laps on that level?
Yeah. So I guess I'll take that. I'll take that comment that Ray just said and talk about the one run killer in this. So you might be thinking, I wonder how you get good at this game. Well, it's just a matter of remembering the speedy route, and then not having any of these QTEs break. So at any point, I think it's still only a sequence QTE. There will just be a moment where the game will just be like, "Nah, you can't finish this QTE." And you get that like time freeze, and it'll just go on forever. You'll start clipping through walls, and you'll just fly out into nowhere. And if you do that, you have to reset the race. There's no recovering it. And these last couple races, like we're on race 8. If you've been paying attention at home, these last couple races have been like, I want to call it at least over a minute and a half. And you could be right at the end of the race to get a broken QTE and just be like, nope, go home. You're losing a minute and a half. You might as well reset.
Oh, a minute and a half? Oh my god. Yeah, and I saw a few people bring it up in chat, but QTE stands for Quick Time Event. Those are the prompts that Tim has to follow on the screen at certain points.
Yeah, so like this one, I have to hit the K and I button. I don't know why they were like, oh, you know, we'll just set up a second keypad for you to do QTEs with. But then again, I'm not entirely sure about anything with this game. Yeah, this game is on Steam. It's on sale for, or it's not on sale. It is being sold for $6. So it is a budget office race game.
You say that like there's a non-budget office race game. When's the AAA release?
When's the AAA release? I don't know.
Not soon
I'm
enough.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure this game stopped having support. Like the last game was, or the last update for the game was like, yeah, we added Polish language support. And I'm also pretty sure that was the one where they added the new variation of lap glitch. There used to be an old variation of lap glitch that was you had to die 4 times in a row, and then it would let you do 1 extra lap from spinning around in a circle. So there's a reason that this run at the beginning of routing it was like 45 minutes. And now it is like my record is 25 minutes. This run will most likely be around 30. Yeah, chat, people in chat are posting on. You can buy The Witcher 3 right now for $6. I did not know I could clip for that. Hold on.
Wait, are you
Okay.
Stuck?
Yeah. I just
No
It
way.
was weird because it looked like you wound up somewhere you're supposed to be because there's like the no racing thing. There was a lane.
Yeah,
It looks like you should have had
I
a way
thought so
out.
too.
But yeah, if you too want to do the service of routing this game along with speedrunning it, or speedrun.com page. Oh yeah, by the way, there's a soda machine here that just has soda spraying out of it. Anyways, if you want to do the service, of routing this game and hoping to find either a better route for anything or new glitches, our speedrun.com page is speedrun.com/office_race. From there you can find the Discord, of which the icon for the Discord is a Google stock image of people racing around on office chairs, since I could not find the logo for the game.
Amazing.
Oh, that AI hit the hazard.
Yeah, it's really funny watching like 4 racers attempt to QTE all at the same time. And they all like 3 of them will smack up against the brick, and then you'll just like slide through. Why are you going backwards?
Oh, and there's the pencils.
I feel like when this inevitably gets into a main stage marathon, I gotta find out a good way for me to not be giggling the entire time.
Impossible.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible, Tim.
I don't know. If this definitely ends up on stage, there won't be a thing that I definitely won't run by staff about me switching office chairs halfway through the run multiple times.
Oh my god. So wait, why can't you just do the lap glitch at the very start of every race?
Oh boy,
Is it
did the
because of
game
the
crash?
fire-
Oh no. Oh boy, the game crash. Oh boy,
I just
the game
lost the
crash.
Discord stream.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think the game liked that you
Oh
clipped
my
through that
God.
thing earlier. Has this ever happened?
That race in particular, that was race 10. The game tends to be like, I'm done a lot, and it'll struggle to load. It'll struggle to load that race specifically.
Just that race? Just that
Yeah, yeah. I don't know why.
Well, I mean, this is clearly surprising of a game of this quality that would have an issue like that. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Yeah. All right. We're gonna get back in.
one? Don't forget, turn your stream on so I can. See
Oh
it.
yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I'm leaving Kona blind here.
No. There we go. We're back. We're back in the office.
We're back in the
I like how
office.
you're also gaining additional AI racers as you go.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a result of them going like you're doing longer tracks, so they want to have it be more of a competition. Like the earlier tracks only had like 4 or 5 people.
Well, that was quite the overtake from the prisoner there.
Oh, and then the prisoner died.
Electrocuted.
Oh no! Moment of silence for the prisoner.
Remember, chat, if you ever decide to race around your office, don't leave live electrical lights with wires hanging out.
It sounds like an OSHA violation.
Yeah. Is anybody keeping in track in chat? Oh, I gotta fail this one. Oh, no, I didn't fail it.
Whoa.
The game glitch.
You just went right through it. What? Is that the thing you're talking about where the sequence just bugs out?
Yeah. I couldn't finish the QT.
Wait. So what happened there?
The game just decided, nope, you can't finish the QT.
Wait, so would have you been just stuck infinitely?
Yeah, you start clipping through everything.
Oh my god. This game.
I literally let it go for I think a minute, and I ended up in like the complete unloaded area in the back.
Whoa, that people are flying right through that.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So,
Look at that line.
you just turn a corner and 47 people go wee.
The hype is real.
Can we get some wheeze in chat?
Oh, there's been plenty of those. But keep it going,
All right,
chat.
so I gotta fail. I gotta fail the water cooler every time.
So you have to intentionally fail that just to avoid soft locking infinitely.
Oh no! I just thought the water cooler sound is funny because that is definitely one where like the person making sound effects for this game was like, "Hey, what if I took an actual water cooler and like hit it against the wall?"
Oh my god. This game has really great sound design.
Yeah. Hey Ray, I just wanted to ask, what are we looking at in terms of time right now?
You just passed 18 minutes.
All right, we're doing good. Yeah, so every race is probably going to take upwards of like a minute and a half, and then the boss is going to take 2 minutes, or if I could struggle through darkness.
I'm so excited to see this boss fight.
I like when they start weeing. When you enter the quick time, it slows down their wee.
Oh, I got hit by another race, and I got locked out of my like lap glitch power up.
So you're wee,
Oh wait, you still got it. Wee.
All right, you want to load video game?
Please.
Okay,
Oh no.
There.
Oh, we almost had a crash. Maybe? Question mark.
Yeah, so every office has a boss chat, and after 3 more races, and 3 more races not counting this one, we're gonna fight a boss.
And I presume the boss is like your boss.
Really, we're gonna do this today? We're gonna do this today where every first sequence QT is gonna break?
Oh my
At
god.
least it was right at the start.
Yeah.
So what were you were about to ask there? Something there, Kona?
I said, I presume that the boss you're going to fight is your boss in the office.
Yeah, the boss returns, he gets mad. If this wasn't a new file, just so I could potentially not have to have the game glitch and be like, what boss? There isn't a boss in this game. Because we're still not entirely sure what unlocks the boss fight. we think it's getting every gold medal, but from the earlier patches of the game, it was like you got every gold medal, and then it's like, what now?
Oh my. I see you've been racing around in my office, and I am not happy.
No,
about
you
it.
get like an angry
You're
email
racing
in game. You get an angry email in game that you have to read. By the way, this is the maze level. That's
Oh,
an
God.
upside down office right there.
What is that wall?
There's a wall
Oh.
of the aliens.
Oh, that's upsetting.
It's like
Alright.
if I win, you're fired.
I
But
haven't
if you
even read
win,
that.
You
I
keep your
have-
job.
I haven't even read that email in game, but it's something like I'm going over there and you're going down.
So you're saying we get to read the email live if you've never read it before?
Yeah, we better see that email. I want to see that.
If this unfortunately, oh, okay.
Whoa! You
What was that?
Whoa!
Yeah, so sometimes depending on where you are, you will start a different QT obstacle if there are 2 hallways.
What?
You became the incarnate of speed there for a second, though.
Yeah, I mean, going fast in this game is both a curse and a blessing, isn't it? Alright.
Oh my god, this game.
Oh yeah, that specific thing right there is kind of funny, because they give you just enough room to not clip through the wall there. when you do that QT.
Do not race.
Do not race.
Not race.
There is a skin in the game that is called... It's supposed to be the #1 fan, but it's written as fan #1. And it has that do not race sign on the racer's back. And it says do, and then they cross out the not. And then they put race, and there's like a green check mark next to it.
I think one of your race AIs had that earlier.
Yeah, any other racer AIs will just pull out any they'll just pull out any random skin.
I like the one race where you're just against only the prisoner.
Yeah. I'm seeing someone in chat literally go, Tim sounds so defeated. Playing this game is like, it's an experience.
An excellent experience, you mean?
For anybody who goes to a live GDQ once everything becomes a lot safer and we could probably have a lot more people. If you ask me about this game, I will most likely have had it downloaded on at least 5 practice room computers. and I will know which ones. HGDQ 2020 before the pandemic had at least 4 that had this game on it.
Gotta put it on all the computers. You need as many people as possible to experience this glorious game.
I like how the number of do not race signs is increasing as you go through the levels.
They're like, we're trying to get work done, and it's like, we're trying to race.
Atmospheric storytelling.
Genuine. I mean, we just saw a Naughty Dog game, and we have the cinematic experience of the sequence QT breaking again.
Oh no!
Death by soda.
This is like Pringles, but for PC games. Yeah, Emerlin is pretty correct there.
Yeah, that tracks.
That's about right. It's the Pringles of racing games.
This is Pringles of racing games.
BioShock,
Yeah, I'm not gonna-
eat your heart out. Oh, no.
BioShock, eat your heart. I do want to shout out that the tweet for this stream was like, yeah, we have Sonic CD, Uncharted 2, and then Office Race was both. Okay, the sequence QT is really making me mad.
What? No.
RNG, why?
And I can't. I could literally go nowhere else.
My God.
It's like a wall. It's a literal wall.
Someone in chat is saying, upon further inspection, the soda machine is a hot coffee machine, which is adding burns to the mix.
Oh, that would make more sense. Given that we're in an office.
So you're talking about the tweet, Tim?
Yeah, I'm just surprised that the tweet had the Office Race GIF, and I imagine everybody went, "What is this GIF?"
I mean, I had to have the Office Race GIF. It's so fantastically weird.
People in chat guessing whatever next marathon this game gets shown in. I'm surprised I got picked to be backup at all. Like, I was one of the 6 runners for Destiny, and I was like, yeah, Destiny's getting in. And to my surprise on Games List Day, when I see Office Race in yellow, and I'm like, what? I was genuinely more surprised about that than Destiny getting in.
Great. This
All
game's
right,
great.
we have one more race and then the boss. So I could start talking about the boss fight now. So you might be wondering, how do you fight a boss in a racing game? I assume the game developer asked the same question, because we are just going to be racing one person, and they are going to throw a bunch of sticky notes over the map.
What?
Sticky notes?
And that is... Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Obstacles?
Yeah, there are like normal obstacles, except the map is a lot more corridor heavy and long. And keep in mind, the game expects you to do 3 laps of that.
Yeah, it does say hot coffee on it.
Yeah, it does say
saw
hot
it that
coffee. I
time.
did pay attention.
Yeah. Like, for all these QuickTime events, for most of them, you clip through the object and the animation is just delayed.
Yeah, I
You
love
ducking
that.
under
Yeah.
or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's easy on like the ducking under the table where you clip halfway through the table and then duck.
I like watching the AI on the table one where they duck and then go through the leg of the table.
Okay, I got locked into that QT. That's actually somewhat of a time save. Okay, come on. Come on, okay. Yeah, there you go. There's a good QT clip. Is this Black Mesa? Yes, this is Black Mesa. Alright, so... I guess, we have done all 14 races.
Are we gonna see that email?
Unfortunately not, because this is a cleared file.
Oh.
I did not want to torture stream, because whenever you start a new game file, if you would change anything to the sound settings, they will change it back to 100. So,
Whoa, Scott's has a red chair.
Oh, there's post-its over the map.
yeah.
Oh, you can't even see it. Ooh, it's a challenge.
Yeah, so I will be honest, I am improving this race route. I still do not know an optimal race route through this.
It's hard when you can't see the map.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
and
a little
like...
more difficult.
part
Wait,
of
what
me
was
wanted to,
that? There's like a cabinet stuck above the door, like above the door.
Oh yeah, and then all the employees are stuck in like cages of pencils.
I like how you can still see the mini map below the sticky notes.
Yeah, it's
just a
still
little bit.
kind of there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like still wondering whether or not if you A, either remove the sticky note image from the game, or B, like, is that map fully generated?
Oh, clip through the door there.
Okay, try not to start the light switch. Try not to start the live wire light. Alright, time is going to be coming up when I do lock glitch on the final race, which is probably going to be another minute from now, if I'm lucky.
We haven't even seen the boss. Ever since the start of the race, he's just gone somewhere. He's somewhere.
Because I'm pretty sure he goes right when we went left.
I love the troll
Oh,
boxes.
shit, that's
Sometimes you crash through a box and there's just a desk behind it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, talk
oh my
about
God.
beginner's traps.
Oh my god. You think you're gonna go through a shortcut, but nope. There's a desk. You have to go around.
Okay,
Whoa!
yeah, okay. Oh, hey, there's the finish line.
Time
Alright,
save.
time's coming up. Time.
Yeah! Let's go. Office
Alright.
race.
That was office race. Yeah!
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 Whee!
Wee!
We.
All right, do you have any shout-outs, Tim?
Yeah, I want to thank Ray for having me on. I want to thank. I guess I gotta thank the people who showed me to this game. Skateman 222, Scrub Lord, and all that. Once again, if you are even mildly curious about speedrunning this game, go to speedrun.com/office_race. From there, you could go check out the Discord. There are like 4 people in there. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who's played this game since 2020. So, but with that, it's been a huge honor, and that's all I got. Thank you, Kona, for joining me.
Yeah, this is great. I have not ran the game before. I played it a little bit, but oh my god, this was amazing.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
with
this
that,
was a
that's
lot
all I
of
got.
fun. Thanks for coming on and showing us
Yeah.
this gift of a game.
Yeah.
But I have a question, Kona, because I know you are a racing game connoisseur. How long until you pick this game up?
I might have to start running this pretty soon. This looks like a lot of fun to run.
It really does.
I might legit run this game.
All right. Well, thanks for coming onto the show. Just a few quick reminders before we go to break. Flame Fatales is coming up in August 15th through the 21st. And of course, they did recently put out a call to the women in speedrunning. If you'd like to join the Flame Fatales Discord, you can send an email to framefatales@gamesdonequick.com, or you can DM the Flame Fatales Twitter account for details on how to join. They'd definitely like to have more women involved with that whole event, so look in to see if anyone wants to come join. And of course, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back in about 5 minutes or so, as we've got Halo Reach coming up next by Too Easy. So thanks everybody for tuning in to Bonus Stream. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We just finished up Office Race, and it was an experience. That was a lot of fun. If you missed it, definitely recommend checking out the VODs. And of course, our VODs will be here on Twitch, and of course on our YouTube, get posted all the time. If you want to see any of the other hotfix content, you can head on over that direction. But we're moving on to Halo Reach. This is the Master Chief Collection version, I believe you said. No real differences, just looks prettier, I assume.
Yeah.
And
All prettier.
we've got Too Easy running this, joined by Dice on commentary. How you both doing today?
Yeah, really good, thanks.
So we
Alright.
saw a very, very broken Halo 2 run in the main marathon, and I'm assuming this is going to be very different from that one. What are the big differences in what we can expect to see here? You're on Legendary for one, but what else is going on here?
So that run was any percent, which means he could use basically co-op on half the run. We'll just be solo. Also, Halo Reach doesn't have as much movement tech, like it doesn't have any sword flying, but we have sprint, so our movement is more based on sprint cycles. And we also have a lot of tricks in this run as well. It's not quite as broken as what Mono has managed to do with having 2 characters, but we will get to see a lot of broken stuff, especially in this first mission. And there's also a lot of combat because it's on Legendary.
All right. Is there anything you feel like you should explain before we get started, or do you just want to hop right into it?
Oh, no, I think we're ready to go. Ready to hop right into it.
All right. Dice, why don't you give us a countdown then?
All right. We're going to be going in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so Halo Reach starts off with a 40-second helicopter ride, unfortunately. This is specifically, it's called a Falcon. We'll be seeing this vehicle again, don't you worry. Sooner than you think, actually. So usually in this mission, the plan is to run around talking to some civilians, talking to some Marines, piecing together what's happening right now on Reach, finding out that the Covenant are here, rescuing Marines, and then finally hopping in as a passenger back in this Falcon and riding it to the end of the mission. We'll be doing something drastically different. This is actually the most broken level in Reach. And here, the man himself who did a lot of braking on it, Dice will take you through what we're about to do here.
All right. So on the casual run, we would be normally going to the right and around this gate, talking to civilians. We're going to be going to the left and doing a bit of parkour to essentially jump over this gate, which is a very tall invisible barrier. We're going to be getting a few slide jumps in, which is just some momentum transfer from jumping and landing on a slide. And here we are on the invisible barrier, which breaks the first sequence of the mission. We're going to be doing more parkour, getting up to the next building, and we're also going to be jumping over this building, which has another invisible barrier on it. This will skip a few triggers that would advance our Falcon forward, but we want to keep him behind us. Up ahead, we're going to be trying to find a plasma pistol, and then going back to hit those triggers that we skipped.
That's not good. Okay, thank goodness.
Alright, we got one. Whew. So, since we got that, we can EMP this Falcon as it spawns in. And we want to EMP it so that it'll flip and fall in this courtyard. When it flips, the pilot's going to be ejected, and then we can essentially steal this and carry it for the rest of the mission.
Pilot is an assault rifle, by the way, funnily enough. Oh no, the Falcon's doing funny things. That's fine. We did delay the checkpoint. So the Falcon flips very funny in this game. Kind of has a mind of its own.
Boss, I see movement outside your structure.
So you can delay checkpoints in this game by punching. Oh, sorry?
I said, how common is that?
Not too. It depends on where it lands. It should land cleanly now. Yeah, there we go. And now I'm going to kill a bunch of these enemies to try and give myself a checkpoint before basically the hardest trick in the game. Right here first.
So this is a Spirit dropship that's coming to bring some Covenant troops in, and we're gonna ride it out of bounds. There's an elastic ceiling above us, and the AI can travel through it, but we can't. Oh, and we got such a clean ride.
Alright, that's the hardest trick in the game. We usually just reset. The reason this level is so infamous is when you're trying to get a run going, you kind of just have to reset over and over until you hit that trick first try. And I was especially scared because I didn't have a checkpoint, but we got it.
So now we're at the end of the mission, essentially. We fly over to this outpost and load it in, clear out all these enemies, hop out of our Falcon, hop back in, and that advances the mission triggers.
Yeah, so now we're going to actually, now that we've started the wave fight that usually happens at the end of the mission, we're going to fly over back to the first area and load that back in. Now this deloads the outpost area, deloads all the ships that the enemies are flying in on. So we're back in the first area. You can see the enemies down there still just chilling. And now I'm going to wait for a little thing to happen. This grunt falls from the sky because we deloaded his ship that he was in. It also signifies it's safe to reload the outpost area. So now we're on a timer. We're waiting for Cat to finish opening the door. Now, as well as not having to kill any of the enemies, we've also deloaded this door here. We can't progress yet because the next area isn't loaded in. And also the door still physically exists. It's still there. But we're going to do something that Dice will explain to make it disappear quicker.
So, thanks to this deload and reload, a lot of the stuff disappeared. And this also sort of breaks the NPC scripts where it waits for the door to close or this door to open. And we're going to be delaying a checkpoint so that the checkpoint happens right after everything loads in and it says, oh, okay, everything's fine, you can advance now. Otherwise you would be stuck there for a good 6 seconds waiting for an invisible door to disappear.
Now I'm going to switch FPS here. Dice can kind of get into the reasoning of why.
So if we leave this area a bit too quickly, the AI bugs out and George, our Spartan ally, doesn't help us. And, okay, it does look like he's behind us, giving us some cover fire. We're going to be looking for another plasma pistol here to do some noob combos, which is just an EMP and headshot to these elites. Looks like the first one ran off because we found a needler, not a plasma pistol. So we're going to have to deal with him later.
Oh no, he's still here.
Oh.
Dude, that's so rare, man. That's so unlucky. Like Dice said, he usually runs off, but that is so rare. Pretty annoying. As you can see, I was coming around the corner with no health because I was not expecting to see like one of the most difficult enemies in the game hanging out. He's still hanging out.
He has no fear.
Dude, please.
This is wild.
Run away. Okay, so funny things happening already. The marathon luck coming out. Still have no grenades, but oh, this guy threw a grenade at himself, so that's gonna help a lot. Here we go. Should get a checkpoint here. Guy is behaving himself now. Get 4 grunts with that 1 grenade. And now I've got 2 more guys to deal with. They swap places, that's also rare. Usually I kill these guys in a different order. Alright, nice.
Oh man, you're scaring me, dude.
Well, that was about as bad as this mission can go. Apart from hitting the hard trick first try. So yeah. On to only sword base. A lot of combat in this level, and a lot of driving as well. I'm going to go for something really risky at the start. No matter what happens, I'm just going to go for it once. We usually watch for a specific spawn. I'm also going to change back to 240 for faster movement out of this cutscene. We got a blue elite. This is promising. Oh no, I choked so hard. I'm going to go for it one more time.
Push back the attack on sword base.
This is the
Just so you
IL
can see.
strat, and it does save about 20 seconds if done right.
Spartans, hostiles north.
Okay, these guys are camping. Yeah. So if those enemies at the corner don't move forward, they will shoot you when you go around the corner. It's quite rare for them to not move forward, but we got unlucky. So I just tried that once to... If I got it, it would have been awesome, but yeah. So what you usually do in full game is sprint up here, hit a trigger to make all the enemies retreat straight away, and then while they're retreating, I'm going to try and get as many of these jackals as I can. Jackals are really tough for my allies to kill, so I kind of have to take care of them myself. Oh, there's one more. Now, once they're dead, I'm going to start fishing for elites, assuming they come forward, which they're not. Looks like they're all retreating. Now I need to watch out because sometimes they fake retreat and come back. Okay, now I'm good. Now I'm just trying to get them with the classic noob combo, like Dice explained earlier. It's just a tried and true way to take out elites in this game, especially as they have some really high shields. Even the lower ranks. I'm gonna just wait for shields here, just to be a little bit safe. Usually we just try and spawn kill these dudes. So I actually... You're wondering why I was hugging the wall? That's because I didn't want to spawn those last 4 until I'm ready to spawn kill them. That was a pretty good clear, actually. I wasted a lot of time at the beginning trying to go for the fast strat, but the fast strat would have been to use this target locator here and kill all the enemies with that, basically. But it's quite tough getting there alive. So now I've got 2 specific weapons that I need. I've got the target locator to call down airstrikes, and I have the plasma pistol to disable vehicles and enemy shields. They'll both come in handy for the rest of the mission. I'm also going to abuse the trigger volumes on the buttons and these objectives coming up. Dice will explain. You can basically press them through walls and floors. Also, this is an awesome example of just how vehicles flip in this game. You saw it happen with the Falcon earlier, and now it happened with the Ghost. Alright, continue, Dice.
Alright, so the buttons that we're going to hit are just to reactivate comms array and this AA turret. We can hit them from basically anywhere around a radius. So what Too Easy did was just jumped up while holding E and instantly activated it when he got close enough.
This corner can be kind of dangerous. There's two ghosts here. I'm going to try and just dodge all their bullets. Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do that. But I feel quite comfortable with it because I've played this level a lot in IL, so I do a lot of dangerous strats.
That there was our second button that we were going to hit, and coming up is our third. Getting this one through the floor.
Yeah, that's probably the hardest button to press. You have to jump off the box. It's actually quite precise. Kind of have to jump diagonally off the box and look up at the right time.
Be advised. Covenant Corvette moving into position.
So there's a trick coming up here called Hunter Skip. Basically how it's going to work, and this will be a common theme throughout the rest of the run. I'm going to get into a certain trigger volume, make it check if any hunters are alive. It's going to say, hey, the hunters aren't alive, because I got there so fast that they haven't spawned yet. and then it's going to open a door for me.
Good work, Spartans. Return to sword base.
And then the hunters are going to spawn, but I won't need to kill them now. So I was also delaying a checkpoint there. I want a checkpoint right here, so that I can reset, and also so that I don't get a checkpoint any point after, because a checkpoint after this point could soft block me, or it could make this trick harder. I'll let Dice explain.
Alright, so yep. If we go fast enough from that barrier to in this garage, we get in here before any enemies spawn. If we get there a little slow, all the enemies will be invincible. And if we get there even slower, we'd have to kill all the enemies. So the soft lock is when everything's invincible.
Yeah.
And you get a checkpoint. It's basically a full game reset.
So you saw me drive through those guys. If I got a checkpoint too late, they would be immune to getting splattered, and so that would knock me off balance. You need basically perfect driving through that section in order to hit the skip. If you touch anything, you're probably going to fail it. I'm just going to wait for shields there, and then I'm going to do some risky conk jumps. Oh, this is the concussion rifle. We call it the conk for short, but you can use it to accelerate yourself.
Over here. 6. Head upstairs and assist the meal.
It's sort of like doing a grenade boost, except it's a lot easier and doesn't take away as much of your health.
Oh, good.
So here we have a cool rocket strat, where you transfer your lock-on between vehicles.
We'll see it in a sec, hopefully. I missed the first ones there.
Basically, once you lock onto a vehicle, you have a 1 second grace period before the lock-on is removed. So if you switch targets at just the right time, you can get a double shot instead of having to wait full like 2 seconds for it to relock on.
Also use our last airstrike here to take out this phantom. Here's the double lock on. You can see me snap to a second target, and the rocket will track to that target.
Nice.
There we go. That's a nice ending, apart from the death. But yeah, there's double rockets that work. It speeds the fight up a lot.
Yeah, that was like 3 or 4 there on the second try.
Standing by to take the shot.
Yeah. For sure. Got them all.
Yeah, also a lot of Banshees died to that airstrike. We time it specifically so that it hopefully blows up some Banshees as well as the Phantom. This is Nightfall. This is the premier movement level of Halo Reach, but the movement isn't too important on full game since it only saves a couple seconds. The IL runs of this level are super optimized. Like 1 second is the difference between a lot of leaderboard positions. And there are a lot of ties as well. The first big slide jump is here. See me accelerate because I'm I'll let Dice actually explain.
So we got very lucky with spawns here. Normally there's an enemy that spots you, which is a pain in the butt. But
engage at your own discretion, but keep
and we got the
June didn't teleport.
Oh, we didn't
teleport. We'll just see if we can clutch this out.
So he looked to the right when he was leaving that doorway so that June wouldn't spawn in his field of view. And he would spawn up on the catwalk and soak a lot of aggro, but he didn't get it. And cleanly pulled it off without June's help.
Yeah, that was pretty lucky. I almost choked it as well. Just got the punch off on that Jackal. Jackal mages, if you haven't noticed, that guy just tanked an entire nade. They don't die. They're literally tankier than elite mages when it comes to health. And to be honest, their shield is tankier than elite mage's shield, so I'd say they're fully tankier than an elite major.
So this part is where the mission kind of becomes back to easy mode. We're going to be skipping all the objectives. The militias we're going to pass. We're not going to help them out at all because we know where to go.
Yeah. You only need to go rescue those guys to get intel. Like Dice said, we already know where to go. And actually, this is a Bungie approved skip because they changed the dialogue. If you abandon the militia, that's completely fine with them.
Okay, clear.
Now coming up is the basically the first skip found for Reach. It was found as a lasso strat, and we're going to be finding a forklift and driving it up to this gate instead of completing this objective here, which would be a huge wave fight, and have June plant some C4 on this structure to blow it up
Eduardo,
later.
we meet again.
Ooh.
This is a bad cycle on this elite. He's just blocking me from going. There we go, we got him. So here's the skip, forklift skip dice was mentioning. Now, what if I told you there's a faster way to do this? In the IL speedruns for Nightfall, we no longer use the forklift at all. Also, I'm getting shot. That does not bode well. Oh, thank God we got that first try. Our forklift was going to get blown up like in about a second more. All right, I'll let Dice explain what you do here in the IL speedruns.
So in the IL, near the health pack that we passed earlier, there was also an armor lock, which basically locks us to the ground and prevents us from moving with a tremendous amount of force. We can use that to jump on June's head, our NPC partner, and it provides force on his head. Since he's an NPC, he's not stuck to the ground, and if we position him just right, we can get ourselves launched all the way across the canyon and over that gate we had to clip through earlier.
Yeah,
and that saves about 15 seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds, which is a lifetime in Nightfall. 15 seconds is like the difference between first... if you exclude this trick, it's probably the difference between first place and like 20th place, I want to say. So,
Sounds about right.
15 seconds is eternity. For this tip of the spear, we only have to kill these two AA grunts, and our Pelican will land, bringing with us a vehicle. Those two shots can be quite scary, but the faster you shoot their heads, the safer it is, because less time for them to get projectiles in the air, less time spent having to dodge their projectiles. So now we have a Warthog, we just can blitz it out of here. The objective in this mission is to take out 2 AA guns. That's all we need to do. So we're going to go as fast as we can. I love this mission because I believe it's almost canon, the speedrun. Like, we're just going as fast as we can, blowing up the objectives, moving on to the next one. We're not messing around with anything. This one we can snipe out with 1 grenade and 1 grenade launcher shot, and that's dead. We're going to move on. We're going to grab this ghost.
Control 2 Lima 4, permission to commence bombing run. Heading to
And if I get a checkpoint, I'll go for a cool little trick here. That doesn't save much, but it's swag points, surely. Okay, we got the checkpoint, I'm gonna go for it. It's called Bridge Skip.
Once it's in place, head over to the southwest side.
Oh.
Okay, we save time, You can just get over cleanly. A little worried here because I have no shields. I'm gonna take the safe route, which means if I need to, I can grab a health pack. I do need to. Okay, I need this health. It's very important for the next section. Yeah, okay, I've got health. Nice. This is BXR facility, and this is my favorite section. When you speedrun Halo, almost all the Halos are basically turned into like parkour platforming games a lot of the time. I'm gonna land this ghost on top of this stack, wait for a checkpoint. It's not happening. Now jump onto the roof, throw a grenade to distract them, jump over these guys, and we're through. So the faster you go in that section, the safer it is. Actually, my little pause to wait for a checkpoint was quite dangerous, because the enemies move further from their spawns, and therefore they can shoot you more. When you get shot and reach, when you're sprinting, you slow down. If you slow down, you get shot more. It's not fun. Big negative feedback loop. I'm going to stop boosting here to try and manipulate the next spawn of this. The spawns in this next area. Now I'm going to hope that an enemy Wraith did not fall off a cliff. If you want him to fall off a cliff, you can boost through. It looks like he didn't fall, so that's really good. This is the second AA gun. I'm going to use this conveniently placed Warthog to take it out. Raise your hand if you didn't know about this. It will save a lot of people a lot of time on Legendary and Lesser. So here's that Wraith I prepared earlier, and I'm going to try and hijack it.
There's a lot of hands going up in chat.
Now I'm going to focus on the most dangerous targets first, being that Wraith and these hunters. You want to explain how this clear works, Dice?
Yep. So after killing the AA gun, all we have to do is take out the 2 hunters and most of the enemies. Once we get down to 2 enemies, our friendly Falcons will come in to pick us up and advance into the next area. I guess I should explain the auto-scroller. The next area is partially auto-scroller, and we can skip it. It's almost impossible in Legendary, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's
it
one of the
requires-
coolest strats in this game. Yeah, go ahead, Dice, explain how it works. It's a long list of things you need to do in order to skip this auto-scroller, so that's why we don't do it.
It requires us saving 2 elites, and then we also have to kill all of our marines to get marine aggro, so that our allies don't spawn in this falcon that comes down. We then have to get into the falcon, get hijacked out, and then get the pilot hijacked out as well. So that's why we have 2 elites. And then we have to re-hijack the elite out in order to fly this falcon. It's much different than the WC Falcon. We can't just flip it over and get in it. But once we're in it, we can fly all the way to the end, so we get to skip this auto-scroller portion. And it saves, I want to say it was like 50 seconds, which is huge. Currently it's only done in the co-op IL because it makes it so much easier.
It has been done single segment on easy. It was maybe a minute off world record in the run. It was, I believe, Danos who did it in a single segment first. The first person to prove that it was possible in solo was Seclusive. And the co-op team, the NA co-op team, I think Mankey was the one behind most of the... Is that correct, Dice?
Mankey saw the trick from Termatius Tricosity, and he
shout out to
said-
them as well.
And he said, "Why can't we do this in a speedrun?" And I was like, "There's no way this is faster." And it ended up being like 30 seconds off the co-op record. It was amazing.
Yeah. Alright, so this next section, we've crash landed our Falcon, and now we need to destroy the Spire. Unknown. We think it's a teleportation Spire, teleporting troops down from somewhere. Turns out it's also a cloaking Spire. We'll find out what it was cloaking in the next mission. But yeah, we can kind of stealth our way through this area and grab this conveniently placed mining vehicle. Drive straight into the Spire without killing a single enemy. Little, almost got stuck in the wall, but we're good. Now, the top of the Spire is one of my favorite combat sections in the entire speedrun. Gonna punch this guy in the back, nade the floor, turn around, punch this guy, grab his gun, blow these guys up.
How bad do these fight strats go if like anything goes wrong? Like if it goes off the rails?
What's the word? Improvise, adapt, overcome. Things get very dicey in this game. Like if you do things fast, you're usually good. If things start to unravel, that's when improvisation is key.
We'll definitely
So, yeah.
see a bit of that in the next mission.
Yeah, things have been going exceptionally well in this run, I must say. So that's why you haven't seen... It doesn't look very hard at the moment, but this mission is notoriously hard. Where is the plasma pistol? Oh, there we go. We got one. I might be dead. Yeah, I'm dead. That's fine. So what I need to do now is grab a plasma pistol. I got really unlucky. They kind of flew away from me. There's one. Now I need to sprint. The reason I resetted there was that you actually have to go really fast through this area. Dice will explain why now.
So similar to Hunter Skip earlier, we have to get to this location as quick as possible before the dropship comes in to drop off a bunch of troops. We want to get to this guy, this elite, and kill him before any of the enemies spawn above us. That's going to give us door skip, so that we don't have to fight any more enemies on the beach.
Alright, second try. Really not clean, but the window is quite tight for that. That's why you have to, you know, like kind of snipe him with the EMP through the door. Shout to Mankey for discovering that you can fit, like, the door is not solid until it comes off. That's why you gotta let go of the EMP really early, so that it goes through the door before the door kicks off and becomes a solid object that will block your shot. Another cool thing is that you will notice I needed 3 shots to kill that guy. Well, it was actually, you need 2. you're actually damaging him with the EMP splash damage, not a direct EMP. That's why you need to hit him with the EMP, switch to the weapon with the most bloom in the game, and then hit a shot to knock out his shields, and then hit him in the head. All before he touches the ground. Now, what I did there was change FPS. This is the saber section. Now, the mouse moving is tied to FPS, and theoretically you want to go the higher the better, because you could 180 instantly, but a lot of us runners that used to run the game before, like when it was locked to 60 FPS, we're used to the slow movement, so we go to 120, kind of fast, kind of slow. Wow, that Marine really tried to take me out. And that's going to happen a lot as well. The Marines are the most dangerous thing in this space section, like literally.
Can they actually kill you if they run into you?
They will fly into you, they will rocket you, they will stay alive when they shouldn't and draw all the enemies over to them, which is something we actually don't want. We're going to do a pretty precise lineup here, and then we'll explain what this mission's like on MCC versus original.
So this first section is basically just spawn killing lines of Banshees coming in. Pretty precise lineups, kind of difficult to get right in 3D space. But once you get the hang of it, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, started off well, and then my shots just missed. I'll blame RNG.
Next wave is some Seraphs. They're a stronger enemy type. This wave is also fairly easy as long as the Seraphs don't turn around on you.
Yeah, if these guys dodge, it gets really scary because they will turn on you. But as long as you're killing them fast, you shouldn't really ever die here. Now, something that I'm sure a lot of people in chat are aware of is that on the MCC version of Halo Reach, the enemies in these sections are way more aggressive. They will just hunt you down and shoot you. You'd think that this would make the speedrun harder. It actually makes it faster. Well, maybe it does make it harder, but we'll use their aggressiveness against them in this section and the next. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to kill some of the initial ones with the help of Anchor 9. And then I'm going to try and draw everything over to me and try and make it fly into Savannah and die, basically. So now I'm going slow, trying to dodge shots. I want everything shooting me. Please live, please live. Okay, we're good. Now I want them to crash into Savannah. And I'll finish off the stragglers. I'm going to play a little bit safe and wait for health before I go and see. Oh, I see a lot of Banshees down there. There we go. Let's get these guys.
So the key part of that strat is the enemies don't see Savannah as a solid object. So if you can draw them and have them chase you, they'll literally chase you through Savannah and just splatter into the side of Savannah. So if you manage to get all the enemies following you, you can clear this wave almost instantly. Unfortunately, we got a bit of weird aggro, so we have to go killing.
Okay, I'm gonna play this really safe. I don't like this backup strat, but I have to do it because of how far away I am. So usually you want to kill these phantoms as fast as possible, because you can see the 5th wave spawning right now, and I want them all dead before that spawns in. I'm a little bit late. This might be bad. Okay, we're good. Woo! Now we play, whoever's coming last, we get them. It's kind of like, have you ever heard the advice for how to survive a bear attack? Like, you don't need to run faster than the bear, you just need to run faster than your slowest friend. It's kind of like that. We just kill whoever's coming last. So they have run away, and now we're heading to the next space section. We're going to do very similar strats. There's also a skip coming up called Dialogue Skip, where I'll let Dice explain that.
So our objective is to take out this Corvette and basically hijack it. And to do that, we got to take out the engines. And if we take out the engines fast enough, that skips some dialogue from the Marines telling us to take them out. This will bring in the next wave instantly, so we'll have a lot of enemies all aggroing on us.
Might have missed it.
Oh. You got it.
Okay, we got it. Nice, we got it.
Nice.
The targeting did some weird stuff. Probably my fault. I'm gonna just wait around here a bit because I want all my allies dead for this section. And then I want to start drawing the Seraphs over. You see me trying to get as many of them to shoot me as possible. And now I want them to crash.
Same strat.
Yeah.
Where,
Same strat. I want them to crash or get shot by Savannah. This is the frigate that's helping us out on this mission. Oh, by the way, this is the ship that the spire from Tip of the Spear was cloaking. It is a super carrier. It's like the biggest Covenant ship known. And we're gonna fly up to it and blow it up. Oh, sorry, we're not at that ship yet. I'm mistaken. This is a Corvette that we're gonna use to get to the big ship. And now you can see everything's almost dead. So now we're gonna infiltrate this Corvette. We're gonna put a bomb on board it, and then it's gonna go to the super carrier to refuel, and then we're gonna blow the bomb up. I'm just gonna change FPS for faster movement out of this cutscene because it helps out a lot. So you notice down on the beach, hopefully we picked up the sword and the sniper rifle, and this will help us out inside the Corvette. Yep, that looks like a sword to me. I think we're good. So we're gonna try to cut all these guys before they start. There we go, we got him. And this guy's doing weird stuff. He has the high ground. This is not Star Wars. Okay, it's not Star Wars.
He didn't even see you coming.
Yeah. Just had to confirm, because, you know, that last section looks a lot like Star Wars. We're playing Halo after all. I need to give these guys weapons, because they're much more dangerous with Covenant weapons as opposed to their own weapons. This is because Bungie, on Legendary, put on a 50% damage penalty with every UNSC weapon. Another reason why giving them alien weapons is good is not only do they get essentially a 50% damage boost, but the firing patterns of all the weapons are tied to who's holding them. No, they're tied to the weapon, not who's holding them. So if you give a Marine on Legendary a plasma rifle, he starts firing as aggressively and with the same burst length as an elite would when they hold that weapon, which helps out a lot. So they go from basically useless allies to something that can really help out a lot, especially in this long combat section. So I'm prioritizing using my snipers on the elites and my needles on the grunts. Looks like I'm being flanked, so I'm just using my radar. And that's everything. This is called the no jump room, because if you jump in here, you die.
You're just floating in midair for like 5 seconds.
Yeah, with enemy snipers in the room.
Noble 6, get that Corvette moving toward the super.
So now I'm going to juggle this DMR to here for later. And now I'm going to pray that one of these guys has plasma pistol. Oh, I'm going to play this mission with no night vision. Just because DICE is here, and I don't want him to yell at me about how bad night vision looks.
Too Easy's night vision does get excessive sometimes. It does help a lot with hitting heads, getting headshots, or just knowing if a target is alive. They're basically highlighted if they're alive. If they become a scenic object, they're no longer highlighted as much.
Pray for good spawns, pray for good spawns. We got okay, pretty, not great. This general needs to move away. And we also have a Bob, which is random. You want to explain Bobs while I just figure this fight out?
Yeah, Bobs, there's one on every mission. Unfortunately, we only get to see 3 of them occasionally. We got unlucky here. There's potentially a Bob on the beach in this mission. And they have a lot. They have a lot more shields than even a general. So it's important to backsmack that guy, get the assassination, because it's an instant kill.
Is Bob an abbreviation for something?
Yeah, Born on Board. It's a reference from Marathon, Bungie's FPS before Halo.
Lieutenant.
They're literally called Bobs in the script, though.
Okay.
Well done, Noble Six. Uppercut.
Now I'm gonna try and spawn kill these guys with grenades. It's one elite. If I kill him, the enemies should panic, and some of them might even pull grenades out. I actually wanted that to happen here. Well, assuming I can kill the guy. Alright. Oh, there he is! I did say I wanted that. He just did it so late for some reason. Basically, if they do that, they just run straight at you, showing their face, so you can just get an easy headshot on them. Okay, I missed my EMP. Or he dodged it.
A little unfortunate with that.
Hey, you opened the door for me. Thanks. So now's the hangar return. Big wave fight.
And after this wave fight, we're going to be essentially spawn killing the rest that are going to be coming in for support. We just have to be sitting at the right doors and have the right weapons out.
Oh no, this ain't good. So I've hit the quota now. I want to hope that my allies take out that last guy. They should get him, surely. Because I need to start spawn killing all these doors. Looks like they may have got him. Okay, yeah, they got him. I was worried for a sec. That is the seclusive shot, one of the coolest parts of the level. Cross-map EMP. What's this guy doing so far over here? He's on a mission. Alright, we got him. Pretty good long night, I'd say. Sub 14's okay for a marathon. Usually want to aim for something sub 14 in full game. Yeah, that's the second most combat heavy level of the speedrun. For that reason, it's one of my favorite. And we're now going to come into the most combat heavy level of the speedrun. So now we've we've destroyed that Covenant supercarrier, crash landed back down to the ground. That's there as it is in the background. And things have not been going well in our absence. We were gone for like maybe a week and a half, trekking through the mountains. The battle has not been going well. This is basically the capital city of Reach, at least the biggest city on Reach, and it's getting wasted by the Covenant. So now we're going to try and link up with our allies and figure out what's going on. This next section is quite dangerous.
We're going to be using a little bug in the code where if the grunts are trying to go suicidal and take us with them, if we jump on something that they can't path to, they'll instantly explode. They'll just say, oh, we can't get to the enemy, I don't have a task to do anymore, so I'm just going to blow up here. And that's what we're going to do by hopping over this gap. And if there's any more alive, okay, we're good. Oh, one more.
I also want as many needles and grenades as I possibly can get.
And
basically,
hopefully a checkpoint.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, very nice.
Checkpoints are very few and far between on this mission. I finally got one. I think I had one, but it was like 30 seconds ago or something.
So all we're doing here is clearing out a few brutes, and then entering this atrium. This atrium is probably one of the most reset heavies areas for at least me. Requires a lot of precision aiming, and it's another section where going fast is very rewarded because the enemies are all bunched up. Grenades work exceptionally well as long as the enemies don't armor lock, basically making them invincible.
Ah, yeah, I'm
Man,
locked.
like all the brutes armor locked at least once.
What are you doing so far over there?
So at the top of this atrium is an elevator that we're trying to get to evacuate some civilians. Unfortunately, someone else is using it, so we have to wait a little bit. We're also going to be going to the side over by the pictures to hit another button, the interior elevator button from outside the wall. The same radius bug that we did on Oni is applicable there.
Not much. A decent amount of ammo and one grenade. I'll take it. So now we need to clear out these 2 phantoms. I'm going to do the safer way. You can do a faster way. You can go all the way down to the bottom, grab that sniper rifle, and snipe everything out of this phantom. But I'm going to do the slower order, a lot safer, and only loses about 10 seconds.
We're going to be needle comboing the last brute that was in that phantom.
Hopefully my marines can finish off those 2 grunts, because I need to get down here in time to kill these skirmishers. They're very dangerous. Yeah, he naded them, nice. That should be it. Quota. Nice, and we need this hammer, and we need health.
If you can get it.
Ah, we got it. Nice.
Just in time.
So that's teleport. You can do, yeah, it's a lot faster if you do the long teleport, but that's still pretty fast.
We could use the executive landing pad, except there's no easy way to get there. A group of ODST specialists.
Ooh, you're going to have a rough time. You don't have a plasma nade.
Yeah, it's fine. It's actually safe without a plasma nade. It's just a lot faster and cooler with one. So, a cool quirk in this game that some people might not know is that when you stick a phantom with a plasma grenade anywhere, both side gunners drop off. And as the side gunners are the most deadly part on Legendary, since the chin gun is deadly but it's slow moving projectile, you can kind of just keep moving. It means that you can play a lot of sections a lot riskier. So yeah, we won't be able to do a cool thing and use the plasma grenade up here, but we just have to wait for the phantom to fly away, basically. In this section, though, we're just jetpacking through underneath everyone, using the hammer to get a little bit more speed. And I'm going to delay a checkpoint here so that I get it right before the risky part. I also got quite low rocket ammo, which is not ideal, but it's fine. Wait for a checkpoint here.
Delaying the checkpoint is just like attacking and not letting the checkpoint happen, right?
Yeah, you can delay a checkpoint. Oh my god, that's scary. You just force the game to trick the game into thinking that you're in combat by shooting, having an enemy look at you, punch, jump, any of those things work. So we'd usually stick that phantom with a grenade, but don't have one. And then you could just go straight up, but we're gonna have to wait around a little bit. I don't think I waited long enough. I'm impatient. Alright, we're good.
You're good, yeah.
Now, the good thing is we can get a checkpoint here, guaranteed, hopefully. Where we usually wouldn't go for that checkpoint just there, if I was doing the fast strat. Now, this is a very combat-heavy section. Probably the hardest in the entire speedrun.
We basically have just enough rockets to clear out all the brutes if we get a few double kills, all the fodder that you saw at the front. And you might need to be using the fuel rod.
Yeah, it's fine though.
Yeah.
Oh! That was weird shooting. He's alive?
Ow.
Here we go, we got him with health damage.
Barely.
So we couldn't go for a cool skip because he's alive.
There is another one of those wave spawn skips where we would advance a little bit further than intended if we cleared out all the enemies before these last 3 dropped. But It's totally fine.
Yeah, this is pretty quick actually.
Yankee Niner to Echo Dispatch. Landing pad is clear. Send in the
Alright, so now we're into the longest auto-scroller of the game. Although on Legendary, can, unfortunately for me, be really... It can rig you a lot. In my current PB, I lost 2 minutes here to something I had no control over. So we'll hope this doesn't happen in this run, but it's incredibly rare.
Make sure those transports make it out in one piece.
This is another section where checkpoints are very far and few between if you get unlucky.
Our fleet's scattered. Pulling back.
You really shouldn't need the checkpoints, you should not die here. But sometimes it's not up to you, the game just decides to kill you.
Ready to go. Delta 1-5, this is evac dispatch. Copy that. Proceed at your discretion.
This is your ride, Spartan.
Midtown airspace is way too hot. Gonna take an alternate route.
Delta 1-5 to dispatch. Banshee squadron on my tail.
So this section's quite safe,
Copy, Delta 1-5. Can you
as is the next section.
We're going in. I'm gonna try to set her down.
It's quite important for us here to kill the Banshees. That's the only reason this area would be any dangerous is if we, you know, kept every Banshee alive. We should be able to get at least some of them. Also, funnily enough, bullets have travel time in this turret, which I don't believe they have in other segments of this game.
Request immediate airstrike on Covenant Corvette over Starport. Solid copy, Fox Actual. Long swords unavailable at this time. Over.
This is civilian transport 6 Echo 2. I need to go now, Sergeant Major.
Hold on, Echo 2. Stalwart Dawn, I have multiple commercial craft loaded with civilians. I have got to get them out of the city. I need air support now. As soon as something frees up, you'll be the first to knock
This is scary.
Almost got rigged there.
Yeah, it's fine though.
Negative, Echo 2. I can't cover you. Do not take off.
So that's where I died in my PB. I got like Banshee bombed from behind and above by a guy that I literally could not have been further away from being able to shoot. He's completely opposite me. It was super bad luck, and I didn't have any... I'd missed 2 checkpoints, so I got sent back an entire 2 minutes, and I somehow still PB'd that run.
6 Echo 2, you maintain altitude.
Now, here's a grunt who's actually impossible to kill.
Fox Actual.
He's in the turret of this
he's
right
possible,
down
it's
here.
just I can't do it. I've killed him like once in my life. It would help if we killed that guy, but yeah. We do need to kill these enemies. We'll be coming through here in a minute as soon as we get let out.
Spartan, Sergeant Major Duval. Off the day so far. Let's keep it from getting any worse, huh? Coverage all over my missile batteries, and I got 5,000 civilians across the bay waiting for passage out. I need you to arm those batteries and fire those missiles from the central terminal. Understood?
This guy's invincible.
Corvette's been a pain in my ass for too damn long.
A cool thing Terminaceous Tricosity did with that Marine is they launched them up to the Corvette that's in the sky. And it's the same Corvette that you land on, or like, you know, the same model that you land on in Long Night of Solace. So shout out to them for doing crazy stuff on Halo Reach.
So in this end section, we're going to be trying to go fast to have an easy time, and all we're going to do is hit 3 buttons and avoid all the enemies if we can. There is, yeah, that one grunt that we have to take out, otherwise he lights us up. Very nice
Cheeky little
checkpoints as well.
checkpoint, yeah. I really love my cheeky little checkpoints. I'm a big fan of getting them whenever possible. There's another one coming up as well. Oh, this Wraith is very intimidating. So you can go straight up to the button now, but I like to play it a little bit safe. Come around here, get a checkpoint, aggro the chieftain down, hopefully. Oh, there he was. So that guy can really just end your speedrun. But we dodged him.
Right,
and now coming to the most infamous level in Halo Reach speedrunning, and I'll let Dice take you through it.
It is the blocker for most speedrunners. It's very RNG heavy. It revolves around RNG, to be honest. And hopefully we're going to get the good objective here because we got good Banshees. We're gonna be getting in one of these Banshees and then going to the hospital over to our left. And yes, we got it. Okay, we're in there. We're gonna be taking this Banshee.
First try hijack as well.
And we need this in order to fly through this hospital. It's incredibly fast compared to walking through. Also taking out this turret here. We have to call in an evac, another Falcon, for when we're done here. And we don't want it to get blown up by that turret. We're going to blow up our wings, makes it a bit easier to drive through.
I'm going to turn night vision off so Dice doesn't bully me. Continue.
We're hopefully not going to get EMP'd, which I heard one. And thanks to being in a Banshee, we could skip a bunch of spawns that are normally in here. Once we're in here, we just hit the button. We get to hop back in. And since we completed the objective of hitting the button, the game is going to try and see where we are. Since we're in a vehicle, the game thinks we're outside the hospital and wants to deload this area. We're going to hop out of the Banshee and get teleported when that area deloads, because it doesn't want to kill us and it doesn't want us to be stuck in solid space. So that makes that section extremely quick. Now coming up is our side objective, our first side objective.
Oh, that's cool.
We got a decent one. It's on the other side of the map, but it's very easy to do.
Yeah, very safe objective, and we'll be doing a little bit faster thanks to having 2 Marines. Another reason I like this objective after hospital is even though it's very far away, it's safe. Usually, the worst thing about this objective is that it's very far away from the hospital, so if you have hospital to do second, hijacking a Banshee can be really tough, but luckily we've got the hardest part of the level out of the way.
So this objective, all we have to do is kill a bunch of enemies. The side objectives are split into 4 groups of different types of objectives. This one's a really good type to get out of the way early. It leaves 2 other really good objectives that we can get after our second main objective, which we'll be hearing just now. Very nice. We got
That was
Barrera.
50 to get this objective. I wanted to get it though so I could take care of the enemies quicker, have more time to take them, or they're all grouped up. I could have also gotten the 3rd objective. This is the main objective, so these are the ones you always get. The Dice was talking about side objectives, and we'll have 1 more of those to do after this.
This one's really easy. Just run past the hunters. They're pretty scary, but as long as you get the right animations, they won't one-shot you.
Oh, okay. Ouch.
Okay.
He caught my feet. That's a rough objective. He couldn't even see me. A rough animation, I mean. Not objective. Here we go. There, he did the greet that's the taunt animation. Kind of want him to... Those 2 hunters I baited into doing the tackle animation, which is really easy to dodge. That's why I kind of ran straight at them a little bit. Now I'm kind of jumping and meleeing to delay a checkpoint. I failed to delay it, but that's fine. We'll just get a good objective first try, hopefully. That is the worst objective. Here he is, boys.
That is Gunnery Sergeant Buck.
Everyone's favorite character.
His 3 missions are escort missions, which take about 2 minutes to complete, and we don't got time for that. Oh, we got one of the
That's
best
a good objective, boys. Alright.
So this objective is a kill your own Marines objective, and since they're so squishy, this goes really fast.
Now, you saw that I was a bit cautious. I don't want my own Marine gunners to turn on me, and they will if I kill 2 Marines in front of them. Now, you just saw me kill like 3 Marines in front of them. That's because, while they're busy shooting, they're not looking, basically. So, I waited for them to shoot the hunters, and then I killed their buddies.
What's your status, 1-9er?
So for our last main objective, we know exactly where it is, so we can fly directly to it. and we're just going to wait right outside the door.
With me, 1-9er.
And hopefully this brute doesn't bug
Behave
us.
himself. He's going down the stairs, I think. I can see on the radar.
There's a bunch of enemies that just spawned, and we're supposed to go to the front of this building and walk through them all. But since we know where to go, we're just going to fly in the back entrance.
Yeah. If you're really speedrunning, if you're trying to save 1 or 2 seconds, you can kill them and grab a concussion rifle from one of them, and use that to do some boosts through this building. And also the hunter building as well, if you have this objective first. But not going to go for the concussion rifle in this run. This exit from this building can also be a little bit scary as well. It's a trap, so the Covenant let you press the button and then they ambush you.
It's a trap. Get the hell out of there.
It's a trap. Went pretty well actually.
Very well. Didn't even need the health kit.
Return to your Falcon and stand by for instructions.
Alright, so our last technical main objective is to meet at Oni Tower and clear the path so that everyone from Oni building can evacuate. And for that, all we gotta do is...
I'm kind of lost. Alright, we're good. So I was doing some diagonal flying there because I have 2 Marines. Wait. Yeah, I got really lost. Whoops. I don't usually have 2 Marines, but yeah, if you have 2 Marines, it's better to diagonal fly, which is a lot faster than flying straight, so that you can get to this Phantom and kill it faster. Usually you want to snipe it from afar, but you see, even with me flying very bad there, I still killed it before it dropped off any turrets. So that basically kills 2 of the final 6 turrets that I need dead for the end, level to end. And now hopefully I can kill these 2 before the final one drops. Okay, I got that one before it dropped, that's good. And now 1 more. Nice, that's a perfect ending. Even with the hiccups at the start. That just goes to show how powerful diagonal flying is, basically. So you get a, maybe, what does it dice? 30% roughly speed boost?
It was 36, I believe?
Yeah.
36% speed boost by going sideways and forward. It basically combines the velocities.
It's some, like, division of pi, technically, right? Like some recurring decimal.
I didn't calculate it that exactly.
I think they did that in Halo 3 and found it was that, but yeah. Anyway, we're on to the package. If you enjoyed blowing up that Phantom in the last in NA, you're going to enjoy this mission a lot. Let's just say that. But this first section is very dangerous, actually. I'm going to do a very risky strat that DICE invented called Tankless, where we skip the Scorpion. Don't use it at all. It can go very wrong.
But it does save a lot of time. And
yeah.
it is so fun.
Just going to do a little safety strat here because it's a marathon. Just going to shoot a couple things. Okay, we've got a checkpoint. Now let's go. Yeah, that's rough grunt positioning. Try kill one. Ow. This is rough.
Very rough. It doesn't help that that turret is ignoring you.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, okay, your Marines are taking some aggro.
Nice.
Might be a Scorpion that's still operational, 6. Take a look.
Nice, we got a checkpoint. We need these guys dead in order to get through here safely. Okay, this ghost being here is kind of bad, kind of good. It makes the section very scary, but makes the next section a bit safer. Yeah, we're almost certainly dead, so I'm just gonna revert. Wait for him to go forward a bit. There he goes. Hopefully he won't shoot me now. I'm gonna throw a grenade to kick this guy out of his turret. And then hope that we don't get shot too much here, basically. Now we're gonna hope we don't get followed. Ow. I killed myself, actually. That's rough. I was like, yeah. Probably gonna die when I got in there. Because I was so low, I wanted to fire a shot at the enemies. But me firing that shot actually sealed the deal. But if I didn't fire that shot, I probably would have died, so. So this, yeah, really rough part of the run. But we'll get through it. Wait for this guy to go past. Okay, that's good. He flipped out of his ghost. Alright, thank you, game.
And you get the good checkpoint here. That's
Hack a
incredible.
checkpoint.
So we pre-fired the AA gun that we just drove into, so that the shield would be taken down. And that just lets us drive right on past and shoot a extra one at the core. Makes this really quick. This is another section where it's very important to be quick because you want to outrun the enemies to get another checkpoint up here.
Damn. Not to be. At least we have full health.
And you got the other checkpoint before the AA gun.
Yeah.
So the strat's really scary if you don't get any checkpoints the entire mission. This is the bullet hell section, where you basically have to take a really tight path.
That's rough.
To avoid all of the turrets, the other revenants, and the banshees. If you path it just right, those fuel rod turrets will blow themselves up, which is very, very helpful in this situation. Should get the checkpoint.
Nice, yeah.
Okay.
Slowly getting through, but you know, the strat doesn't save too much, and it's really risky, but I just like to do it because it's a lot of fun, right? And it looks cool.
Yeah, I was about to say, it definitely looks cool.
Tanks are slow. This is a speed run, not a slow run. No tanks for us.
The alternative to this strat is slowly driving around in a tank and essentially sniping things from across the map, which is a little anticlimactic.
I'm on a timer here, so I just waited for the checkpoint. I gotta hijack this guy. Kind of manipulated him into trying to run me over so I could hijack him. And here we are. We lost a lot of time, but that's fine. We got it in the end.
Now we're waiting for our teammates to land in the courtyard, which we're just gonna drive right on past. And go straight into the garage.
I'm gonna go night vision for here.
Yeah, for sure. This next section is a bit scary. We want our allies to teleport to us, soak a bit of aggro. We also want to wait for a couple enemies to advance, and then take out a few of the dangerous ones. Now we're going to be jumping over this corner to delay these guys from spawning in. And since they spawned while we were right next to them, they were a bit startled, making it very easy to get past them.
Didn't get touched at all. Really nice. That hallway can be quite scary. Also, here's the hardest trick in the game coming up. I'll be happy if I get this in like 20 or 30 tries.
Very nice checkpoint to make it not too bad of a time loss. Oh.
Alright,
no
we
way
got a second try, boys. This is world record pace.
way.
Let's fucking go. I mean, actually, yeah. Usually, you're happy if you get that in a couple tries, but it can be really hard because of the way the enemies shoot you. And if you get shot while sprinting, you slow down.
Yeah,
if you slow down, don't make the jump.
If you get too much aggro there, like 2 or 3 plasma rifles shooting at you, there's no way you're making that jump. Your sprint just stops halfway there.
Get them online and quick.
So now we're getting power weapons because we want to hijack a Banshee immediately, and we're going to be staying in the Banshee almost the entire time for this this section. After hijacking
It can be really
Banshee,
scary.
oh yeah, I mean, that was a very cooperative Banshee. Normally they troll and try and fly off, and
yeah,
stuck there on the roof for 30 seconds.
No checkpoint. You go right back to the cutscene. So now we're going to turn on these turrets. Having them on is two birds with one stone, basically. So not only do they help out with killing enemies, but it makes the waves come in faster in this wave fight, because Bungie wanted to give you more time to put your turrets up between waves. We got the worst spawn order. You can explain the way this wave fight works, Dice?
Yep, so each wave has 3 Phantoms fly in. They have a delayed spawn, so it's not like, oh, all the Phantoms at once, and it's kind of overwhelming. Unfortunately, they are randomly based and can be in a bad order. So we're probably going to have 1 Phantom fly off before we can kill it, which slows us down a little bit, and it makes us have to kill even more enemies on the ground. We'd rather just spawn kill them all before they even drop out of this Phantom. So we killed the most annoying one first. That's why we wanted that one to spawn first. Unfortunately, we got it last. And now we're trying to take out the one with the Wraith, which is also a very annoying enemy. And the last one, we might even be able to get it.
Yeah, it's not flying off, so we might be lucky. There's another section where night vision helps a lot, but look at all these pretty colors, right? It looks great without night vision. Rather than everything just being green.
Especially the Phantom explosions. I love them.
Yeah, the only time I like to see green is if it's on my splits, otherwise it's usually bad.
Unfortunately, Seed Turret's gone down, so we don't have much help from that for taking out these enemies.
Yeah,
for the next wave to spawn in, we need to get down to 2 enemies, and then more Phantoms come in.
Pretty sure it's on the way.
I'm getting close.
Bad order again. Not as bad as it could be, though.
So this one has ghosts on it, which are extremely annoying to deal with. Even in a Banshee, they'll dodge your Banshee bombs, they'll just light you up in general. They have extremely fast projectiles, which makes it super annoying. And this one just has a bunch of enemies, just the annoying enemies, jackals. Not quite as annoying as brutes.
Not good. And
I'm sure you'll get it.
Banshee's on me. I'm gonna hug this wall because there is a death barrier here.
Yeah, if you fly out just a little bit into that canyon, there's a really awkward box that just instantly kills you for seemingly no reason.
Oh no. That's the green I was talking about that I do not like seeing. Dude, this guy will not die. So this is why you want to get good spawn order. If you get a bad one, this happens. Got a bunch of enemies to clean up, a bunch of turrets that I need back up. I think that's the quota. Turn C turret back on, the most important turret by far. And this is the hardest wave to kill all 3 Phantoms. You need an exceptionally good spawn to kill all 3. Looks like we may have gotten it. So I will go for Hunter Phantom.
So
saves about 20 seconds.
Yeah, this wave is really hard to finish off because 1 Phantom has only 1 set of troops to drop, which is a pair of Hunters. And after it does that, it normally flies off.
Dude, my mouse. We might not get this now. Oh, it hit it. Never mind. I thought it was gonna hit the rock. Sorry, continue.
If we get the previous wave or previous Phantom at this location killed fast enough, another set of troops will drop out of it, which gives us even more time to finish up the Phantom. Very clean.
So if we didn't kill that Phantom, It would fly away and have to deload. Sorry, I didn't hear if you mentioned that, Dice.
Nah. Yeah, so if anything spawns in the wrong order, we might have to wait for a Phantom to fly off. And since our Banshee bombs are kind of slow, it's almost impossible to kill it if it starts flying off. Oh man, you also
Now,
only
as soon as I
have
meet
one
quota...
turret up.
Oh, there we go. Whoa, what's a hunter doing down there? He nearly ended my speedrun. Have you ever seen him go that way?
No, he must have been killing your other turret.
Yeah, never seen that. I did not expect there to be a hunter there.
Is that going to be a problem for this Phantom?
Oh, quite potentially. Yeah, we'll just hope we don't miss any shots on this guy. So this is the final wave, except you only have to kill one Phantom.
This
And
Phantom
then the
has
level will end.
the General, the Engineer, a bunch of top tier troops, and the other Phantoms have Wraiths. So all we have to kill essentially is this General, and we're golden.
Nice. It was not a problem, it turns out. So this is quite a slow package due to all the shenanigans at the beginning, but the wave fight went really good. The whole cave section. And now we're on to the final level of Halo Reach. Similar to Tip of the Spear, I believe this is canonically, the speedrun is how it canonically played out. Our objective is very convenient. Just get to the Pillar of Autumn, which means every single enemy in the mission is optional, basically, with a few exceptions. But I'll let Dice take you through what we're about to do here.
So we're going to grab a concussion rifle. It's going to help us with moving a bit faster, but also a very important skip, which skips enemy spawns that are basically impossible to walk through on Legendary. If we tried, it would take us probably a few minutes just to survive.
Scary?
And we're going to be coming in here, grabbing a rocket. Actually, as many rockets as we can carry. And we're going to be taking those all the way to the end fight.
The rockets are especially important because there are a lot of ways to do the ending of this mission. The way that used to be thought as being the fastest was to prematurely get up to the Mac cannon and use it to blow up some Phantoms. Instead of having to kill the enemies that it drops, you just blow up the Phantom, because you're not supposed to get up to that thing until right at the end. And then it was discovered that you could actually just run around using rockets and blow everything up. I think Pedrogas developed those strats and made them faster than the Mac strats. And then it was found out that you can actually do a kind of hybrid where you get to the Mac cannon early, lob 2 grenades across the entire map to kill some enemies, and then blow up Phantoms with a Mac cannon. So that's what the world record does now. Now, I really like the firefight strats where you just run straight in and blow everything up with rockets and grenades. So that's what I always do. We're coming up to the town here, which we will use our concussion rifle to skip a lot of the enemies, like Dice alluded to. Now, I have low health, that's kind of scary. Especially as using the concussion rifle damages yourself a little bit. Okay, my sprint did not recharge in time, that's fine. Going slow for this area is actually safer because this Phantom takes off earlier. And we're going to use the same mechanic as an Exodus to make all these suicide grunts blow up, and hopefully blow up the jackals as well that are with them, and it worked. So now we're going to run straight to the cutscene. We're going to say goodbye to Carter. Get some rip Carters in the chat. And now we're going to do drone skip. Oops. So using the concussion rifle to skip up around the trigger, we now do not have to fight anything in this cave section. And this section, there are so many enemies in here. It's such a tight path with no shortcuts really, that even running through here on easy difficulty, you lose your shields and you start to lose your health. So this would be very, very tough on Legendary if we didn't skip all the spawns. And now you might recognize this area. It's the Boneyard. You might recognize it from multiplayer. We can take whatever path we want through here, basically, and we're going to take the path of least resistance. Skip all the enemies, basically. All we care about is getting the package to the Pillar of Autumn. Since we have a little bit of time, I'll talk about the lore. The package is a copy of Cortana. A lot of people thought it was Cortana, but actually a copy of Cortana that was used to do some research. And we're going to get that research to the main Cortana aboard the Pillar of Autumn, so that Halo 1 can happen. This area is generally pretty safe, and we got through it okay. This is where things get a little bit dodgy. I'm going to bounce a grenade here, and hope that I get good elite spawns. Alright, nice. I'm also going to delay a checkpoint now, because I've got a trick coming up that if I fail it, oh, I didn't delay it quite as far as I wanted, but hopefully I just hit it first try. Nice, there we go. So now that we're up here, we skip enemy spawns in the next area. There's hunters and a bunch of skirmishers. They're a big problem, so... Another thing is that we're going to get through this area so quickly, it's going to break the enemies in the next area, and they're going to do the same amount of damage that they do on easy difficulty. I promise, this is a thing. I'm not cheating. This is legendary, I promise. He just punched me in the face and I lost like nothing, but just believe me. And now, because the door won't open because we killed the enemies that we have to kill to make the door open, we just go through the window. Dice, you want to explain why this is the worst room in the entire Halo Reach speedrun?
Because there's so many paths that you could take, but Two's is gonna take it safe. It also has a bunch of... Oh god.
Yeah, that was
almost a jump scare. This elite can sneak up on you and one-shot you.
Well, he's lost. We won't even have to deal with the invisible guy. Oh, no night vision. I don't want to get bullied. Okay, he just did not care. So, sometimes it takes a few tries. Basically, shooting the needle rifle at him, he treats the needle as if it's an explosive, which means he will dodge it and go into armor lock. I'm gonna go for health here. I would do a sprint switch where you pick up a full sprint, but didn't need to because it recharged in time. And now we're into the final firefight.
We're gonna be jumping over that to get a little bit closer to the enemies quicker, and hopefully take out all this fodder
I only have one
in one tight group. Ooh, this might get scary.
Yeah.
Okay, got 6 out of the 8.
Oh no!
I'm in position.
Okay, this is
not bad.
A massive improv going on right here. This is like what I mentioned. Oh my god. Okay, yep. Well, here we go again. This time I'll remember to reload my rockets. Yeah, if things start to unravel, they really unravel.
Clear an LZ. I'll meet you there.
Here we go. This should be fine now. Okay, an armor locker.
I'm in position. I'll take out as many dropships as I can.
Another armor locker. Oh my god. That was really unlucky. I mean, I guess my grenade was like half, maybe quarter of a second late, but that's rough. I'll play this safe, I guess.
Pelican's ready. Clear an LZ. I'll meet you there.
It's pretty hard to kill all these enemies while staying out of line of sight of the turret at the front of the Phantom. Makes this whole section quite annoying on Legendary.
Got him. Ah, I wish I... Yeah, that was really, really rough. It does not usually go that bad. Now we're gonna do a cool lineup for this next section. I also had to use more rockets than I wanted to use, but it'll be fine. We'll do some more improvisation. Okay, we've hit the quota now for the next one to come in. We need these guys dead. Nice.
Very, very nice.
Now, unfortunately, I don't have the required grenade or rocket to do a skip here. Or to, at least to attempt a skip. Whoa, these guys are being very tanky. Wow, he's got nothing for him actually. This is pretty rough. I need to get to my needle rifle. Yeah, because I had that extra rocket. I mean, I didn't have that extra rocket. This is a lot harder than it should be. Oh my!
Oh, there was another
Phantom
Phantom
that was
that dropped off a bunch of troops,
Raise
bunch
your
of grunts
gun.
and brutes. And since we didn't go very fast, they all got to spread out, which makes this part
Yeah, they're
very
kind of
annoying.
I can't really predict where they are. All right, there we go. We got the quota. Very slow, but yeah, that's whatever. At least I got to blow them up the fun way. And hey, I got to blow them up a bunch of times. Now I have the loadout I want: a DMR, plasma pistol, to bring into the final section. We need to get up to that.
That's the Mac
that
cannon
gun.
Tuizu was mentioning before.
Yeah. Oh my.
Okay. That's scary.
Yeah. There's an interesting bug in MCC where enemies don't their weapon doesn't overheat when they pull off an EMP, meaning they can EMP you, like release a plasma pistol overcharge, and they can shoot at you instantly, and that all those bullets will hit you at once at the same time and insta-kill you, which that guy nearly did. I want a checkpoint here if possible. Nice. Oh, okay, that guy should not be there. It's usually that scary, don't worry. I actually had pretty bad movement. So now we've started the trigger for the end of the level. The timer, I mean. I need to kill everything. So this guy hasn't gone up. I do want all these guys dead, and I've got about 1:20 to do it.
So normally at this point you had killed all the enemies and gotten in the Mac cannon, and a bunch of Phantoms are flying in above. And then we're waiting for the enemy Corvette to fly in to finish it
48.
off.
Can you remember 48? In fact, can you be my calculator?
It's 12:25, I believe.
What's okay. I'm gonna use 18 because that's the way everyone does different math for this section.
Yeah, there's some people use a visual cue, some people use audio cue, some people just wait around underneath the Mac cannon, and there's a certain lineup that you can use before you get in.
Did I kill that guy? I don't think I did. There he goes. Okay, I said 18, right? There we go. All right, coming up to the end. Hopefully, if I don't die here, and that's time.
Very well done.
Yeah, I think that was pretty fast. It'll be interesting to see the how fast that was actually.
So RTA, that was about 1:25:05. I don't know if you were running your own
Sweet.
timer.
So thanks for having us. This was awesome. Shout out to Halo Runs. Lots of great people and resources there. If you want to learn any Halo game, go check out the guides in the Discord. And shout to Mankey and Exclusive for inspiring me to run this game. And thanks for commentating, Dice. Wicked. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having me.
both know the answer to that.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. For people who missed it at the start of the show, this is bonus stream. We're showing off games that were on the backup list for Summer Games Done Quick. That means runs that were flagged just to be ready in case we had to swap a game, a runner had some tech issue happen, that sort of thing. So these are people prepared as if they were going to be in the marathon, but did not actually get to run last week. So we're just taking a night here on the GQ Hotfix to show some of those off. We've got one more show for you all tonight, but later on Wednesday, during Never Before Seen, Amber Seprin's show is going to be showing off a few more backup runs of games that have never been in a GDQ before. So if you're enjoying this show tonight, definitely tune in for that. And of course, for all the new viewers who haven't seen Hotfix before, this is our series of speedrunning content between our main events. Almost every night of the week, we're showing off speedrun adjacent content, just showing off more fun speedrun content for you all to enjoy. If you're looking for some cozy speedruns, definitely give us a follow, check us out. We'll be around, pretty much all month. And if you tune in next month, August 15th through the 21st, I believe it is. Yeah, 21st. Flame Fatales is the summer version of the Flame Fatales all-women speedrunning event. Be running that duration. You can find more information at gamesdonequick.com/flamefatales. But we're going to take a quick break here while we get set up for the last run of the night. It's going to be BioShock No Plasmids, which is going to require some pretty ridiculous tricks to make that happen, run by Blood Thunder. So if you stick around for a few minutes, we'll be back with that. So stay tuned. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Community Spotlight. We are here with our final run of the night for bonus stream. I hope you all have been enjoying what we've been got going on tonight. Just as a quick reminder, these are runs that were on the backup list for Summer Games Done Quick 2021 but did not get inserted in the schedule. We like to have these shows just to give them a chance to show off what they had ready as kind of a thank you for sitting on the sideline in case we needed them. So we've got Blood Thunder here. Is going to be doing BioShock No Plasmids. How you doing today?
Yo, what's going on, Relkin? We're gonna, like you said, BioShock No Plasmids, which if you guys have seen an any percent run of this game, you know that plasmids are extremely broken and they just break everything wide open. So No Plasmids is a route I put together with a couple tricks that the community found over the years, some dating back to like 2010. And so we're gonna pick up plasmids, but we are not going to use a single one. And there's some hard checks that the game usually requires. Use Electrobolt, Incinerate, and Telekinesis. We're going to be skipping all of those hard checks through some very, very scary means. I have a couple backup saves in case things go too far out of the way. But yeah, we're good to go. We start from a save file, so we'll load this up and then we'll start the timer and we'll be off to Rapture. A wonderful, wonderful city. All right. Load it in. So we're skipping the plane cutscene that everyone loves just because, runners kind of get tired of watching it 100 times in a row. We're in the water after the plane crash, and our first trick is just swimming through the fire. We don't really have health here at all, so taking damage doesn't really mean anything. We're also playing on easy, because that's just the fastest way it's going to be, and so we don't have access to things like telekinesis. Combat kind of does come back into play, but it's still very not important in the grand scheme of the run. So Crashlight's going to look pretty much like any percent. A lot of the things I'm going to talk about is how this is different from any percent, so I hope you've seen it. If not, go give it a watch. It's a great run. But make our way down to the bathysphere. And we're going to do another little trick, hopefully, if I remember to jump here. So a lot of times in this game, you can move while interacting with stuff, and if you happen to be moving backwards when you do that, you can kind of break the game. So right now, the game tries to lock us in the bathysphere, obviously, so you can start this wonderful little cutscene introducing Rapture and all the great features about it. But by doing that little trick where we jump backwards as we pull the lever, we got outside the door. So when it tried to push us back in, it put us on top. We're stuck in place, we can't move. But this will eventually save 3 seconds because we hit the end level load a little faster. Now here's Andrew Ryan to lead us in, you know?
Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow?
I hope all the runs have been going really well. I hope all the runners the best of luck. Hope everyone watching in chat's having a great night. Having a fun time.
I've definitely had a fun time.
Pre-recorded.
What, are you saying you're pre-recorded, Blood Thunder?
No, I think the chat is. So I'm looking over it, and I'm just seeing a lot of emotes and stuff, and that's definitely pre-recorded. People don't use emotes in Twitch chat.
Just a quick shout out while we're listening to Andrew Ryan. Subs and bits for this whole month are still going to Doctors Without Borders. So if you have a Prime sub that you didn't get to use during the week of Summer Games Done Quick, if you throw it towards the channel this month, it still does go out to help that good cause of Doctors Without Borders.
Any primers in chat? Also handsome Squidward here as we pass by him.
Yep.
Still one of the best video game intros of all time.
Yeah, it hits a little bit less when you're on top of the bathysphere.
Just a little bit. You know, the music comes in, you get a little message from Johnny, who's the best boy. Some advertisement. Yeah, once you go in here, normally the bathysphere kind of docks for a second and then starts heading upwards. Being on top of the bathysphere like we are, we'd instantly hit that end level screen, and we're on to Welcome to Rapture. So the game likes to check for 3 plasmids, as I mentioned in the intro. It checks for Electrobolt, it checks for Incinerate, and it checks for Telekinesis. And it's trying to tell you how to use these plasmids so that when you get other ones later on, you kind of have a good idea of how they work, how they interact with the world. Because this is the no plasmid run, we still pick up Electrobolt because we need it for the trick, but we will not be using it. We're going to skip the door that is the hard check. And if you watch 80%, Welcome to Rapture is usually the spot where people aren't the biggest fan of because it's just constantly jumping around and it looks really, really weird. We do a very similar trick. We initiate the cutscene in the same way, but instead of just running away from the cutscene, we're going to manipulate it so that we are moving during the cutscene itself, and some shenanigans will ensue. So a little bit more of the intro, and then a wonderful friend's going to come on the radio. And he's just oh so nice, always asking us to do things in a kindly manner.
Would you kindly pick up that shortwave radio? I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question Providence. I'm Atlas, and I aim to keep...
So Atlas is going to be in our pocket. He's going to kind of lead us through Rapture, trying to get us further into it before we meet some other fine folk. First things we need to do, we need to get ourselves a weapon. We can't use plasmids, we're going to rely on the handy dandy wrench and all of the different guns that we pick up along the way. Here's our handy dandy wrench. Pick this up, and we're going to use this to take out a splicer real quick. Give him the old 1-2 punch. Okay, and this is where the fun begins. So normally this door is hard locked until you use Electrobolt on that switch, and there's no other way past it. But we come up here, we save, hit interact, and then hit our menu. We can make a save here. And we can also load that save, and that's going to allow us to move during this cutscene. So we're going to initiate it. Now we can walk around. We're going to stand on this railing. And if we can time this right, we can use the game's... Oop, a little too early. The game will apply certain movements to the character to get them to fall over this railing for the cutscene. We can use that. A little too early once again. Okay. What we're looking for is an airwalk. We go ahead and spoil the big surprise, so we're going to walk on air. Walking on sunshine.
I'm so surprised. Even though you spoiled it.
Alright. Now we're walking on air, but the fun's not over yet. We need to walk far enough across this hallway. This little foyer. We need to get past this door, fall over the banister, and I believe we got it. We need to wait just a moment to find out. So we're now technically in the cutscene, but we're on the other side of the door. So we have to wait through the cutscene. These two splicers are going to come and talk, and we're just going to look out the window. And then eventually a little sister and a big daddy are going to stop by. We're going to hear them. But we have successfully passed one of the hard checks of the game. That is the second hardest. There's one in medical that we'll see how the game is feeling today. Sometimes it's really, really nice. Other days, not so much. Now the splicers have gone away. The little daddy, the little sister and the big daddy have come to play. Imagine if the big daddies were just really, really tiny. Cute.
Look, Mr. Bubbles, it's an angel.
So as soon as the cutscene's over, we'll stand back up and we can continue onward.
Wait a minute, he's still breathing. It's alright. I know he'll be an angel soon.
Alright, fade to black, and then we will get our movement back. Jumping through the water is a little bit faster, so anytime we run through a section of water, we're just gonna jump. This looks very reminiscent of an any percent run here, but once we get past this, we can actually walk, which is really, really nice. While that strat for any percent is not really any slower, it is really, really annoying to do. So we need to kill this guy. Cannot use Electro Bolt. It is the only plasmid that we're going to pick up, so we have to do it for the skip. But we will not be using it, and we'll be bypassing all the others later on. There is a certain quest once we hit Olympus Heights and Apollo Square, where the game will give us plasmids in a random order. Seemingly random order, I should say. We also cannot skip having those, but we will not be using them, which is where the no plasmid run comes in. That's the only restriction for this run, so anytime we can actually do a trick that doesn't involve plasmids, we will. So we'll be doing diary skips, we'll talk about once we get into Neptune's Bounty and beyond. There's some big level skips and things like Point Prometheus and all that good stuff. You know, any other skips eventually get found, those could be implemented as well. Just gonna run through Welcome the Rapture, take out the splicers, pick up our pistol, a very handy weapon to have early on. So one downside of having to sit through the last cutscene is we cannot skip this cutscene, which usually you can with any percent, because once you're in one cutscene, you can't go into another or something like that. So we do get to enjoy this wonderful one in the theater. This is a really, really great cutscene, which I don't mind watching. You learn a little bit more about the little sisters and the big daddies and how their bond operates. Everyone in chat, be sure to press the unbound key to equip your plasmids. You're looking for it, it's right next to the any key. So, let's go ahead and smash that real quick.
My uncle used to work building PCs for people back in the early days of computers. Once got frustrated with somebody asking that question so often, they told them the any key was P.
Nice, that's a good key to choose. The splicer does not know what's in store for him. Unfortunately, that's the scariest the Big Daddy will ever be in this game. So they're going to go through this door and try to run away. But if you're fast enough, you can realize that they just completely vanish. Like, the smoke and then nothing. Now we gotta actually do some combat. We're gonna take out these splicers really quick. The pistol makes short work of them. Just hit them a couple times. This is another section where the game's trying to teach you stuff. It's trying to teach you that if you use Electro Bolt on enemies in the water, it will kill them instantly, or at least do enough damage early on. Where's this guy run to? Yeah, it's not really important for us because we're not going to use it. Just Just waiting for 2 splicers to pop out of this wall. Last shot in the pistol. So there's a cutscene up here that we can actually skip. Normally you'd use Electro Bolt to skip it. You just shock the door and it lets you through, which is a really cool trick. It's like a bug that one of the devs found and just left it in. But we can actually squeak by the cutscene trigger if we just hug this wall all the way around, so we get past it. Normally this is where you're introduced to Andrew Ryan, and he kind of like questions why you're here, who you are, all that good stuff. Now we're in the medical, which for no plasmids is the scariest place to be. In any sort of run, this is a really scary place to be, because it's just really hard to do. But for no plasmids specifically, it is very, very scary. So we're gonna hack this robot. This pattern will always be the same the first time you open up the game. So if you do a run, close the game and reopen it, it'll be the same every time. If you don't do that, it will somewhat randomize. It's kind of nice. That's the only one we need to solve. So I'm going to take out all these splicers because I don't want the bot to sit back here and fight with them. I'm going to try to use the bot later on and help save some time. The bot's not always so cooperative, but we do have backups for that. Just going to take out these splicers as we run around. And once we get past this door, it's where the real fun begins. Okay, the bot's with us. We're gonna run over here. We're actually going to deactivate the bot. Get this guy out of the way. I'm putting him here for safety. We're gonna come back here in just a second. We'll run past these splicers. And this is typically part of the game where you need telekinesis to move on. And to get telekinesis, you need Incinerate, because it's blocked by ice and you need to melt the ice. But there is a way to get past both of them. And it involves this table. It involves some AI manipulation and a whole lot of hopes and prayers. So we're gonna try to get these splicers to come after me. I need them to actually come down here. He is just hard running away. Ideally, I want the one with the pipe over there. We're gonna make a quick save just in case this goes wrong. If we go around the corner, or if we do any damage to Steinman, he's going to blow up a sign. That makes our path forward impossible to pass without telekinesis. We're going to try to draw Steinman's aggression. So there he is. There's Steinman. We're going to pull him away. And hope he follows. Sometimes he's a little bit obnoxious about it. Come on. This is half of the hopes and prayers. He's trying to do the same thing we're doing to him, to us. He wants us to go around this line to chase him, but he should go a little bit away. Should follow us. What we need to do is we need to damage him so he continues on when we're through this door. So we need to get him far enough down the hallway. We can shoot him. That's not Simon. Come on, buddy. I'm just gonna quick load. Give him a second try. Just want him to keep on running. If we can get him to this door, he'll usually follow us the rest of the way. He just wants to hide back there. Come on.
He's feeling shy today.
Yeah, he really doesn't want to come out to play. I do have some quick saves if this keeps up, but he should eventually come down here. I think we've got him now. Once he starts throwing bombs at you, he usually likes to follow. Of course, this would happen. Come on. More game of cat and mouse. He's really not coming through here, huh?
I promise to do
on, buddy. Yeah, so if I go past this line right here, he will,
I promise to do no harm. I'm not finished.
There he goes, I'll just show you. He blows this up and you just can't pass anymore. Alright. Try it one more time. I think this is it. Third try is the charm. Feeling it. Alright, there's Steinman. There he is. So now that I'm through this door, I'm gonna shoot him. Hopefully this works. Sometimes this doesn't even work. So he's gonna run through, and because we're far enough away from that, for some reason it just doesn't ever explode, and he's not there anymore. He actually still blew it up. Nice. But sometimes even then.
Wow. So you like basically trying to deload the explosion or whatever?
Yeah, you're just like far enough away where the game doesn't activate whatever trigger is there. You can tell this is a super consistent strat. And it works every time. See, this time he likes to follow. Steinman's just a great guy. Alright, where is he at? So you never really know if you've actually gotten it until you go and check. You just know when you don't get it, which is the sad part. So now we're gonna deal with this bot. We need him to stand up. This is why we took out all the enemies beforehand. I think we're good at this point. I haven't heard anything. The reason we need this bot is we need to put him in this doorway. I'm gonna deactivate him, and the reason we're doing this is because bots can actually keep doors open. And when we come back through here, this is going to be locked. But even though it's locked and broken, if the bot's in the doorway keeping it open, we can still pass through the collision that's normally there. And I think this is good because I don't hear him anymore. So we're gonna take our table, and this is the actual scary part. If you thought Steinman's AI was gross to deal with, this is the fun part. So there's still an invisible wall here. But there is a hole on top of everything that we need to jump through. And we need this table to stand up properly.
Oh no.
Trust me, I'm a professional. I've done this before.
Professional table stander upper.
Okay. I got somewhat good luck on the table, but not Steinman. Cool. Okay, let's see. Now we need to jump on top of it. Oh, I spoke too soon, didn't I? If we get past medical, everything should be fine from there. Getting past medical is the fun part. Oh, that was almost so good. You know what? I think we need some more prime subs in the chat that really waken this table's confidence. It's just a little shy at the moment, I think is the issue. Right, try to stand it up one more time, and if not, we'll just load the backup save since Steinman was so egregious. Oh,
well, there's a few primers.
See, prime subs, and it instantly starts working again.
Yeah, easy. And as a reminder, subs and bits for the rest of this month are still going to Dr. Zob orders. If you have Prime sub available, do encourage you to use them.
jump to the hole in the wall is a little bit difficult based on where the table ends up being. Alright, we're just gonna load. Gonna load that backup save, which already has the table in a good spot. Everything's pretty much already the same.
So this is basically the big reset point if you're going for PB on this?
Oh yeah. I mean, if you don't get past this, it can take a real long time. So there we go. We got past the invisible wall blocking us. That is the biggest gatekeep of the entire run. There are some other soft checks that the game does to make sure that you have the ability to cast fire. But once you get to that point, there's kind of multiple ways to do it. And here's Steinman. He's run all the way over here. He's going to do his fun stuff. We're going to take a little bit of damage. That invisible wall is still going to be there on the way out. And we don't have a table, obviously, to jump back, nor do we want to do that again. So we have to death warp out. But we don't have incinerate the damage ourselves. And we're playing on easy, which means we take really, really low damage. So it becomes kind of a problem whenever you need a death warp, but luckily there's some strats around that. We're just going to deal with Steinman here. Just unload into him. Whole reason we come deal with him is because he has a key that will unlock Neptune's bounty. So here's the strat. Anytime we need to take damage, we're going to hack a machine and instantly fail it. And that's going to do like half your health. So if you need to really get low, you just do it twice and you're good. So we're back here. Table's just sitting over there being real cute. So here's the tunnel. It normally breaks, so you go deal with this cutscene. I believe the save has the setup. So, nope, it actually doesn't. Surprise. Alright, we gotta go deal with the cutscene. So if the bod's set up properly, you can walk through the door. Hey, more story, right? Everybody likes some story.
So this is just showing us what you would have skipped with the bot there.
Oh yeah. Every speedrunner shows off the skips. They don't show you off what they're skipping, which I think is a little rude.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
Yeah, it's Cinnabomb. She's like, hey, here's this mechanic. You can either save the little sisters or harvest them for Adam. Which, besides this point, we never mess with. Which is, it's never needed. There's also a weird bug if you play at a really high frame rate, that a lot of cutscenes you just end up looking at the floor.
There is another. Use this.
It happens a couple times throughout the run. It
I will make it to be well.
always looks so awkward. Just to be nice, we'll go ahead and save her. Because we have to come in here, we can actually showcase diary skipping early. So the game has two ways of playing audio. There's one for the main story stuff that's going on around you, which is radio messages. And then there's the diary messages that you pick up around the area. You can always skip a radio message by playing a diary on top of it. So you can just bypass a whole lot of dialogue really, really quickly. There are a few exceptions, but for the most part, that works. So we don't need to buy anything from the Gatherer's Garden, we just need to interact with it, and we can leave. And that will basically conclude Medical Pavilion. This game really, really likes to show you where you need to go early on in a level, and then send you on a fetch quest to do something else. So, we just head back to the start of the level, where we hack the bot. And then we can get into Neptune's bounty. Normally at this point in the game, you are hard required to have Electric Bolt, Telekinesis, and Incinerate. As you guys can see, we just have Electric Bolt, because we did the skip. That will remain the case for the rest of the run. It also completely changes the speedrun because you need. Usually, you use telekinesis for a lot of the combat. Picking something up and throwing it is pretty much an insta kill with telekinesis, and incinerate is a really, really fast way to death warp. So we get to show off some different strats that you may not have seen. Some of them are borrowed from like a glitchless run. Those runners have put in a lot of work to optimize more of the standard gameplay. So we're gonna show off some of those strats. We're gonna show off some strats even they don't do. We need to go deal with Peach, introduce ourselves. There's a body up here that is really, really important to what we're gonna do.
And one day, the gentleman stopped calling.
We're gonna skip his dialogue. We don't need to kill her, we just need to get her down pretty low. Okay. So now there's two bodies up here. And this one that spawns in the corner will always have exploding buck on him, which is a shotgun ammo that actually deals fire damage. So because we don't have incinerate, and there's two spots where we need to melt ice here, and one spot in Fontaine Future, or not Fontaine Futuristics, that's BioShock 2, in Fort Frolic, that also requires melting ice. We'll use those 3 exploding buckshots to melt the ice. And the next problem comes into play. Well, you don't have a shotgun to actually use it. How do you get that? Well, we're going to deal with that in a little bit, but it's pretty much free. The game just kind of gives it to us. There's also a lot of ammo just scattered around Neptune's Bounty, which is really, really nice. So we're going to run through a lot of it. Normally, like, don't even bother picking this up, even though it's along the way in a typical speedrun, but this is very much an atypical speedrun of the game. Our quest right now is to gather some photography equipment so we can take some photos. Peach wants to know more about the spider splicers. And you know what, they're pretty cool. I'd like to know more as well. Oh, and game crash. What do you know? A game that's known for crashing crashed.
How common is that during speedruns?
Usually not too often. Oh, great. Now all my settings changed too. Oh, no. Gotta love BioShock. Alright, let's go back to windowed mode. This game is really not having it today. Alright. Here's the fun thing about BioShock. You may not know. Whenever it crashes, it resets all of your settings.
Oh no.
You get to see my very crazy keybinds. Don't worry about it. I bit of a weirdo when it comes to keybinds. Great. Alright, I think we're back to being good. Let's continue the game. I think puts us back to the beginning of Neptune's Bounty. Oh boy, it did.
Now you have the pleasure of Andrew Ryan's company. He's the one who built this place, and he's the one who
Oh, and the sensitivity changed too. Woo, what a game. Everyone should run this game. It is a great.
the ground. Nobody knows exactly what happened. Maybe he went mad. Maybe the power got to him. Maybe he just decided he didn't like people. Whichever way you slice it, good men died.
This game. Of course. Of course.
Oh, did you miss something?
Yeah, sensitivity was a little crazy. I think we're all good. audio might be a little louder. But who doesn't love a good loud explosion? A little bit of deja vu. We're back here killing the splicer once again. Check that body. The body's very important. Do not forget about it. It's also important that we do not pick up the exploding buck right now. Very, very important thing to do.
You'll find something to keep you alive.
So I saw someone in chat mention the remasters. The tricks that we're doing here do not work on the remastered versions because they changed the menu to be more console friendly. It's basically just an updated console port of the game. A lot of stuff you need to do revolve around the menu, so there are some things here and there that you can do, but the bulk of it is not available. Pick up the ammo. I feel like I just did all this stuff. Get the photo of them and then we're out. Now I have to run and grab it. 2 more photos of 2 more spider splicers down here. A lot of times the game wants it. Got a little hitch, got a little scared, it's gonna crash again. The game really likes to show you things once again, much like the end of the level, and make you go chase after it. So the spider splicers, they drop down from the ceiling or they're just standing there and then you're supposed to go chase them. But you're aware that they're gonna be there, you can just take their photo and run away. They're a little shy, I can't blame them. Grab this little bit of electric buck there. Anytime we can get ammo for free, we might as well take it, no matter what it is. Really don't use electric buck all that much, but it's still kind of nice to have, just in case we don't get some good RNG from splicers early. Okay, that's. I say that's fine.
The warp rat didn't get himself at. You got something from me and my crew? Or are you just looking to get criticized? You set here a spell. I needs to set on some coffee, maybe put on silverware and the like.
Ryan and Adam. Adam and Ryan. Before you head into the fisheries, a word to the wise. Oh, Ryan.
Whenever you give up your weapons here, you give up everything. That's why we don't pick up that. And I wasn't supposed to pick up the electric buck earlier, or the exploding buck there either. But there are some other strats that we can do. So not only have I done a no plasmid run, I've done a no plasmid or weapon run before. So there's even backup strats for the backup strats of the different glitches. Which, oh boy, we're going deep in the BioShock glitches today.
I assume that a no weapons run would be even more glitches than what we're doing today.
Not so much glitches, it just becomes really nuanced in what you have to do. Things just kind of end up taking forever. We get our weapons back here, which gives us our shotgun, but I gave up the electric buck and the exploding buck. I'm going to destroy some of these targets and these splicers, because there are some barrels that we can now conveniently roll all the way over to the end. You can't shoot these or hit them with the wrench because, you know, they explode. They're exploding barrels. This one already being my friend.
Doesn't want to come out of this little pit, huh?
It's stuck there forever. I know it's not wanting to be my friends. Resync is on. Oh, now we're moving. If you're a BioShock veteran out there, you're like, why doesn't he just use Incinerate to melt the ice? Well, there's no plasmid run, so that is not available. We're gonna roll this down here. That's gonna make it sweet way. We actually need 2 of these, believe it or not. Grab this one right here. And might be a better one. This is one of those runs where anything that could go wrong kind of wants to go wrong. Where's it stuck?
Like standing on top of the barrel instead of pushing it here?
Yeah, it's just... This is going so wrong, I didn't even have a backup save in case this went wrong. It's never a strat, believe it or not. Alright. Smooth. Oh boy. Alright, executive decision. Because otherwise we're gonna be here for literally an hour, apparently. When I mentioned doing that no weapon run becoming very nuanced and taking literally forever, it's because of stuff like that. Oh. Are there any more Prime Gaming subs in the chat? I could, I'm giving you more time to get those in.
Chat wants to know if that's ever happened before.
Probably. I'm not gonna say it hasn't, but if it's happened, I've blocked it out of my memory.
Dang. I tried chat.
Yeah. We'll find something that hasn't happened before, I'm sure. It likes to pop up. Alright, more. Alright, this body is completely off limits. Nobody even look at it, alright? Everyone just close your eyes.
Closing your eyes, chat.
Once again, just showing off how, all the stuff that we do skip. This is... It's really for your viewing pleasure. Right?
Alright, chat tells us they had their eyes closed. You're good.
Alright, sweet. Oh, they can type with their eyes closed? That's impressive. Maybe they should be speedrunning instead of me. I made this promise once before. I'm gonna make it again. Once we get out of Neptune's bounty, we're home free. Nothing else to worry about, I promise. I just really like taking photos. It's really, really great. So much fun. You gotta change up the lighting, the angles. Second photo. The important part about this is that we just don't use plasmids. As long as we don't do that, we're fine. Alright, this guy can just get out. Splicers are really, really nice. They can do enough damage to where you can actually do a death warp here, but they're not going to be that nice to me. There are some death warps that we will do later on, and I don't have... I thought we already fixed this issue. Not looking at the body, we're not doing it. Just gonna sit over there until we're ready for it.
You got something from
Ryan and Adam. Adam and Ryan. Before you head into the fisheries, a word to the wise.
Alright, now we're gonna give up our weapons. Now we can pick up our grenade launcher, and we can finally pick up that exploding buck that we've so eagerly wanted for probably the past half hour at this point, right? So the reason that's important, it wasn't clear, is whenever you give up your weapons, it just completely takes all of your ammo and all of your guns, and it gives it back to you once you're done with the fight. Because it really wants you to use the plasmids that you got earlier. Much like it was telling you how to use telekinesis, or how to use Electrobolt in Welcome to Rapture to fight, it kind of does the same thing with telekinesis and incinerate here. But we bring in the frag grenade, and we have the exploding buck in our inventory, so when we get our weapons back, we'll still have it. We will be swapping to the plasmid. We won't be using it, but there are some ways to speed up combat. By swapping over to your plasmids and back, you can skip single reload animations. Really nice. Alright. So we can get this, which gives us a shotgun that we never had before. We have our 3 exploding buck. Use that to simply melt the ice. It's oh so handy. We're gonna quick save here. Because we need to melt both of these things of ice. One shot, we need to keep one. Just for safety reasons later on. If either of those two ice piles don't melt, you can't continue, and you have to waste both shots of the exploding buck there. It's not always need it later on. You can do some other strats where you can just happen to find some random exploding buck. But we're not going to leave it up to chance. We're going to jump through the water. It's a little bit faster. So this ramp is usually really easy to walk up. But a result of playing on high FPS means it's not for whatever reason, so we have to do these time jumps. It becomes a real struggle, but we get past it. And the reason we play on high FPS, usually it's more of an any percent thing for the telekinesis flings, but moving items around like the table in medical is much faster at a higher FPS. And there's some small little boosts you can do around. Line this up, we're gonna save, and then we're gonna hold back. So as I was making the quick save, and the menu screen popped up, I hit interact, and then just held back. So it applies whatever you hit during a save, like on the first frame. So if you time it just right, you just walk out the door before it closes, meet up with this guy. The walking is not frame rate based. I want to clarify that. Just the ramp. The only way to walk faster is to get the sports boost tonics, which technically this is not a no tonic run, but we're still going to skip it just in the spirit of things. So now we're into Arcadia, and a lot of the hard checks that the game is looking for in terms of plasmids are behind us. At this point, it's just kind of like, all right, you kind of know how to use things, you have them at least, just use whatever you want. Because at this point, you can kind of just go and buy plasmids, you can get the bees, and all the other fun things. So a lot of this is just gameplay without plasmids. We get to see some cool death warps, see some cool routing for getting the Lazarus Vector. We need to make our way towards Fort Frolic so we can start the quest line. These splicers just don't matter to us. The only ones that are going to matter are the Houdini splicers that we get introduced here. They hold a key ingredient to making the Lazarus Vector, which we're going to need here in just a second once we start the quest. Because by looking over here, that's going to close the gate to Fort Frolic, and it's going to start killing off the trees in Arcadia. And our task here is to help save the trees, and that will open the gates to Fort Frolic for us. So we need some chlorophyll solution. We need 7 of those. We need 7 things of water, and 7 enzyme samples. So just gathering some things along the way. We're gonna skip some of this dialogue. So a lot of times skipping with diary messages is just the way to go. But if you have a really short radio message, sometimes that's even better. We're going to use the splicer message because it's real short, and we like yelling splicers. That's going to get us through this.
I once bought a forest. The parasites claimed that the land belonged to God and demanded that I stab.
Sensitivity in the menu. It's a little distorted whenever the game crashes, which is why I'm having trouble clicking these, but... So there's a lot of messages here that you get to skip, so we just keep yelling about the splicers. So hers we don't actually want to skip. She's going to give us the quest. Anytime the game gives you a quest in dialogue, if you skip it, then a lot of times you don't end up getting the quest. I'm just going to let this one play out. So a really fast way back is to do a death warp. We're just going to take some damage from this. We're going to fail 2 hacks. And we might even fail it. And either the splicer can shoot us, or just blow up this barrel. This is going to take us a little bit further back in the level, which is right where the Rosa Gallica is.
He is a poison! Kill him! The poison! Kill the poison! The parasite!
We can actually just jump up these rocks. Get out. There's all the splicers that we were yelling about just a second ago. Splicers.
I like to imagine that Atlas just like is so confused at you playing back him going splicers that he just like forgets what he's talking about.
I mean, if someone started yelling splicers at me, I'd forget what I was talking about. So we're gonna give this to her. She's gonna let us in.
What are you waiting for? An engraved
So we
invitation?
can kind of meet face to face.
Yes, this is perfect. Perfect. Come on up to my office. I've got the security system of this joint hacked, so those turrets won't find
Just kind of sneakily break through that window. Get over here a little bit faster. So we're gonna run up here and meet her, and it's gonna start kind of a dialogue between her and Andrew Ryan, where he's not too happy with the situation at hand. And while it's going on, we can actually go and collect another solution over here. We can also deal with this arena that we're gonna have to fight in later. We're gonna take out the security bots while they're still peaceful. There's one more solution. So we can pick up some more stuff along the way. So he's also poisoned her office, and she's kind enough to give us the code for her safe, which is little sap backwards. R sap. You know, we need numbers, so I'm just gonna flip that around real quick. And then right to my left, there's a desk that if you loot, gives you the supplies for an auto hack dart. It's really cool. So once we get into the farmer's market, we can use that to open a safe. And that safe actually includes 3 of the enzymes that we need. So instead of finding them amongst the beehives, we can just get 3 for free. Now we have the quest line of finding the Lazarus Vector, or making the Lazarus Vector, I should say. So any of the Houdini splashes that you find actually have one of the chlorophyll solutions on them. But it'll keep following us around, and we can just deal with it whenever we need. It's not too urgent to get. There's more than 7 of each ingredient that you actually need. So you have a little bit of leeway in the routing. Nice. Grab another weapon upgrade. One more solution. We're not going to make the Vector until we get all the way back to her office. So if I happen to be short on one supply, we can always grab it in some safety locations. So this is the farmer's market. This is, if you've played the game, where you find out about the bees. Everyone's favorite plasmid. Fortunately, it's no plasmid run, so we don't see it. We're gonna get one more solution, or we start getting our enzymes off that body. And there should be 2 splicers that we can get chlorophyll from. That one right there. And this splicer right here. Also just got our first distilled water. We're gonna use one of our 2 auto hack darts to open up that safe. I need our 7th from there. We should have all of those. And then the only thing we should need at this point is water. And this section is just filled to the brim with water. There's actually just too much water down here. There's also another power to the people. This guy's yelling about his life, which, you know, is understandable. Sometimes you just need to do that. So instead of walking all the way back, we can use these splicers and this health to go ahead and take some damage. And then whenever they feel like it, they should give us our last bit of damage, and they should send us all the way back to the beginning of Farmer's Market. Super handy. Now we can just go ahead and leave. Shout out to the glitchless community for finding a lot of the strats for Farmer's Market in terms of the opening the safe for some enzymes and the death warp there. 80% completely skips this entire quest line, so it's not one you really route in too often. A security alert gets triggered here. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It just kind of happens. I'm going to double check that I have. All right, we need one more solution. We didn't have one of the Houdini splicers pop up. That's fine. We have a safety on the way back. Pop into this little hole in the wall.
Does the alarm matter to you at all in the speedrun?
Sorry, the game got so much louder after crash. What'd you say?
I'd say, does the alarm going off matter to you at all in the speedrun?
Not really. If you're like low on health or something for some death warp, it could. But if they ever go off, it's not a reason to panic. There's no cause for alarm, I guess you could say.
Yes? Hang her on.
I'm gonna go put the Lazarus Vector into the Mist Sprayer, or some fancy name like that. Guess we need to make it. The Mist Maker. Is that what it's called? And while this is going off, and we get into a nice little arena fight, we're gonna go back down here and just kind of deal with some stuff. There's a Big Daddy roaming around, which we'll probably take out. He's just kind of in the way. We get some really nice things from that new mod tube. Fontaine sends us a little care package. Get some proxy mines. We get another auto hack dart. And the proxy mines are really, really nice for a strat and Fort Frolic. And the grenades are just nice for getting enemies out of the way, regardless. So. Use them. They're still trying to make it through the door. There are 3 waves, but the waves go pretty fast overall. Any second they want to walk through the door. Oh, they're like Steinman. They don't actually want to come in and fight. They're not even here. Thought we were gonna fight. This doesn't seem good. Seem to be stuck on the other side of the store for some reason. Alright, that's never happened before. Somebody wanted in chat earlier.
Hey.
I've never seen enemies just not spawn in. This is a very special.
You said the thing.
Game. We did the thing. Okay, well, I guess we're going back to the start of Arcadia 2. What else can go wrong tonight, huh?
So how far back are we?
I really hope this is after Farmer's Market. Oh, okay. We are. Whew. I scared myself. I actually scared myself.
I can't even accuse you of throwing for content, because that's just the game at this point.
Yeah, game's crashed. The game's not spawning enemies. It's a great game. Was it Murphy's Law? What can go wrong will go wrong, something like that?
That's the one.
This ground is sacred! Do you have all the components for the Lazarus sector yet? If you do, best head to a crafting station. Then, head back to Langford's lab and put the whole witch's brew in the mister. That should clear this fog right up.
I'm back into the office. Man, I'm just... parts of the game that like I've never worried about ever just suddenly so scary. I've never understood why people consider this a horror game until right now. I'm just terrified. Okay. Okay, we have some splashers back here. I like seeing that. That seems like a good thing. Maybe. Uh-oh.
What's taking so long?
What's behind door number 1? Is it splicers? Hey, it's splicers. All right, cool. We won. Won the grand prize.
How did you know?
I just had a feeling. Sometimes you just know. All right. Hopefully nothing else happens. I don't know if my little heart can take it. And now splicers is going to kind of randomly spawn until timer is up. Oh god, it's splicers. This is what we were yelling about earlier. It all makes sense. And the Big Daddy's also not in here, which is kind of nice. It's also kind of bad because he usually has a lot of money on him, which I like to buy ammo here. Okay. We're gonna hold off on that just for money reasons. We should be fine. A fun thing you can do while you wait is if you swap through your weapons really, really quickly, you can notice that the camera crosshair is actually not centered at all. It's like up and to the left for whatever reason. Just always think the reason I see that.
Well, that's gonna bother me now.
Oop. Completely missed. There's gonna be going back. So if we swap, once we shoot and back over, we skip the single pump animation. If you run out of ammo completely, you can't skip that animation, but for like that and the grenade launcher and the crossbow that we get later on, we can.
You didn't see anything, chat?
No. Sometimes the game cheats, you gotta cheat that. Alright. Should be on the third wave. Means we're just kind of on a timer at this point. We don't need to kill anything. These guys are just gonna be in the way. If anybody wants to call this run invalid for that reason, it was invalid half an hour ago.
Yeah. Game's been trolling super hard.
We had a load of backup save. It's been a meme for a while. Just chill out, have some fun, grab some snacks. We're just gonna blast through the rest of this game, hopefully. So now we have Fort Frolic open, which everyone loves. Everyone will forget about everything that's happened so far because they love Sander Cohen. And who doesn't? He's awesome. For a brief second, I didn't think that door was going to open, and I was going to cry.
separating a man from his soul. You're not CIA,
Okay. Past the tree quests in the Fort Frolic. So anytime you're loading into this game and you have like a black screen like this, you actually have control of your movement, so you can just hold forward or whatever you need to get past it. So we're gonna go sink the bathysphere, which is our escape. You can actually skip the entirety of this level if you could find a way to get up on top of this sign without using telekinesis. You could just hop all the way over and be done, but it's not really a viable strat as of now. So we're gonna start skipping some dialogue.
Atlas Ryan. Atlas.
So now there's some proxy mines that Fontaine sent us. We can use those. I'm gonna set one up in here. Just kind of make this fight a little easier. We're gonna use 2 later on. Just kind of deal with this fight a little bit faster than waiting for them to spawn in. Should have 2 more splashers to deal with. One in this tunnel, one over here. Now Cindercon's like, oh, you seem like an interesting person. I'm gonna invite you in. And we're gonna use that camera that we got earlier. So take some photos for him. They're gonna be a little bit more artistic than the ones we took previously, but that's a-okay. It's another alarm that really doesn't matter. So wait for this elevator. Bots just kind of show up and do some stuff. So there's one more soft check that the game does for plasmid usage, mainly incinerate. There's a section of ice later on for the second, to get past the second photograph into the third and fourth. But we have exploding buck and there's barrels around the area, and it kind of becomes less of a hard check, and the game's just like, all right, we just need to figure out how to melt it, and we've already given you the tools to do this, because we've checked for that earlier. So we grab a photo there of that guy playing the piano. Put this nice photo on this wall.
Come down now, little more. Life, death. Do you see it? When I am dust, this is what they'll point.
So every so often, whenever you do diary skipping, sometimes the game won't progress. You'll somewhat soft lock yourself. But if you just play like the most recent message and then skip it again, it seems to work. It's not really a big deal. It happens all the time, but it's one thing to add on top of everything else so far. So now we have plenty of exploding buck. We're gonna melt this ice, and we're gonna go deal with Mr. Freeze. He's got some pretty cool lines.
Guess the old grape finally sent someone. Son of a bitch left me to freeze. Oh, I've got a pose all picked out for you.
So he seems like a real big baddie that you have to deal with. He's just like any other splicer. A single shot will take him out. We grab a photo of him, and we're moving on. The game kind of wants you to take a photograph and then go back and place it. after the first one. So you'd place 2 back and then come for 3 and then 4 and so on. But we're just gonna grab 2, 3, and 4 all in one go. So this is actually a dummy. He's pulled a prank on us, and this guy's not here. Can't actually do any damage to him here. He's gonna light that vent on fire and then spawn in some splicers that we need to take care of. Go through the vent after him. He once again is just pretty much a regular splicer when it comes down to it. There's one still hanging out. Alright, we're gonna go grab 4. There's actually a pretty cool strat we can do over here as well. Grab this a little quickly and get out of here quickly as well. I'm gonna go back here to start a thing of dialogue that we do not want to skip because it kind of progresses the game, and skipping it just breaks things. So we're gonna come over here, place 2 proxy mines down, and we're gonna hack this machine. Fail the hack. Do it one extra time. Hacking machines can never actually kill you. It'll just get you down to 1 HP. So our 4th victim is going to spawn there, and the 2 proxy mines is going to take care of him for us. Walk in here. That spawns him in. The big bang was hopefully him landing in the pile. His body's on the other side, huh? Okay. Normally it's his body that's on fire, and you take a picture of that and then use that to death warp, but we should now have all of the photos required. And that death warp brings us right back to where we need to place them. So we're gonna place 2 and 3, and we're gonna start a little fight. And I've always found that standing here is a very nice solution. We're just gonna start stacking up bodies. You know, let the bodies hit the floor. Get a little payback on the game. At this point, we can skip this dialogue. And these splicers are considerably weaker than the ones you usually run into because they spawn so many at a time. Pretty much like any bullet will just take them out. Small wave fight here. They do drop ammo and money and supplies. There's no real consistency in it. It's just completely random. And it doesn't really matter in the end. We should have enough ammo at this point in the game to be good. First place to find. Alright. So it goes where? We're gonna place our 4th photo, and that's gonna spawn in. It's gonna go on up there. Or we're just gonna run away, because at this point the exit is open, and we can make our way further into the game. Which, for all the setbacks the game's thrown our way, I think it's better we just keep on trucking. So we're going to Hephaestus, which looks very, very similar to an 80% run, even though we don't have the flings or incinerate for the death warps. It's pretty much the same strat, and a lot of stuff from here to the end is very familiar if you've watched an 80% run, just a little bit different. Nothing too crazy. So much shotgun ammo. We're trying to make our way to Andrew Ryan. That's what Fontaine wants from us. He wants us to go just meet him face to face, but in order to get into the Rapture Central Control, which is where Ryan is, we need to make our way through Hephaestus. This is the exit that we will eventually have to go through. Another case of the game saying, hey, here's the exit, go do some other stuff now. So the dialogue actually activates that door, the very end of it. So it's a case where if you play the message you get off this body and immediately skip it, you still hit that trigger, which opens the door. That's why we just pick it up, play it, skip it, and we're good to go. So grenades are a very nice way to clear out a whole bunch of splicers at once. They're also really nice for taking out big daddies. We can just swap back and forth, make it a little bit faster. The reason we need to take out big daddies in this area is because we're going to be building an EMP bomb. And the big daddies have shell casings on them that we're going to need to build that. So we need to take care of 2 of them. And this guy's a little bit random. Not too bad of a spot. First we need to get the quest line so we can actually activate it. Now, once we've done this, you skip it. Start collecting all the parts that we need. So there's already a Big Daddy corpse right there that we get 1 of our wire clusters off of. I said shell casings, that's incorrect, sorry. Use 1 of our auto hack darts that we picked up earlier right there. Then we kind of tank our way through. And then we're going to death warp out. Luckily, this area is just loaded with wires and a turret. You can just easily drain your health. Got another wire cluster right there. 1 of our gels. Depending on where the second Big Daddy that we killed spawns, you can get different gels just kind of routed in. We're gonna grab the one closest to the bomb because he actually died in a pretty good spot. Fortunately, there's not really a machine close here. Do a death warp. It would be faster death warp back, but without incinerate, it becomes really difficult to manage your health. And although the splicers are right there, a lot of times they don't like to actually do damage to you. Gonna run back. We have everything we need except for 2 parts. The last 2 parts are back here. 1 is in the Big Daddy that we took care of, and then we need the second gel I was talking about. This is another one where there's, for the most part, more things than you need. There's a couple different gels around the map. It just depends on which one you like getting. Now we can build the bomb in peace. Death warp would be really nice if the splicers want to deal damage. They don't. So we're just gonna run in here and let the turret take care of it. This is just ever so slightly faster than walking all the way back. That put us right where we need to. Now the any percent run would do a fling to get a little bit higher up here to do the jump to the middle. But just do some well-placed jumps. You can actually jump from right here. It's a little bit harder to do. You gotta go a little bit later.
What's a fling? Is that like a trick with a plasmid?
Yeah, so if you have high FPS and you're standing on an item and you use telekinesis, it can fling you up into the air. Which allows for a lot of skips, and any percent you go flying up over invisible walls, on top of invisible walls, and stuff like that. So we just jump straight through the core so we could plant the bomb on the other side. And then we did a death warp out of that so we go all the way back up to the top. And now we're over here. So pretty much any like area I've run through, you can just skip with the fling. Medical gets a lot of stuff skipped with the fling. Arcadia and the farmer's market entirely gets skipped. Fort Frolic gets skipped as well. There's also a skip in the next area with the fling. It's really crazy what you can do with telekinesis. And combat as well is just super, super easy when you have plasmids. It's kind of the fun of doing it this way. Alright, so now we're going to go into Orion's little den, the Rapture Central Control. And while we could do the first half of the skip for this cutscene, using diary messages and keeping the area loaded in, we couldn't do the second part, because we would need to fling over the gate that gets closed behind you. So if we did the first half, we had to essentially get soft locked out. So we're actually going to go watch the cutscene. But don't get too excited. So I mentioned this back in medical, but whenever you play at a high FPS, the game tends to just make you look at the floor during cutscenes, so it gets a little broken. We'll see if it happens. Maybe we'll get lucky. We're gonna see it in its entirety. Let's get past these.
Basic casing is ready. I've got one charge of nitroglycerin in my office. The assassin.
This usually you can fling over. You do a skip to go back to Hephaestus, and then you'd come back in and hop over this, and you'd be on your way. But
From a slave.
we don't have access to flings, obviously, no telekinesis.
Power? No.
This great speech.
Chooses a slave obeys. You think you have memories? A father, a family, an airport, a crash, and then this place. Was there really a family? Did that airplane crash? Or was it hijacked? Forced down by something less than a man, something bred to sleepwalk through life until they are activated by a simple phrase spoken by their kindly master. Was a man sent to kill, or a slave? A man chooses. A slave obeys.
Yeah, this is the big plot twist of the game. It's the part that everyone remembers.
Stop. Would you kindly?
We'll kind of wrap up what he's saying afterwards for those that don't remember or haven't played the game before.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find it? Would you kindly find it? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
See if we're looking at the floor. We might have gotten lucky.
Stand. Would you kindly? Run. Stop. Turn.
Well, we're like halfway there. Instead of looking at the floor, we're just kind of looking at his waist. Oh, no, there's the floor. Yeah, so basically the plot of this game, because the rest is just dealing with Fontaine. Jack, who is our main character, is just a super modified genetic super baby. He's actually just like 3 years old. Through the power of like Adam and splicing, he's been turned into this sleeper agent that Fontaine, or Atlas, has kind of controlled up to this point with the code phrase, "Would you kindly?" And he's gotten us into Andrew Ryan's place, and now we're taking him out. This is just the censored version.
Hurry now! Grab Ryan's genetic key! And would you kindly put it in that goddamn machine?
Yeah, I'm trying to keep the stream PG-13. Now with the key, we can just go ahead and interact with the machine, and then we're out of here. And Atlas is going to reveal his true nature of being Frank Fontaine, someone who was outcasted by Andrew Ryan and is now trying to take control of Rapture. So he wants all the power. Who could have known he would have been a bad guy this entire time? So we're going to make our escape. We're going to follow the little sisters. They're going to lead us into Olympus Heights. We're going to meet back up with Tenenbaum, who's going to help break the genetic hold that Fontaine has placed in our minds by tasking us to find 2 doses of Lot 192, which we have to go track down. One's here in Olympus Heights and one's in Apollo Square. And this is a quest line that will unlock, once we pick up the first dose of Lot 192, other plasmids. But we just won't ever use them. They're not important. And once we get the second dose, they will go away once again. It's just a part of the quest line. And, as of right now, there's no way to skip said quest line. So this is an area you don't actually want to use diary messages to skip, because the radio messages will not start until they're done. Kind of a weird section for audio. So we keep playing short audio messages to just bypass all of Tenenbaum's speech. Eventually his little sister's gonna get up and lead us to the exit. The game's also telling us to pick up the completed EMP bomb, which is back from Hephaestus. The game's just kind of weird like that sometimes.
The one who will save us all. I like him. Who's he? He's here to help us.
He's here to help us. And I'm actually not here to help them at all. We just kind of completely ignore them after this point. We're just gonna open the door. For some reason these doors are locked. So just like a little sister can open them. We're gonna see more of those in Proving Grounds. I don't know who designed that, but not a great design. So this is the first time we're going to experience this in this route. It's kind of something that's abused more in any percent, but we're going to keep this area loaded in by letting only radio messages play. The game won't continue on into a load screen if there's radio messages playing. It's like, oh hey, there's important dialogue that you need to hear. So we've started the process of transitioning into Apollo Square. So the game's constantly trying to take us to Apollo at the moment. So we have radio messages playing, it can't do that. And once those run out, it will. So if I'm not careful and accidentally let a diary message play or let the radio messages run out, then we're going to warp. But if we keep it running until we go and pick up the first dose of Lot 192, then we can warp out instead of having to walk all the way. We actually need to play this diary message I just played. So if I just let this play at the moment, we would warp. So I need to be really careful to then skip it so we get the quest line. So we can go up to the penthouse. Keep a radio message playing the entire way.
I never knew what Lot 192 was for, but if Suchang was doing something in secret, on this I keep my eye.
I just told your brain to tell your heart to stop beating. Not right off the bat.
So that actually is one alarm that kind of does matter in the grand scheme of things. If it goes off, you can't open the door until you turn it off again or just wait the full minute. But it's just really easy to avoid. So here's the first dose of Lot 192. And we're just going to go straight to a diary message. The game's like, hey, all that dialogue's finally out of the way. Let's move on to Apollo Square. So instead of walking all the way back out and wasting all that time, we're just going to warp. It also takes into effect the random plasmids we're going to get. So we have Security Bullseye. It's going to transform into Winter Blast, but we can just simply swap over to our guns and ignore it. It'll swap one more time once we get closer to where the second dose is. It's kind of on a timer thing. They'll always be the same, like go in the same order in every playthrough, but just the longer it goes, the more random plasmids you'll get.
Leave me alone! Come on! I just want to talk to someone!
To answer a question I see in chat, yes, I also run Soma. I run a whole bunch of different games. Recently did the Penumbra trilogy during SGDQ itself. I run the entire BioShock series, Wolfenstein, Doom, Dishonored, a whole bunch of different games. So we get Target Dummy here. Swap off that once again, so I can use it. So if you like this run, you like FPS games, puzzle games, horror games, we got it all. Stream it pretty much every night. We'll take some damage here. We're going to set up a Death Warp. That turret is going to be really nice on the way back. Here's our second dose of Lot 192, and now the plasmids are going to go away. We're left with just Electrobolt once again. This turret's going to take us out. Again, just a little bit faster than walking. Doesn't really skip a whole lot. And now we can make our way into Point Prometheus. Now that the hold is broken, we can go confront Mr. Fontaine himself. So we could just take the elevator, and that's a very simple way down, but we like to complicate things here. So we're just going to take a nice little 7-second time save and just fall down the elevator shaft. That trick is only available if you play on easy difficulty. If you play on normal or hard, you will die from that fall. Now we're going to go into Point Prometheus, which features a really big skip, and then we're on to essentially the last level. We have Point Prometheus, Proving Grounds, and then the boss fight, which is really, really short. So once we get through this, we just have to deal with Proving Grounds, and we are home free. Fortunately, we did have some issues early on, but at least the end game seems to be going swimmingly. Probably just jinx things.
I was gonna say, every time you said that it's gonna be like smooth sailing. Something else happens. Why do you keep saying that?
Rule 1 of Speedrunning Club. You don't talk about how your speedruns are going. So there's a really nice skip that we can do, known as Last Chance Kid. We're going to blow up these 2 robots. And we're going to do a save because, surprise, surprise, it's not a consistent skip. We jump through here in just the right manner.
Last chance, kid! Last chance, kid! Last chance,
And activate this cutscene, but still move. Slip on through. He's going to T-pose on us real quick. And move on. So there's 2 triggers that fire there. There's one that puts you into the cutscene, so you can't move. And then there's one that actually starts the cutscene where he knocks on the pillar, closes the door, and runs away. And then you're left just wondering what happened. You have to go find a Big Daddy suit. But if you kind of activate the cutscene trigger before the one that locks you in place, you're able to move, and then you can just run to the end before things close. It's really, really nice because it skips a big part. But the game still thinks we have the Big Daddy suit, which is why it's giving us this nice PNG on our overlay here. We can also manipulate the little sister into running, hopefully. Why do I keep talking about what's going to happen? This is a bad idea. But she should run once this door opens. We've done things properly. There she goes. She can either walk, which is really, really slow, or she can run like this, which is really, really fast. If any point she starts walking, that's bad news bears. You don't want to see that. There are ways to fix it, but a lot of the ways to fix it involve using like Incinerate to kind of damage yourself and get her to run to you. And then from there you can manipulate things further. He had 4 proxy mines. Wow, that's incredible. What a guy.
I do love the occasional pick up the completed EMP mine that keeps popping up.
it's sometimes quest lines will just get stuck there. It doesn't really affect anything. It's just fun to see. So in Proving Grounds, the little sister is going to harvest from 3 bodies, 2 in this area and 1 in the next. We just have to guard her while this is happening. In BioShock 2, if she starts taking damage, she'll stop harvesting, and that's time loss. In this, it doesn't really matter. She moves on whenever you kill off all the splicers. They're going to send a couple of leadheads and a couple of thuggish, which are ones that use guns or melee respectively. And then the very last one that spawns in is always going to be a spider splicer, so that's how you know you're done with the fight. You've killed everything up to that point. Should have one more. There's also a couple different ways you can make her warp a little bit further. There's certain checkpoints along the floor that she needs to hit. So if she's running to you for any reason, she won't activate those checkpoints on the floor, and she'll run back to them. Back to the first one that she actually missed. So you want to make sure that she hits those, but there is a way to make her like skip over some. But once again, uses plasmids, so we're not lucky enough in having those. So we just have to hope that she runs. She did, being very good. And there's no set pattern for where splicers spawn. They can spawn from either direction here. They tend to spawn the way you're not looking currently, but splicers just kind of doing whatever they want. Just kind of stand next to her. And if you actually like kill the splicers too quickly after they spawn, they don't count towards the kill count. So if you put down like proxy mines right where their spawn points are, in hopes that like, oh, I can kill them faster, the fight will be over, that actually just soft locks the game because it doesn't count them as being dead.
What the heck? That's so rude.
Yeah. You just like big brain a strat. You're like, oh, I can just put down proxy mines and like make it so simple, and then the game just soft locks. Pretty cool strat you can do to knock out the 3 splicers that spawn in the water here. Just kind of get them up, hit them with a grenade, and go to sleep. That's what's happening to all these splicers. They're just laying down for a nice little nap. Nothing more sinister than that. So right there, she's running back because she missed one of those checkpoints on the floor. Whenever I use the grenade, she started running towards me. So she went back for that. Now she's running forward. And there's one more body we here, and then we are right at the end. So if you have any of them Prime Gaming subs still laying around, you don't got much time to use them. You take care of some enemies flying around. The game also kind of taunts you with proxy mines that they use as strats because they just keep putting them on the bodies. And again, just swapping to my plasmid and back so I can get back to shooting faster. For this, it doesn't really matter because there's just not enough splicers together to really make a difference, and they're all dying in one shot anyways. That's all of those. So we picked up some trap bolts along the way. It's really, really nice. We're dealing with the Kool-Aid Man. He's not happy with us. But let's go. He's just gonna go to sleep.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
Better for the girls to be with you.
Be sure to pick up that completed EMP bomb. Very important. Do not want to forget that.
Time to go, Mr. B.
That might be plenty for the wicked scrubs and a pit solutions, but I need more. Oh, I want a slice.
Don't really need any of these supplies. We kind of already have all that we need, just in case things go a little south. Yeah. It's nice to have backups. So the whole reason we need to bring her over here is so we can get the needle off of her. This is going to allow us to drain the atom from Fontaine, who's now completely spliced up. He's just gone mad of power, and this is the final boss. This boss is interesting in that you need the complete EMP bomb to kill him. No, that he's supposed to have phases that are like weak to certain elements, which is why he like changes colors and stuff. But if you just deal damage to him, he just dies anyways. It never really comes into play. So we're just going to use the proxy mines that we picked up and the crossbow and get him down really, really fast. It's got 3 different phases. 2 of them we're going to use proxy mines for. The last one we're going to use the bolts. So whenever he gets out of his chair, he's going to spawn right there. And 3 proxy mines are enough to get through 1 phase. That's 2 phases. And once we get through phase 3, that's the end of the game. Nice, lovely cutscene to finish it. So there, you're finally done. Nothing went wrong in the end. We didn't. Everything happened early, which for this run is pretty much expected. And now that we've quote-unquote helped the little sisters, they come back to help us here.
Even that life you thought you had, that was something I dreamed up and I tattooed inside your head. Now if you don't call that family, I know what is. And now,
You say you came in under the estimate of Would You Kindly?
Oh, nice. It's always nice to, you know, have such a generous estimate. So Little Sisters, is, they're brutal. They don't hold back. You kind of forget about once you start going into this cutscene here, and it might be really loud. This game has some audio balancing issues.
They offered you this city.
We did indeed get the good ending. Nobody worry.
And you refused it. And what did you do instead? What I've come to expect of you. You saved them. You gave them the one thing that was stolen from them. A chance. A chance to learn. To find love. To live. And in the end, what was your reward? You never said, but I think I know. A family.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Sorry things in the beginning went a little askew, but that is BioShock No Plasmids. If you want to see a more valid attempt, my record for this category is up on YouTube. And I might even try to beat it here soon. I found some new tech. So just getting a clean run, we can do that. So if you're interested in this, and any of the BioShock games, the other FPS games, Doom, BioShock, frictional game stuff, Amnesia, you can find me over on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/bloodthunder. Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for sticking around. And would you kindly throw down those Prime Gaming subs for charity?
Yeah, like Blood Thunder just said, the subs and bit revenue for the entire month of July is still going to Doctors Without Borders. So if you have the Prime Gaming subs and they come up later in the month, you can drop them on Games Done Quick and I'll still be supporting a good cause. But thanks for being on, Blood Thunder. It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
And we're pretty much done for the show tonight. If you enjoyed this content of backup games that didn't make it in an SGDQ schedule, Amber Cyprian's show on Wednesday night is going to have some backup games that have never been shown on GDQ as part of their show Never Before Seen, which focuses on games that have never made it into a mainline GDQ before. So you can see some more backup games then. And of course, if you tune in tomorrow, Random Number Generation is a show about randomizers, randomizer adjacent content, is going to be showing off Ironmon Challenge, which is a randomized Nuzlocke-ish thing that I Eat Your Pie likes to do. And of course, Frame Fatales is returning August 15th through the 21st with Flame Fatales. You can find information about that at gamesdonequick.com/Frame Fatales. But for now, we're going to go to a break and then we're going to raid someone. So if you'd like to see some more speedrunning content, stick around for a few minutes. We'll send you along in someone else's way and you can send them some positive energy, cheer them on their speedruns, and we'll see you tomorrow.